heart walk through flames. Feel fury in the fire. Feel fury in the fire. So get out of my way, 'cause I'm a natural born fighter. I'm a natural born fighter. You calling out my name. Take fire and take aim. Get on your knees and pray. I am the lightning in the storm, the dark before the dawn, the devil you call on. Flames are getting higher, and it's hard to see the light inside you. Just remember you're a fighter. Chains are getting tighter, and it's hard to see the light inside you. Just remember you're a fighter. When the lights go out, my light will only shine brighter. My light will only shine brighter. So get out of my way, 'cause I'm a natural born fighter. I'm a natural born fighter. You calling out my name. Take fire and take aim. Get on your knees and pray. I am the lightning in the storm, the dark before the dawn, the devil you call on. Flames are getting higher, and it's hard to see the light inside you. Just remember you're a fighter. Chains are getting tighter, and it's hard to see the light inside you. Just remember you're a fighter. When the lights go out, my light will only shine brighter. My light will only shine brighter.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to what is sure to be an electric weekend. I am Steadfast, and I am joined by State. This is the Esports World Cup last chance closed qualifier. The winner of this and second place of this will advance on to the main tournament itself, and 6 players will be sent home heartbroken. State, how are you doing?
I'm feeling really good, man. I think the matchups today are going to be spectacular. We've got 8 players. In my opinion, 8 of the best players that haven't qualified yet for EWC. Only 2 of them are going to make it. And today we have some players getting eliminated. Tomorrow, only 2 are going to finally advance to EWC. And it's going to be kind of a spectacular clash of all these different regions, the way they're seeding into the closed brackets. We have Americas, we have Europe, we have Asia, all represented, as well as the Korean qualifiers. And I can't wait to get into these games.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We've got some very neat classic matchups, as well as a couple matches that we probably haven't necessarily seen as much of just in this opening round. It is going to be 4 Protoss who made it in, 1 Terran, and 3 Zerg. Obviously, this is not representative of balance because we've already got so many top players going into the actual World Cup itself. But it does mean we're probably going to get a lot of PvP, a lot of ZVZ, a lot of PvZ as we start things off with 1 TVP and 3 PvZs back-to-back. Looking at things so far, what is your, I guess, ideal matchup of the 4 starting matches?
Ideal matchup? I think Bunny versus Stats, which is the first series we're opening up with, is probably going to be the best of the bunch for the round of 8 because those are 2 players that feel like they can go deep in pretty much any GSL. Stats has been rising really hard since he came back from the military. It took him, about a year and a half to really get back into form, but over what feels like the last 6 months, he has been killing it. He's quickly emerged as one of the best Protoss players, not just in Korea, but in the world. And for Bunny, we've already seen so many Terran players already qualify for EWC. And Bunny has always been kind of a chaotic force in terms of every matchup, but especially TVP. He's the guy that you ask other pro players how he plays, and he is not afraid to just pack his medevacs full of units and doom drop you with literally no scan. You'll watch pretty much any other pro Terran player do this. TVZ, TVP, if they're going to go into your main, they will scan before they go, and that kind of telegraphs it's going to happen, but it's safe. Bunny is just pure chaos incarnate. This is a guy that will just absolutely book it. He's not going to give you that heads up, which makes it a little bit risky. But going against the Shield of Ire, I think it's going to be a really fun clash of matchups. But moving on past Bunny and Stats, I mean, just all these different combinations of regions coming together, Europe, Asia, and America after the Koreans settle it out in the first series. I think it's going to be a really interesting set of games.
Yeah, I do think we've got a bracket graphic, which I think we can show to right there. Yeah, so that'll highlight what is going on. Just want to take a moment, by the way, I see those symbols. Have you had a chance to look at the trophy setup for this tournament?
Oh, it is so cool. Anybody that hasn't seen it yet, find the tweet. I'm sure somebody in chat, maybe a moderator could link it. There is a tweet that shows the video for how the trophy system is going to work at EWC. And it is the most insane tournament trophy format I have ever seen. It is so out of the box. It is so cool. I think the championship trophy from pretty much every game, if I'm not mistaken, is going to have embedded in it the crushed dreams, crushed keys of 3 players that the champion selects. It's going to be the most wild thing ever. Check that video out if you haven't seen it. It is so cool.
It is honestly.
I didn't even put 2 together Steadfast with the keys. Looking at this for a second, I was like, oh wait, where's the Protoss, Terran, and Zerg symbol? But yeah, it's the keys. It's all about the keys.
And it's such a cool concept. Whoever came up with that one, they could have done no work for the rest of the year. If they came up with that idea, they have earned their salary and then some. Just coming up with that idea. It's the coolest thing I've ever seen. I'm so excited to see it because just the concept of a crushed key is already like a cool thing. But then the fact that it gets embedded in the Champions Trophy, oh, that is pretty awesome. But looking at these matchups, yeah, we've got a rematch of actually one of the qualifying matches in the EU Open qualifier. Obviously, both players still made it through as there was a 3rd slot, so Laser was able to make it through. But Showtime 3-0 to Laser in that one. We'll talk about what happened with that. And then Lambo Trigger, I believe they've played a couple of times in the weeklies, but not in any major tournaments as far as I'm aware. Or if it has happened, it's happened like once or twice. So they're actually not as necessarily familiar with each other on the bigger stage. But we do have Lambo having a pretty strong record there. Firefly Shin, though, that's the one that I'm looking at, and I'm saying we were talking about head versus heart before this. Firefly, he's got that that weirdness to him that can just really shock players.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the players that come out of the Asia region generally have this, especially the lower tier ones, because maybe this is because there's so many Protoss players, and usually they're the trickiest of the bunch, Protoss, Terran, and Zerg. But yeah, Firefly, I'm really interested in seeing how his PBZ is going to look against Shin, because obviously PBZ, he's not going to be a slouch. He's one of the best players in all of Asia in that matchup. But this is a guy that qualified, I think, from the round of 16 on with only PvPs, just to show how PvP heavy the Asia region is. It was nothing but PvPs for him. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-1, all PvPs to qualify for this closed qualifier. And so obviously for him, looking to get here to the closed qualifier, PvP was probably going to be the focus point no matter what. Because if you're a Protoss player and your PvP is the best in the region, you have a good chance of just finding your way through the bracket purely on the strength of your PvP, which Firefly certainly did. But Shin has been looking pretty good recently, and he's also one of these Zergs that is not afraid to bring the fight in the mid game in ZVP, which I feel like is maybe a little bit better in the current ZVP meta, given how many Zergs, especially in Europe, are afraid of going to the late game in that matchup. But yeah, that's going to be a spectacular one. And head versus heart, I think that Bunny and Shin, top and bottom of the bracket, probably my two favorite players to advance from this group. But I would love to see Lambo make a really deep run here, Steadfast.
Yeah, going head versus heart for that as well. I have my heart is definitely going with Showtime. Just because he was so close to making it happen at Home Story Cup, and Gumiho just kind of he performed some true voodoo magic there, able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, especially in that game 5. That was one of the games of for the ages, and it's kind of crazy because looking at the games of all time or the best games ever, Showtime actually headlines many of those games. There was a game between him and Cyril at TSL 9. There was this game versus Gumiho. I believe there was another game relatively recently where he had, just a crazy, incredible game. And he's always seemed to be on the wrong end of it, but he always puts up these incredible performances. He was one map shy, like I said, at Home Story Cup, but I think that's going to leave him hungry. And for me, he's one of my picks to make it through. But we got to talk a little bit about how some of the players got here. Lambo had the most bizarre, I don't want to say lucky, but kind of assisted run where Skillis got knocked out by Psionic, who was in his bracket. DNS got knocked out by a German player who did very well at Home Story Cup named Moja. And it was just this unbelievable setup where it felt like Lambo had the stairway to heaven built for him on the backs of these lesser known players. It was very cool. Even Christianer, who has given Lambo difficulties in the past, was knocked out by Psionic.
Yeah, but Lambo seemed pretty locked in. And even looking at his bracket, of course, Skillis versus Lambo, I could see that one going either way. Skillis' PBZ is pretty spectacular, but Lambo, I feel like against pretty much everybody, you're right that he had maybe the path of least resistance qualifying, but I put him ahead of pretty much everyone. Euthermal, DNS, Christianer, even Goblin. I feel like Lambo, if I have to make a choice in who I think is going to win, it's going to be him. And he did it in pretty convincing fashion too. It was a 2-0 over Euthermal, 2 over Moja, and a 3-0 over Psionic. So did not drop a single map in the round of 16.
Yeah. There is also going to be a graphic for the map picks that we'll take a look at right now because we will be getting into the games very shortly. So these are the picks for DreamHack Dallas. You can see there are a couple of outliers, particularly in terms of not being picked. And that is Dynasty, Amphion, and Post Youth are the heavy kind of shunned maps at this point, which makes sense, obviously. But, in a map pool like this that is already so unconventional, it is still interesting to see a couple of the even more unconventional maps still kind of stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, and given how many of the series we're going to play today that go to a map, potentially a map 5 or a map 7, I mean, just not today, this whole weekend, I think there's a good chance we're going to be seeing some of these maps like Amphion, Dynasty, and Post-Youth come out. But yeah, at Dallas, I was pretty surprised that Post-Youth wasn't the least picked map, that it was in fact Dynasty, because I feel like, at least in Korea, in the GSL, we really don't see a lot of players playing on Post-Youth. It's almost like this little meta game that happens where when we're doing the veto process, one player is just like, okay, I'm going to wait for the opponent to ban Post-Youth so that I can ban this other map because probably they're not going to let it get through. And then sometime it squeaks in. But yeah, it is surprising because Post-Youth, at least for me, is by far the strangest map in the pool, even ahead of Amphion and Dynasty.
Yeah, I think in a traditional map pool, you'd probably have it getting banned out even more than it did. But because this is, particularly in TVZ, been a map pool that I think most people would agree is a very strong Terran map pool. It's one of the strongest probably of all time in terms of, the number of good maps for Terran versus the number of good maps for Zerg. Because Post-Youth does not stick out like a sore thumb as a bad Zerg map, no Zerg player is ever going to veto that one unless they have a really specific style that they want to avoid Post-Youth on. So even though it's super weird, they're like, well, it doesn't feel bad to play it necessarily compared to something like Ghost River or Crimson Court, or honestly, even a map like Oceanborn, where the late game is a little bit difficult. But I do think we are getting closer and closer towards that first match, Bunny versus Stats. So the first set of series is going to be best of 3s, and then everything is going to be best of 5+ from there on out.
Yeah, it's going to be some pretty intense matches. And Bunny versus Stats, Bunny actually beat Stats 2-0 and Creator 3-0 to qualify here for the closed qualifier. So he has been looking very good in his TVP. And let's not forget that Creator just got top 4 in a GSL. So for Bunny, who's been kind of quiet, not just in major tournaments, but also online as of late. And I mean, obviously he has some good results, but for me, when I think of Bunny, I think of one of the best Terran players in all of Korea. And I would say that he has been a little bit quiet so far this year. I think he's got a really good chance of taking the fight here to Stats.
Yeah, I would say that we kind of talked about this a little bit before the break, and you alluded to it now. Bunny's always been an ultra aggressive player and does some moves that you look at and you're like, on the surface, they can kind of be head scratching, but his execution when he's on is so clean and so sharp that it can sometimes carry him through some of these more wild plays. And I remember him standing out to me as one of the better macro players, actually, 4 or 5 years ago, where I remember him getting knocked down to like 30 SEVs and being like, oh, Protoss is on 65 probes. This game is over. And then Bunny would just like keep building units. And it's like, okay, well, you have to attack right now. You're on 30 SEVs. You can't fight this out. And he would just keep macroing cleanly, and the supplies stayed the same. And then this would happen like over and over again. And I was like, no other Terran is doing this right now. Now it's become kind of the norm where, with good muling, good production cycles, you're able to do that. But I remember thinking that Bunny was kind of a bit of a maverick for having such clean Terran macro early on. And it's interesting to see that, like you said, he's been a little bit quieter, but still can bring the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about Bunny's TVP in terms of macro, yeah, he walked for a long time this very fine line where if you SCV a little bit too hard, you're not going to have really the bio ball grow at the pace that you need to keep up with Protoss. And a lot of these mid-game armies, especially with somebody who has such good control as Bunny and such chaotic army movement, just him having enough pieces on the board in terms of army, if he's cutting SCVs like that and, maybe weakening the rest of his macro, not really playing for the late game, he's the kind of guy that can find damage to equalize instead of just trying to really build that worker count back up. And yeah, it is impressive how when he gets into those dire situations, he's not afraid to cut SCVs. And as you said, just completely focus on honing in on the macro of the army and using that to equalize. And Steadfast, I think we're getting ready to go into our first game between Bunny and Stats.
Yes, I think we are, and I am ready for it. This one could, by all accounts, be the qualifying match, but they managed to find each other in the first round. So this is a big one. and I am just ready for it. I don't want to wait any longer. We're going to have a very exciting matchup between these two. It's just really interesting that it's the best of 3 is where they first meet.
Yeah, it is going to be a best of 3 between these two. And that's kind of crazy because just as you said, Bunny versus Stats, I could see this being the qualifying match no matter what. I could see both of them qualifying for EWC, even despite the fact that they're playing here in the first round against each other. But yeah, coming into this one, man, I cannot wait to see how Bunny is going to fare in TVP against Stats, because the fact that he has been playing so well in TVP recently, just to qualify here for the closed qualifier against the Stats, whose PVT has been looking so solid recently, especially with some of these really fast high-tech plays like carrier rushes that it felt like only really Maru was able to solve quickly in the GSL. It's going to be cool to see these interesting styles clash, where Stats is just this absolute paragon of defensive macro Protoss play, and Bunny is this agent of chaos who's just going to try and start fires all over the map.
Yeah, it really is the ultimate in aggression versus defense, and that makes for an exciting matchup between the two of them. One thing that's very cool is, I know going into DreamHack Dallas, players were, or just in general, everyone was hyping up Stats' PVT. Like, people were saying, oh, he's been beating Maru consistently in customs, and it's been doing really well. I was watching those games, and I wasn't the most inspired I've ever been, but he did beat Clem in that tournament, and he did so with a pretty new style, which is kind of, some players are struggling to figure out a little bit. It is something we saw from Showtime, actually, versus Gumiho, and it is a mass gateway style. So you're basically, the way that it functions, I guess we'll get into that a little bit as we get into game here. We're not going to waste any time. Spawning up at the top right for Twisted Minds, it is the Red Protoss player, Stats.
And spawning in the bottom left, his opponent is gonna be Bunny. And as you were saying, Steadfast, Statsy has been mixing up his styles a little bit in PvT recently. You were talking about the mass gateway play, and I'm curious if we're gonna see something like that from him here today, because this is one of these rare situations where Stats doesn't have to worry about any other Terran player in the entire closed qualifier. So in terms of hiding builds or trying to not give away too many secrets to favor him later on in the series against some other opponent, I think we're going to see everything that he has right now come to the table. And that might lead to him doing some things that are a little bit more off the wall and not expected from a typical Stats game.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty awesome to see just in general. And that is a really great point. There's a significant advantage for the Protoss players in regards to versus the Terran, as there are so many Protoss players with so many different styles, and Bunny is going to have to go up against potentially 3, 4, maybe even replay the same Protoss players over again if he wants to try and qualify into the main event, which, by the way, we haven't talked about it yet, is a guaranteed $15,000. The way I'm looking at this is basically a $15,000 tournament with top 2 getting a minimum of that.
Yeah, it's like a $30,000 tournament that we're playing over this weekend, which is kind of insane. It shows the scale of EWC and what it means to these players. As Bunny, look at this, talking about the macro Steadfast there in the pre-show. Bunny is absolutely doing it, man. That is a really fast third command center.
That is a very greedy play here. Started out with a reactor first, just pumping out those Marines. No scouting from Bunny. Don't believe he even sent out an SCV or anything. So just a super fast third CC, and really leaning into the concept that his opponent, well, is more macro-oriented, more defensively oriented, and it's going to work out for him pretty well. Now, we do have Stats with a relatively quick sentry, so he's going to be able to get a scout on that, but I don't think he's going to be able to necessarily easily punish this. Will he elect to go for maybe like a 4-gate Blink Stalker? In response, it's technically a possibility. Wow, that is a super fast +1 weapons as well. Bunny is kind of playing off the wall.
Yeah, Bunny is going full greed right now this opening. That is 3 CC into +1 infantry weapons. I think, well, he has 1 barracks right now. Maybe the second one is added into the main base. It's just absolutely crazy. Yeah, 2 racks opening here for Bunny. And Stats is going to get a very early scout off with this hallucinated Phoenix coming in. And I am curious, as you said, Steadfast, is this going to be Stats pulling the trigger after getting this scout off, or is he instead just going to lean into the macro game? Oh, he's going to see the engineering bait too, isn't he? Oh, he barely doesn't glimpse it. Okay, Phoenix comes back down. Yeah, he has the full picture. He knows exactly how greedy Bunny's going to be, and he immediately throws down that third Nexus. So we'll see exactly how Stats is going to play this. I think from Stats' perspective, you have a couple of different options. You can either go for this third base and still lean heavily into gateway aggression. You don't even need to wait for the obs. You can go straight into Warp Prison because you have that hallucinated Phoenix also to help you get into the main base. You can kind of poke and prod at the natural expansion, building into the main base with some Stalkers as well. But it seems like he's not going to go that way. Instead, we see him throwing down a very fast Robotics Bay. Going to have Colossus Tech coming online shortly. A really fast Forge, too, to match the Rapid Engineering Bay coming out from Bunny. And for me now, I'm curious not about whether it's going to be heavy aggression here in the early game from Stats, but where he's going to develop from here. Because we have seen Stats in the past go from this Colossus play into really fast carriers. Specifically on this map, Alcyone. But I could also see him trying to find some kind of timing attack because the starport is going to be so late here for Bunny. He might not really have the Vikings or the Medivacs he needs to hold off against, say, a 2 Colossus timing attack with Thermal Lance and +1 weapons.
Wow, that's a really interesting concept, actually. The idea of trying to punish the lack of tech more so than anything. Because, yeah, like those Medivacs are going to... Well, just starport time in general is going to be a bit of a premium right now for Bunny. Stats really didn't... I'm not... He was never set up to get ultra aggressive to punish this, but I'm not the biggest fan of how this has worked out for him. Bunny, I'm a big fan of how this is working out for him. Now, this little Marine push is very strange. I think this is the first, like, bit of information Stats is... Or, pardon me, Bunny is really getting. Meanwhile, a couple of force fields dropped at the natural. Looks like Bunny tried to do a little run by there and was shoved away. So at least Stats kind of checks the first move. But this is a really bizarre little start to this series.
Yeah, I think Bunny with this move out, I actually like it quite a bit coming in like this because he didn't overextend. He tried to set up a couple of Marines to go into the natural expansion. And with +1 ground weapons, it's not too bad. But okay, wait, this might actually be an overextension. Let's see if Stats takes this engagement. Combat shields just finished on those Marines. If Stats had committed a little bit harder there, oh, that could have been devastating for Bunny. But of course, here as Protoss, you also don't really have the full picture. You don't know if more reinforcements are coming in. You don't know if Medivacs are going to be there, or there's another drop potentially heading to your natural expansion or third base. So Stats played it a little bit conservatively, but Bunny just using these small aggressive moves to try and get some scouting information and also greed check Stats, because with those Marines, had Stats been going for a really fast fourth base and delaying the Colossus tech, he absolutely could have gotten a cancel. I mean, +1 Marines with combat shields finishing up mid-fight can take the fight to these gateway units before the big splash gets out. And now Bunny is doing what Bunny does best. He is setting up for multi-pronged harassment. He has an army over here at the 3 o'clock position, getting ready to try and cancel that third. Meanwhile, these 2 Medivacs outside the natural expansion are going to try and create a little bit of a diversion here against Stats.
Yeah, so far Stats, I believe, is splitting his army quite nicely to deal with this. There is a big force on the right side. He's very much leaning into that Shield of Ire type play. Just highly defensive. Great observer placement there on the bottom right. That sees this whole army, and that's going to let him get a jump on this. We will see the force fields coming down. Used defensively, not trying to cut the army in half, just instead trying to push it away, which I... Honestly, considering what he sees and how many force fields he had available, I'm surprised he didn't go for more of a cut it in half type of play. But this is a big spot, seeing the huge rotation. That's going to allow Stats to rotate in response.
Yeah, with an observer, Stats able to spot this one coming, and Bunny's going to try and commit in, but the whole army has emerged here for Stats coming in for the natural expansion. And that arc, especially with the shield batteries in the back, is a little bit too much to deal with. And Bunny's like, okay, how did you know I was going for this move? Why didn't it get damage done? There must be an observer. And he immediately spots it out. And behind this, though, Bunny... Oh, wait. Hold on a second, Steadfast. We already have +1 air weapons getting started here for Stats. This is what I was looking to see from him on Alcyone.
Yeah, that is going to be
He is gunning for that late game.
Yeah, he is ready for this. He is ready to go into that next stage of tech. Already getting a fast Storm as well with that. Even with Ghosts available, Carrier Storm, especially attacking into a more defensively oriented Protoss on a more defensively oriented map like Alcyone, that is not an easy feat. Man, Stats Observers are really good today. They are spotting entire armies every single time. And it just feels like Bunny cannot pull the wool over Stats' eyes. Oh, these Zealots getting in just before the Planetary Fortress finishes. Going to be able to find a couple of SCVs. I actually think there's not enough bio there.
I think it's maybe barely enough with the reinforcements now coming in. Yeah, for a second I was thinking that bio could trade a little bit more effectively, but I guess the upgrades here for Stats, not that bad. It was 1-1 versus 1-1. Bunny, he did have that fast early engineering bay, but the second engineering bay a little bit late, so upgrades starting to equalize a bit here in the mid game. And Stats, I gotta say, I love the way that he is approaching this style against Bunny, an opponent who you kind of know is going to attack into you. And now we have 3 Stargate Carrier pretty soon going to be coming online. That fleet beacon getting thrown down, and Bunny, try as he might to penetrate the wall at his Stats, he hasn't really found any damage whatsoever, despite his army size kind of ballooning in terms of supply over Stats for the past couple of minutes.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to do anything with it, and as a result, Stats has gotten away with some very strong teching. He's going to have 3-2 upgrades. He's going to be able to start that +2 ship weapons basically as soon as that fleet beacon completes. The one bit of aggression Stats did manage to draw the entire army of Bunny back home, as well as grabbing a couple of SCVs. Wasn't able to get canceled on the 5th base just now, but I mean, one Zealot. Anytime that even disrupts it is already kind of a dub. And I'm just really loving the way Stats has approached this so far, and those first 3 carriers getting fired up. This is a pretty nice start for him. But Bunny, it's not like he has given up on this game by any stretch. He's got a ton of command centers coming online, and he is getting ready for that next stage as well.
Oh, he's going to attack in, and Stats actually taking a really good fight right now with these Stalkers. Yes, he will lose 1 Colossus, but the Stalkers being able to blink to the side and trade out with the Vikings, that's going to make Stats' carrier transition even more formidable here on defense. And for Bunny, it's a little bit scary. I mean, the fact that he doesn't have that high of a Viking count just yet, he is starting ship weapons, so that should assist a little bit with the attacks on the Vikings here against the Mothership and 3 carriers soon to come out. I'm not sure he can breach this position, so he's going to scan. Templar comes forward, gets the feedback off still, and a good storm. This control is pretty impeccable from Stats, man.
Yeah, he is just not leaving any holes in the army, or armor, I should say. On the top side, we will see this little Zealot run by getting intercepted by a small Bioforce. Nice, cute little hot pickup micro there from Bunny. That was fancy. That was, I see that, and nice job. I will say, despite all the -400 memes and the Mothership being a unit that a lot of people have kind of turned their nose up against, the new version of the Mothership, I have said this since its inception, is jacked. It is so strong. It is shorter cooldown for abilities. It's the double recall. The time warp is now instantaneous. Even that cloaking field, not so much against Terran, but it can come in handy. But a time warp on Vikings in a carrier versus Viking battle can completely shift who is going to win that fight. So this Mothership could be a high-impact unit. Bunny is getting into a double armory setup, so he's getting ready for this carrier transition. But you mentioned players that aren't named Maru do tend to struggle against this kind of style from Protoss.
Yeah, but Bunny is just going to try and play the full macro game. Nice micro there by Stats to blink away from that Widow Mine. And I gotta say, I give the edge to Stats just because he has been able to get to this point here as Protoss sustaining effectively no damage. Bunny has tried relentlessly to find some angle of attack, but the trades have been cost efficient here for Protoss. He's basically just been trading out Zealots. If you take away the Zealot run bys, everything has been so good here for Stats, who is now maxed out. He's coming with this huge army, 5 carriers, a ton of Templar, already pre-split, and it looks like it's his turn to finally get aggressive, but let's not forget, 21 Vikings on the field right now for Bunny. Those can make very quick work of these carriers if Stats isn't careful, and now the attack coming in from Protoss. Time warp, let's see how it gets used. The Templar all clubbed, they all get EMP. There's 2 in the back, they're gonna try and come back in. Stalkers blinking on the left side. Oh, look at that follow-up storm. So good there for Stats. Stalkers causing a lot of problems, zoning out the Vikings there on the left side. And this fight is going so well for the Protoss.
It really is. He gets himself into that pocket between the natural and the third and is able to just make so much happen. He's going to get into the natural now. He's already killed a fair amount of the, I think at least 1 or 2 extra orbital commands. Stats has had games go sideways from this position before, so I like that he's consolidating, waiting for another warp in before he goes in. High Templar coming in from the most random of angles. The Vikings are going to find some of these carriers. A blink forward into the main base is very bold. That might not be the best move right here, but he is killing pretty much every single Viking, and I think Stats is just going to take this through sheer weight of numbers at this point.
I feel like that was a pretty impeccable macro game from Stats, and we were talking about the contrast of Bunny's aggressive, chaotic style versus Stats' impenetrable defense. And that went about as picture perfect for Stats as it possibly could have. The only really cost-inefficient trades that happened the entire game were the Zealot run-bys. And what Stats lost in terms of resources with those run-bys, he gained in terms of buying himself space, in terms of slowing down the expansions and getting a little bit of economic damage done there on Bunny. And also scouting information, knowing the army position of the Terran, in addition to those observers being excellently placed there on Alcyone, carried so much momentum for him, and he was able to quickly tech into 1 Forge and then 2 Forge, fast Colossus, fast Templar. And the carrier transition, although it felt like it was a little bit late because the Storm transition came online so rapidly, the fact that we still had him max out with 5 carriers and a mothership for that attack at the peak of his economic bank was the perfect timing. I mean, that just went completely to script for Stats.
Yeah, I would say you nailed it with a lot of the way you said that. Picture perfect, on script. Like, that is the kind of game that Stats is in his comfort zone to play. And he just looked like, even with that 1 EMP landing on every High Templar, he looked so ready. And even though that was like the one thing that I would change for Stats, he still had a couple backup Templar, and those 2 Templar that were in the back were enough to keep the army of Bunny from getting on top. There honestly wasn't that much bio anyways, so the Stalkers were already doing pretty well with an upgrade lead for that fight. Just everything that could have gone well for Stats in a reasonably reasonable game went well. It just, that was what you want.
Yeah, that was one of the best macro PVTs I have seen Stats play in a long time. And considering that is Stats of all people, it's kind of crazy. It almost felt like a mismatch, even though I know that Bunny is absolutely on the level to take down Stats. He's done it recently, even coming into this qualifier. But that was just Stats on another plane of existence in terms of defense. I mean, it was just truly breathtaking how well he was able to parry every single attack that Bunny went for. And I mean, even the Templar getting EMP'd, obviously it's not ideal when you have like 6 Templars getting EMP'd once by a ghost, but it almost baited Bunny to come in with the attack. And then he had 2 more max energy Templar all the way in the back with 4 storms locked and loaded. That was just the perfect game from Stats. That is the kind of game that if you watch StarCraft 2 and you want to learn how to play PVT, you go back and you watch and you research that and you try to mimic Stats' build to the best of your ability, because that was spectacular.
Yeah, it was picturesque, truly. We are going to be getting into game number 2 here. Will Bunny be able to maybe turn things around? He did play very macro focused in game 1, but let's see if he turns on the aggression a little bit more. Regardless, going up 1-0 in the series for Twisted Minds, it is Stats.
And he wasn't able to topple the beast that is Stats in the previous game, but maybe he'll be able to change his fate on Oceanborn. Down 1-0 in the series, it is Bunny.
Yeah, that's the kind of game that, as Bunny, it feels like everything he tried got so cleanly and easily deflected. And it felt like he never was able to gain that momentum that is so important for an aggressive player like Bunny to find. That's not to say that he's not capable of winning in the late game. Absolutely, he is capable of winning in the late game. Although, you know, seeing how Stats set up, I don't think I would want to go to the late game necessarily. once again against him today. But I do feel like a lot of the Terran strength comes with that, 7-minute stim combat shields +1 bio push. And Bunny gave that up in game number 1. He instead elected to go for this very macro-oriented 3cc play. You mentioned the +1 bio timing with the stim and the combat shields finishing up later. That really didn't get much done. And if anything, ended up almost being a giant liability because, like you said, if Stats had jumped that army, there was a huge possibility that's just like maybe 10, 12 supply very early on that just ends up getting killed for almost nothing.
Yeah, so I kind of expect Bunny coming into game 2 and potentially a game number 3 with his upper bracket life on the line. Of course, this is a double elimination tournament, so if Bunny loses, he is not out. I don't think we're going to see the same extreme shift to macro from Bunny coming here against Stats. I think Stats in that first game kind of proved that he is not going to be toppled in that fashion. And so I think for here from Bunny, I'm expecting to see a lot more early aggression, maybe a little bit more skimping on the eco, and a lot more focus on trying to just catch Stats out of position once. Because Bunny, what he does best is this chaotic dropship play, and it's the kind of thing that it really only needs to work once against a greedy Protoss for it to start snowballing. If you come in with a dropship and you're able to take a really favorable trade against the Stalkers, and then Protoss has to replenish these very expensive units, which kind of delay all the other tech, delay all the expansions coming online, and aren't very good early on in straight-up fights against MMM, then I'm liking it for Bunny, but he has to find that opening here against Stats if he wants to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as build orders are concerned, Bunny has been throwing a little bit of pepper in for this. We're going to see the very quick factory before Marine, and that's allowed him to get this very early Hellion that I don't think Stats was expecting. Oh, can he get these 2 probes? Oh, that was the dream setup where the probes stacked up right on the minerals just at the max range of the Hellion. That's one of those moments where you're like, God hates me. Just a little bit as Stats. Yeah, that's a feels bad, man, because those Hellions, that Hellion got every single shot perfect.
Yeah, that was pretty sick there from Bunny. That's basically ideal. Ooh, the Hallucinated Phoenix barely missed the Widowmine drop coming in, so Stats should know there's a medevac on the field probably after seeing the building set up, but he doesn't know exactly which angle it's going to come from. He might not know exactly what the unit set is here for Bunny coming into this dropship play. Is that low HP Phoenix still miraculously being able to get the full scout off? Stats has been so meticulous with that control, and now these 2 Widowmines coming in, what can they get done here in the natural expansion of Stats? We have 2 Stalkers and a Sentry waiting in the wings, but that is not enough DPS to defuse these Widowmines before they pop.
Oh, well, 3 probe kills is pretty nice. Ooh, but you got to get that medevac out of there. That was very close, actually. Surprisingly close, considering how quickly he got the pickup. He does get out of there, but he can't keep this there anymore. He has to send it back home and repair. Still, obviously, getting the save is good, and this is a pretty decent start for Bunny. Oh,
yeah,
this is kind of cute.
This move.
I like this actually a fair bit. I wouldn't expect the Widowmines to be hidden on the map at this point, so there is potential that he could find this, but it looks like the Observer is instead going to maybe find one of those Widowmines. Nope, never mind. He was just looking for like the, if you're chasing me right this instant, I'll get the kill maybe on something. Behind us though, Bunny once again with a fast 3rd CC. Wow.
Yeah, 3rd CC, but not nearly as greedy as it was the previous game. It does have some parallels in terms of the very fast 1 engineering bay as opposed to 2 engineering bay. And there is still 3 CC coming out here for Bunny, but let's not forget that up until this point, he's already gotten 5 probe kills. I don't think he got anywhere near that amount in game number 1 against Stats at any moment. So he's already slowing down the macro machine that is Stats.
Yeah, I don't think he got 5 probe kills in the entire game. Like all
I don't
of
think
game
he
1.
did. I would love to go back and see how many probes went down. I wouldn't be surprised if it was nil. I mean, the defense was just so on point there for Stats. But for Bunny to be able to go into this later 3rd command center, but you levied some pressure on the Protoss player. You got 2 kills with a Hellion. You got 3 more kills with a Widowmines. Everything except the Hellion escaped with their lives. It's some pretty nice play coming in from Bunny. And this is the kind of momentum building move that can be so good here for Terran, especially with this medevac sneakily working its way in right before that pylon finishes. So Stats might not be looking here in the main base. He might not be anticipating this dropship to come back in.
Man, I'm just
I
looking
love
at
how Bunny's also being patient.
I'm looking at Bunny's build setup. This is such a strong... You talked about looking at Protoss benchmarks and looking at how Protoss players set up. This is an amazing setup from Bunny right now. He's got that third command center done. His SCV count is great, and he finished his stim combat shields and +1 weapons at like 625. And now he's coming into the main base with this double drop. He spotted where the pylon was and circumvented that. Very cute little move from Bunny, using the original double Widowmine drop as a scout. And this is a very unexpected move to go in with the double mine drop and then follow it up with the actual real drop. This is going to catch Stats off guard, and now we got another drop coming into the natural. What a great little maneuver from Bunny.
And that's going to force a recall here in the main base. And meanwhile, a double drop happening in the natural expansion. This is where Bunny shines the most. Now, Overcharge is going to pop here, but Widowmine's already taking down 2 of the Stalkers here in the natural. The main base with the recall, it seems like Stats was able to get a pretty good trade. He did lose a lot of the gateway units, but at least the Colossus will survive. And again, behind this, Bunny, he's trading out his army cost effectively. Look at the army supplies. It is still basically double here for Bunny versus Stats. Yeah, he didn't get that much economic damage done, but this is not the stage in the game where Protoss wants to be replenishing their gateway units count. Look at the resources lost. It's 3K to 2K here in the favor of Bunny. And this can very quickly snowball if Stats isn't completely on point with a follow-up defense. Oh, even these Zealots getting caught out here outside the natural expansion. This is just such a heartbreaker here for Stats. I mean, he has to sacrifice a lot of his growth in terms of taking the 4th base, in terms of getting a 2nd forge, in terms of going up into Templar tech or carriers, if he wants to try and survive. And so he's going to lean into the tech, but Bunny, he's coming with the aggression. Is Stats a little bit too greedy? That Colossus barely surviving here at the 3rd. I cannot believe that survived.
I was so certain that was going to go down, but the shield battery came in from the backfield. Battery overcharged just in time. The Coco battery keeping the Colossus alive. And again, finally it goes down. But that did... Well, actually, it's not going to even matter. There's just so much stuff here for Bunny. It's a nice storyline looking at the little Colossus that could, but it's not going to be enough. And that was just a fantastic game out of Bunny. I talked about the macro of Bunny going into it, but the setup was so clean. And that idea to open up with the mine drop into the main and then follow it up with the double medevac drop was such a genius maneuver. No one plays that way. And it makes preparing for kinds of... for players in general just so difficult, and it makes you so unpredictable. Really, really love the maneuver from Bunny.
Yeah. Bunny is the best in the business at making crazy dropship plays work. And I can't think of the last time that I saw that specific kind of move where you go in, you know that there's going to be a spotter pylon on the main base, and so you want to bait Stats and warping in 2 or 3 Stalkers just to diffuse the situation. And then you come into the natural expansion at the same time. So Stats, he got pulled apart there. And yeah, he did clean up the gateway or the units in the main base, but they were able to trade efficiently enough because, again, for Protoss at that stage in the game, you do not want to lose your Stalkers. You do not want to lose your Zealots. You want to snowball up until the point where you can take a fight with a bio head on. Anytime that you get slowed down in terms of your army composition, taking a bad trade, 1K resource advantage in terms of unit loss going to Bunny after that dropship play is enough for him to just carry the momentum all the way through to a killing move. I feel like for Stats, even if he doesn't go for the Templar tech behind it, even if he doesn't start the 2nd forge, I am not sure there's a world he is able to stabilize against a player as good as Bunny, because Bunny is not going to lose from that position. That was basically a game-winning move dropping into the main base. And this is why Bunny is such a hard opponent to play against in these kind of situations, is he is just an agent of chaos. I know I've said it like 2 or 3 times already, but he is so good at creating these absolutely insane situations that are so hard to predict and also control. And Stats, he's one of the best defensive Protoss players in the world, especially in terms of thinking on his feet. But that did not go his way whatsoever. And just, I mean, the artful way that Bunny was able to thread the needle of the 2 spotter pylons, one in the 3rd base and one where the 4th nexus would be, after spotting that early on, was just so brilliant. Because Stats, there is no way he is expecting a double medevac drop there by the main base in the corner again. I mean, Bunny absolutely bringing the heat there in game number 2 and tying things up. Let's see if Stats can bring it back here. Spawning in the top left, the red Protoss, one map went away from advancing to the next round. It is Stats.
And his opponent with some clean execution and a really clever game plan in that game number 2 for Team Falcons. He's looking to punch his ticket to the next round. It is Bunny.
And I really want to see Bunny come up with another kind of play like that one here in game number 3, because as Bunny, this is kind of his MO generally in TVP. I love the fact that he kind of played a little bit off his own meta in game number 1, just trying to go into that macro game there and just see how that fares against Stats. And maybe it was a little bit of a lesson learned, but the fact that he was able to adapt in game number 2, still play with some greed. He still had a fast third command center. He still had a fast engineering bay, but he did it behind the tech. Meant so much for him. He got those 2 probes in the main base with the Hellion. He got 3 probes in the natural expansion with the Widow Mines. And all of these snowballing moves here for Bunny, this is how you see him take down the best Protoss players in the world in ways that a lot of fans might see as upsets. But it's just because Bunny, when he is able to get the momentum going like that, he is just so difficult to stop. And here on Site Delta, looking at this map architecture, I feel like it's going to be one of the tougher maps, maybe even the hardest map in this series for Stats, to be able to deal with that kind of aggression. Because if you want to go for the same spotter pylon play, you're going to be spread a lot more thin. It's not like Oceanborn, where moving into the 4th expansion, it's easy to secure that position. And there's a lot of different angles of attacks too that Bunny can come from, and he is so good at abusing those angles and finding these small windows that no one really expects. I am just so keen on seeing this mid-game develop, because just watching these styles clash is one of the best parts of watching StarCraft 2 for me, is when you have somebody who is so good on the defense like Stats, and then Bunny, who absolutely showcased these crazy tactics in game number 2 in terms of getting the momentum going. I want to see if Bunny goes for a similar move.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that as well, because there's so much you can do with different kinds of plays, and there's so many ways to do the same thing and just find different ways of going for, you know, XYZ. One thing I did want to mention on Site Delta that it looks like is not going to come up at all is that when you have that little alley in the kind of by the pocket third base, there is this position where you can potentially do a, you know, maybe a siege tank push, maybe a Widowmine kind of anchors the position, bunch of Marines, a medevac, a Liberator kind of tries to lock that down, but we're not going to see something like that. Instead, we are seeing Bunny opening up with 3 Hellion Marine medevac, and this one is another situation where there's a few different options of how you can do that. You can either push with everything at the front, you can push at the front, drop the Hellions behind, or you can push, drop the Hellions into the main, and then send the medevac at the front and try and boost the Marines around. There's so many different options to go with this, and it makes it very difficult for Protoss to defend this. We don't have a shield battery at the front. Stats did make shield batteries early in the first 2 games, and especially game 2, it didn't yield any benefit for him. So not having a shield battery here at the front could actually end up being a problem, but it looks like Bunny is going to circumvent and go into the main.
Yeah, he's going into the main base. There are 2 stalkers waiting, but we'll see how hard Bunny's going to commit. In fact, he is just going to keep the drop coming in, and that's going to open up the window for these 3 Hellions to run into the natural expansion. Force field not coming in just yet. Oh, a nice Stalker warp in! Basically acting as a force field here to catch those 2 Hellions. And the main base, though, the Marines, let's see what damage they're able to get done now, working their way into the mineral line, pairing up with the Hellion, trying to get some splash damage. 4 or 5 probes already going down. This is not a bad trade for Bunny still. Yes, he did lose a lot of army, whereas in game number 2, he didn't. But the medevac should survive. It should be able to escape here on the top side. And he was able to kill 2 stalkers and 7 probes in this very fragile moment in the Protoss economy. So again, Bunny just finding these angles where Stats made a great play in the natural expansion, blocking those 3 Hellions. But the drop in the main base, I mean, just the Hellions or just the Marines, if one of those gets the damage done, it's basically mission accomplished there for Bunny. And oh my goodness, Stats, are you going to catch this medevac? He is so close to catching this Steadfast.
He is so close, and he's going to have that blink available, but it looks like Bunny is going to take a good enough route. Now, Stats parks his way on the right side. He will almost certainly get that, unless... Okay, Bunny is just putting it right in the top right. So that is going to be able to escape, at least for the moment. I do wonder if pulling probes into fight at the very end was the right call for stats. Because I think with the units coming up from the natural, he had enough to fight the medevac with how much damage it had taken. It's obviously, you know, it's the moment has passed and it's not necessarily the best to dwell on it. But I don't know. What do you think about that? I personally think I would have liked to have seen him pull the probes to the right side and try and avoid having them getting hit.
It's hard to make the call because if you pull the probes to the right, the Marines and the Hellions are just going to stutter step to the right and they're going to be getting more damage done anyway. So, I mean, maybe some more of them escape, but also if you pull the probes the way that Stats did, then there is a chance that you're able to just get enough extra DPS with the probes.
Yeah, that you take like no
overall,
bosses at all.
and it's less mining time. So,
yeah.
I think you might be right. It might have been, in theory, a little bit better for him to pull up, but I think both moves have their pros and their cons. It just didn't really work out there for Stats. And now, Bunny, you were hinting at the potential for a siege tank push coming in. His build is kind of converging after that economic damage to now come in with this push here against Stats. Stats is going to have charge ready. He's warping in cannons and shield batteries in the third base to try and buy himself some extra time for his gateways to come online to go for the hold, but that's a pretty mighty force coming in here from Bunny. Do we have interference matrix, by the way? Can we check that?
No way. Yeah.
No
way.
interference matrix.
He does have the anti-armor missile, which could be quite powerful. And this is looking like a scary timing. I do like the addition of a cannon, but the tank's going to take it down pretty quickly. And with no extended thermal lance just yet, it will be completing in a moment. I don't know. Bunny is the king of these set piece pushes, and this is looking very scary.
I think Stats might be able to hold, though. Charge is finishing up. He's waiting for +1 ground weapons to finish, and he's being very patient with this attack.
He's lost 2 or 3
It's basically all going to come down to this attack. There's another armor strike missile coming down. Catches the entire Protoss army. We have 3, maybe 4 force fields available right here for Stats. That Nexus is getting dangerously low on HP. He wants to wait for +1 ground weapons. Will he let it fall? Yeah, he doesn't want to take the fight just yet. Some really big, patient moves coming out from Stats. He just knows how critical it is that he wins this fight. He's re-expanding to the 9 o'clock position. And this is such a deadly angle.
I think Bunny could just go home and be very happy with what he's done, but his position is so strong that he doesn't need to, per se. This just feels so precarious for Stats. I'm actually really surprised that Stats is sitting here.
Oh my god.
But I guess he doesn't want to let siege tanks siege up on the main. We're still seeing siege tanks being produced. This is such a strong position at this point for Bunny.
We have 5 siege tanks outside the third base right now. There's more in production. I think we're going to go up to like 7 siege tanks here in a moment.
Oh god, Stats has to get out of here. He's just getting shelled for nothing.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Stats to be in, because also you don't want to let Bunny work his way into that little cove between the natural and the third base, but
he's just getting like pinned into a corner. The longer he waits, the worse this seems to be getting at this point. Hey, he's gonna go for it now, but there's no chance.
Another armor shredding missile popping on those Colossi, but the Celts get absolutely melted there in the front line, and Bunny is going to coast his way to a Game 3 win. He drops Game number 1 against the macro of Stats, but in Game 2 and Game 3, with some really cool plays, he's able to advance into the next round, and that was Bunny playing some pretty impeccable TVP.
Yeah.
Those moves in Game 2 and Game 3, holy crap.
That was a grabbing the bull by the horns type of Game 2 and 3 out of Bunny. He was like, okay, we played the defensive macro game. You won that one. Now I'm going to play my game, and you are not going to be able to deal with it. And Bunny just looked so strong right there. I'm starting to feel really confident in your pick for Bunny to make it through, because if he plays his game, he is going to be very difficult to deal with. I don't know what else to say. That was a devastatingly powerful push, especially in Game 3.
I mean, it was looking so good for his Stats there in Game number 1. His macro play was fantastic, but just the fact that Bunny was able to come back was positively incredible, steadfast.
Yeah, it certainly was. He looked really great. We are going to go to a little break before the next series. Next series will be a Laser versus Showtime. That'll be another best of 3 on the European server, so don't go anywhere. This is the EWC closed qualifier. I'm Steadfast, this is State, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We have one series under our belts. Bunny displaying his trademark aggression, able to take down stats after stats, put up one of the best macro games you can see out of Protoss just in general. So both players showcasing their strengths, but it is Bunny who takes down the series 2-1, moves on to the, I guess, upper bracket semifinals. And now we're going to see who he is up against as we got that handy-dandy bracket. Look at that, getting updated during the break. That's the power of a production team. I guarantee you when I'm doing production, this doesn't happen. What do you have
transition too?
Yeah, that was quite nice. A laser Showtime, going to be our next match.
Yeah, Elaser versus Showtime. Now, Showtime in the EU qualifier actually 3-0'd Elaser in the qualifying match to make it here to the closed quali. So for Elaser, it's a little bit of a tough draw coming into this one because CVP, a lot of the Europeans, if your name isn't Cyril, you're usually struggling in this matchup quite a bit right now, as I hear no end of it from Sort of and Scarlet when I talk to them. But to go up against that matchup where the European Zergs are struggling a little bit against Protoss, and then it to also be the person who 3-0'd you in the qualifying match very recently, it's going to be tough here for a laser, especially we were talking about this in the pre-show. You said that Showtime looks absolutely locked in steadfast.
He really does. And I've been a big Showtime believer for a long time. And I actually told him not too long ago when we were in person, I told him he is going to win a tournament soon. And he was like, nah, I don't think that's going to happen. And I was like, no, you're going to, you're too good. I know you've had some like down periods where you haven't been necessarily top of the world. And then, I don't want to say I'm a prophet. Obviously it didn't happen, but he was so close to winning at Home Story Cup. And yes, we didn't have Cyril there. Yes, we didn't have Raynor. We didn't have a lot of necessarily the absolute top tier players, but it was a stacked tournament. And that series he played versus Gumiho, he looked really, really strong. And extending on the point you made about a laser versus Showtime, his PVZ looks rock solid these days. The early games versus a laser, one of the games he got 7 drone kills with his first 2 adepts. Another game he got, I think, 9 drone kills between the first 2 adepts and the first Oracle before like the 4 or 4.5 minute mark, which actually, to be fair, that is a big difference, 4 versus 4.5 minutes because of how snowball Zerg economy works. But it was Showtime looking immaculate from start to finish in those games. And I am just very excited to see what he can do in this bracket. And for a laser's part, this is, like you said, this is a tough draw.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if a laser can go up against one of the best PvZ players in all of Europe here, as I think our game is getting ready to get started, excuse me. And for Showtime, you're absolutely right. When he is on point, he has some of the cleanest Protoss play you've ever seen, especially if you watch him play from a first-person perspective. I mean, everything just looks to run completely perfectly in his PvZ. Sometimes he does get derailed a little bit, but I don't know if that's going to be the case today. He's been looking really good, Steadfast.
Yes, he has. And I will say, even for a seasoned veteran, though, the difference between, the open qualifier where you're playing a bunch of players and a preparation-based tournament, even though this is only they only had maybe, 12 hours where they knew what the brackets were, it can be a bit of a difference in mindset here, but let's see what happens because we've got spawning up in the top left for Berlin International Gaming. It is the best posture Protoss player in the world, Showtime.
I've never actually seen his posture. That's so funny. All right, spawning in the bottom right, representing Team Liquid, looking to get revenge from his previous best of 5 against Showtime. It is Elaser. So wait a second, Steadfast. Go back to what you were saying about posture.
I mean, that's kind of the meme for Showtime is that his posture is just ridiculously good. If you ever watch him first-person view, either in person or at on his stream, he always has a perfectly positioned body. He works out a lot, so he's in really great shape. He's just a handsome guy in general, so he's just got he checks all the boxes. What can I say? But yeah, he is a player who really is methodical about his process. And it kind of funny because the perfect posture matches his play style of like, I look to do everything correctly and immaculately.
Oh, no, a laser. Ooh,
Oh.
he double-clicked his drones,
Oh.
and then he was trying to stack them. That's,
Oh, that is not how you want to start a best of 3.
Yeah, it doesn't, it's not that big of a deal in the end, but mentally it might be here
Mentally,
for a laser.
it's a
Oh, look
huge
at-
deal.
Okay.
All right,
Oh,
let's
that
just
is
go to the
crazy.
next series. It's all over. That's oh man, that
This
one
could
actually
be-
that hurts so much.
Yeah, that is gonna hurt. Especially you were talking about heading into this one that Showtime got what you said 7 drones with the first 2 adepts.
Yep.
That basically never happens at pro level PvZ.
No.
Something has to go really wrong for the Zerg to get out positioned like that. And for a laser who, as you said, has already been really struggling early on in ZVP versus Showtime to have anything go against you in terms of momentum early like this, it is it is not a good feeling here for Zerg. Beyond
No.
any doubt. So that first adept about to pop out now. Stargate also getting thrown down by Showtime. A second chrono coming in for the adept, so he's looking to try and repeat some of this damage.
Yeah, and I mean, oh, look at these sneaky links. Showtime.
Wow.
How did he know they were there?
He's
that is
inside his
nuts.
head.
Yeah, that is actually. Yeah, at that point you're like, okay, can we get a pause? I'd like to get a CAT scan, please. There's a Showtime in my brain.
Oh, that was just absurd.
I've never.
I mean, that's basically
I
a
didn't even
drone
know that
kill.
that was like a tactic you could do. And Showtime, that might have been his first time seeing it, and it actually just got found. Like that was bonkers.
Yeah,
I
that was
wonder if
really
he-
crazy.
Would he have seen it from the high ground with the probe?
No, I don't think so. I think he just checked.
He just
I think he
checked.
literally just checked. And he's going to come into the main base now. Oh, no. That's some pretty good positioning here on these
Yeah.
adapts. Only 3 Zerglings able to attack the one on the bottom side. And so 4 more drones going to go down. If you pair that up with the 2 lings killed, it's basically 5 drones down already because Laser had to replace those lings to basically stay safe against the follow-up adept attack.
And
And
he even overmade Lings here, so this is more damage. Like if you look at the worker count, he needs to get this canceled. And okay, it was the cancel. Oh, for a second I didn't see the plus 300, and I was like, oh my god, he actually killed it. But even with
That was
this,
so
look at the worker
close.
count. This is still such a good start for Showtime right now. This is an amazing start, and Laser's really, he's hurting right now.
yeah, those 100 minerals lost in the cancel is nothing compared to the amount of income lost by a laser to go for that amount of
Yes,
lings
exactly.
to try and get the cancel in the first place.
If he
He
got
was
the
maybe
kill,
hoping that, yeah, then it works. But oh, that was so close to actually getting the kill. And now these oracles are going to come in. No spore crawler in the natural expansion, but there are 3 queens. So Showtime should see that and then quickly retreat. Indeed, he does. Oh, another oracle. All right, 3 in total on the map.
yeah, this is pretty stock standard. The 3 oracle play. Showtime does
Yeah.
have a little bit of a wrinkle with his setup where he'll add extra adepts and go for like a 4 to 5 adept pressure, kind of in the mid game.
Oh, does he?
Yeah,
there
yeah.
it is. Yeah, Hero does pretty much the same thing. This is actually catching on, or it might. I don't know if it's the European scene following the Korean scene or the Koreans following the Europeans, but yeah, this is something that we see a lot in Korean PvZ these days as well because it just forces more lings out of your opponent. The adepts are always protected by the oracles, and even if the Zerg can't actually, even if you can't get damage done with these adepts, just the fact that you're forcing lings out of your opponent is enough damage being done indirectly that
Yes.
it is worth it to go for this move.
Yeah, and it also gives you the benefit of, as we saw there, picking off some of those creep tumors. Showtime going to be maneuvering through here with these oracles. Oh, I do like the split off there. Will he be able to find anything? Good defense from a laser this time.
Ooh.
Very good queen
Yeah, that
positioning.
was-
Great drone pull. Okay, that was a nice little defense from a laser. Showtime for his part is going to go for a very quick Templar Archives. I know that you're a high-level Protoss player, State. Have you messed around with this Classic opening? The one that Classic kind of pioneered at the EWC last year in the three base Blink +1 into Storm.
I haven't played with it too much. A lot of my PvZ I take off of the coaching of Scarlet, and she's a big fan of Immortals, and so I play a little bit more Immortal heavy heading into the Archons and the Templar. But
it's funny
see
that
how
you
this
say
one
she's a
plays
big
out.
fan of Immortals, because I feel like that's she's a big fan
Anti-fan,
of using
maybe.
the Immortals, but not so much against them. Oh, there's a lot of Lings right here. Stasis Ward is still available behind this. Oracles, they're going to be able to cover this, and honestly, the Adepts, they're very expendable for Showtime. That's not too big of a deal, as long as he saves the Stalkers.
I actually feel like a Laser might have been able to commit there with the Lings, because those Oracles were so low on energy after the initial harassment. Like 125, 150 energy was spent when Showtime went on that kind of goose chase in the main base, or the natural, and then the third, and then the main base there of a Laser, not really getting any damage done. But still, not too bad of a trade here for a Laser. He's been tightening up a little bit here in the mid game, and now he is really starting to put the pedal to the floor in terms of aggression.
Yeah, this is going to be a very aggressive German taxi type play. Although, actually, no, it is going to be the German Autobahn with a couple of drops on the side. Where is that second Dropper Lord? We got 3 Dropper Lords. No, wait. Okay, did he cancel one of them? Yeah. Okay. So it's going to be Lings dropping in the natural, Lings dropping in the main, and a push at the front. This is going to be so difficult to defend. Storm, do we have any High Templar available? That will obviously do very well against the Lings. And there are 3 High Templars somewhere. Do we have any static
they're all at
defense
the
in
third
natural?
base.
No
static defense here, the natural expansion. Oh, this is a pretty good angle here for Showtime, though. That Archon not getting a lot of surface area in terms of Ling damage on it, and actually really dealing the damage with the splash. And now Laser's going to attack in here, but I don't know if this is a position you could breach. The Storm is huge!
Oh, my.
Oh, the Storms are fantastic, and with the Photon Cannons also backing this up. Some pretty good defense so far by Showtime, man.
Yeah, this is a
great
great
still
defense.
are Lings in the main.
Oracle's got to be careful about not going too far forward. He does pull those back. This is looking amazing for Showtime right now, and I think a Laser... this is not worked by any stretch.
Oh man, the Biles coming in are going to be able to defuse one more of these Photon Cannons. And Stalker's going to try and trade as efficiently as they possibly can. I think we're still waiting on Overcharge to come back off of cooldown here. And that's just it. The Laser is going to tap out. Showtime with the clutch defense off of a really strong early game. I mean, that just went so well for him defending at the third base. Those Storms were huge. I do not think a Laser was expecting Storm to be done that quick. With all 3 High Templar at the third base as well. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, that was brilliant out of Showtime right there. He got the warp in at the natural, was able to avoid taking damage there. The attack at the third looked like it didn't have much chance of doing anything realistically with how good Showtime's defensive setup was. And the crazy thing is, he had a finished fourth base with that, with static defense there. The only thing I will say is that a Laser didn't have the Ling drop in the main queued up with this. If that had come in while the Ling drop's going into the natural, while the attack is going in at the front, that could have gone a lot better for him. I don't know that it would have worked because Showtime's defensive setup, I mean, we call him D-Mauer, the wall, for a reason. He really lived up to his name. But I will say we didn't see that attack at its full power necessarily. Very cool build, very cool setup. But yeah, Showtime, that was pretty much all Showtime in that game.
Yeah, the early game just went so well for him. So much damage done by those first 2 Adepts. And even though he wasn't really able to get much follow-up damage accomplished with the Oracles, he spent a lot of energy and only caught, I think, 1 drone in the natural expansion. He was still just riding the momentum from that early game, and with such fast Storm, that seemed like it was basically the perfect setup coming into the third base with 3 Storms available, all those Photon Cannons set up. Great job of Showtime identifying the situation and just setting up the wall right there, as you said. As we'll see if he can carry that momentum here in game number 2. Leading the series 1-0, it is Showtime.
And his opponent, can he turn it around? He'll need to tidy up his early game to do so. Spawning down on the bottom left for Team Liquid, it is a Laser in the blue. Yeah, this just feels like a continuation, to be honest, of their previous series, where Showtime looked... He had great early games, and he just looked rock solid all the way through. There was a couple of things that Showtime did there as well. He didn't start +2 weapons focusing entirely on defending the attack. He recognized how all in that was from a laser and appropriately responded by, you know, putting everything into the defense. And obviously when you have such a good start, that's already a great, it's going to make any all in from the Zerg, you know, that much weaker. But Showtime just did pretty much everything right from a strategic perspective after that start. And a laser, that is right from having the drones all kind of misrally. That was a game to forget for a laser.
It hurts. ZVP, especially if we talk to a lot of the high-level Zerg players in Europe or in the Americas, it comes so much down to the early game. I think sort of actually has a rule for his ZVP. I call it the Ricky rule. Have you heard of this? If you lose 5 drones in the early game, just go next. Quit and go next. Obviously, that's not going to be the situation in a tournament match, but ZVP is so momentum-based. It might be the most momentum-based matchup in StarCraft 2's current meta, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
I mean, TVP can kind of go that way, the same way that we saw between Bunny and Stats, where if like the early aggression for Terran really starts to pile on, then it's very difficult for Protoss to stabilize. But it is almost the same story in PvZ, where if the Zerg is completely on point with defense, they usually have a very strong mid game. If Protoss is able to get the amount of damage done that we saw Showtime do in game number 1, which was basically, what, 5 drones worth of damage with the first 2 adepts, then Protoss is going to be really happy. It takes a lot of the power out of the timing pushes that Zerg can kind of throw at you in the mid game, like that. The Autobahn, as you called it, although I will say the Queens definitely do have a speed limit even on creep.
Oh, I like that. It's more of like the German Autobahn is there, but yeah, the Queens have the limiter, and they're not allowed to go over 90 kilometers an hour. But I would actually go so far as to say, in terms of how much a laser's economy was slowed down, it's even more than 5 drones, because he built, like, I think he went up to 14 or 16 lings, which is way more than you normally build, especially since he also lost those 2 lings, which you did factor in with the 5 drones, but, or the 5th drone, I should say. But like, that's a big deal. And he was 28 drones to 38 probes for like a decent bit of time. A laser's economy really, really started out on a hobbled position, and hopefully he's going to be able to ratchet that up in game number 2. This time, Showtime did not elect to go for the hatch block. He did not elect to send the adepts across the map. So already this is a better start for a laser than game 1.
Yeah, it's a much more even game so far. We'll have to see how good the Oracle control is going to be from Showtime, but I'm expecting a little bit more of a quiet match, at least heading into the mid game, with both players really setting up here for the macro. The first Oracle gets spotted. A laser, I have to give him credit, both in game number 1 and game number 2, some really good catches on the Oracles. This Oracle just already losing all of its shields means you want to wait for at least some of those to recharge before going back in and trying to find an angle.
This is really interesting out of Showtime right here. He's gone Robo first. Okay, he is going to add the Forge, and we'll probably see a Twilight Council behind this. But for a moment, I was wondering if we were going to see him just do like a build that I think Classic busted out against Scarlet like 2 years ago. I know Firefly did it against Cyril in WTL. Ooh. And it's basically pure gateway. Great positioning on the shade forward here out of Showtime. Drone pull is going to be rather quick, so it's only going to be 2 drones to go down, and the Queen positioning in the main base is fantastic as well. A laser, okay, he has ratcheted it up his defense and then some for this game number 2.
Yeah, I actually like that a lot for a laser. Showtime was going for this play to try and catch Zerg out of position with those adepts so that the Oracles can find some angle to get more damage done. A laser did not take the bait. He kept the Queens in the main base. He recognized this isn't a big attack. It's just going to be a little bit of pressure on the third, and as a result, he cleans up those adepts, and it wasn't too much damage really done. I think, what, 2 probes, or 2 drones, excuse me, in total going down there for Zerg. And yeah, I know that adepts do drop off in terms of how much damage they can get done in the mid game, but I'm liking this early game so far for a laser. But one thing that is concerning for me is how low his worker count is still, because Showtime, it seems like back at home, has been very adamant about chrono boosting out the probes. He still has a worker lead, despite really not getting too much done on a laser side of the map.
Well, and something else that I'm concerned about is the fact that a laser, traditionally speaking, he is a very greedy player when he gets a good start in the early game. Oracles. Oh, nice job right there. Grabs 2 more drones. That transfuse on the drone was cute. Does a laser have a Roach Warren? He will
No, he
go
doesn't.
Hydraling Bane. He will go straight up for that. And against a big Charge Lot Archon push, if he goes straight into Hydras, I don't know, that can be real difficult to deal with. And it looks like Showtime is angling towards that. A laser even setting up towards a Hive with the Infestation Pit on the way. Now, if you have a good enough early game, you can sometimes get away with this. And seeing the Stalkers at the third base will be a little bit of a confusing thing right here for a laser. Battery Overcharge is going to get forced. This is weird to see no Stalkers warped in there if it's Blink.
He
I wonder if
should
that's gonna be
know
enough
from
to-
that it's charge.
Yeah, I wonder if that's enough to raise the alarm bells, but it doesn't look like it for now. He's still droning, and Showtime is going to commit very hard on this Charge Lot Archon setup. Oh, man, a laser is going crazy with the greed. Hive and 10 more drones.
Yeah, it's going to be high-tech lurkers coming in, but I don't know if a laser can actually survive until that point. It's going to be so far off to get these actual
he's gonna lose
high-tech
these
upgrades done for the
overlords.
lurkers, and he's going to be so close to getting supply block, too. Only 1 Overlord in production. 2 more do start up, but these are +1 Zealots against +1 Lings, and +1 absolutely favors the Zealots here. They're going to 2-shot these Lings coming in, and there are no Banelings to be found. Keep in mind, Showtime has a ton of gateways back at home, so once these Zealot Warpins actually come in, if Showtime's able to muster up an army with just 2 full Warpins of Zealots, nice catch by a laser, able to at least kill some of them cost efficiently here. A laser has to be really careful not to let this snowball in the favor of the Protoss army, because 2 full Warpins of Zealots could be so bad for Zerg, but I think with that Ling catch on the warping in Zealots, he might have slowed this down enough that he can't survive with 20 more Hydras in production.
If a laser gets away with this greed, this is absolutely insane. We are going to see the Queens getting jumped upon. Transfuse is already being used up. Hydras can do well when there's enough of them, but it looks like a laser's actually bought the time and has gotten away with the greediest play that you can possibly get away with. He's got a gold base behind this. He's on 84 drones. Hive Tech is done. Lurkers are already getting their upgrades. This is truly insane that a laser was able to get away with this unchecked. And yeah, Showtime's going to have Storm. He's going to have +2 weapons. He's going to have some Immortals. But this needed to do so much more than the nothing that it did.
Yeah, this was a fantastic defense by a laser. He was able to slow down Showtime enough that the push hit the moment where the Hydra count was starting to really grow rapidly. And also, I got to give credit again to a laser identifying where the Warp Prism is, coming in with the Lings and getting this round on those Zealots, because if those Zealots come in, Showtime can immediately charge them to the third base.
Yes.
There is going to be no holdup whatsoever, and the Lings will evaporate. And then you have the issue where suddenly Protoss is going to be able to get on top of those Hydras and start trading effectively, and also get on top of some of your production. So I mean, a laser just really on-point defense coming in. I love the follow-up Changeling. As soon as that one dies, he just sends another Changeling up to control that tower. A laser, he was able to navigate a mid-game with a lot of greed, and now he's in a pretty fantastic position against the Protoss, who's committing on the ground.
Yeah.
This is going to be Showtime trying to find some way to break Hive Tech lurkers, which is much easier said than done on the ground. If a laser is on point with his position, Showtime should not be able to get much done.
Yeah, and he's building a ton of spine crawlers. He actually droned up, added 10 more drones, and has gone crazy with the static defense. A laser has, so he's going to have a ton of spines at this 5th base. I believe he's got a bunch of spines maybe at the 3rd in the middle. Intercepts an Immortal. Can we get the battle report there? Make sure that... Oh, actually, hold on. We do have a push coming in. He's going to try and break through this. That is wild with the static defense setup. I guess the army wasn't there in position, but that did not work out well for Showtime, I would say. Is there any static defense on the 4th base of Showtime? Man. Lurker's going to intercept a little bit of this army. Oh, man. And all the Oracles went down, so there's no detection either in terms of the Revelation. And now we got Lurker drops. I am loving the way a laser's playing this game, too.
Yeah, and I think Showtime needs to try and find some way to survive to Stargate Tech. He needs to get carriers or something out, because a laser, I don't think it's going to get stopped. Showtime throwing down a 2nd Robo, so he's going to try and win this on the ground. Oh, with a catch on these lurkers. This might be the opening that he needs to start gaining some momentum. Revelation a little bit late, but still able to catch the majority of these lurkers. This army will get cleaned up. This is a big win for Showtime, but is it going to be enough?
That was such unfortunate positioning right there for a laser. Got caught with so many of those lurkers against the wall, and that's exactly what Showtime desperately needed. I would say with how kind of behind he is in this game, Lurker drop will come in. Good snipe on the Dropper Lord, which means that obviously that can't be ferried around. Is there detection here? Okay, he's gonna. Well, he has detection on one of those from the cannon.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there is one more Lurker. He needs a charge up that Oracle with Revelation. That Lurker's getting so much damage done on those gateway units as these Hydras come here into the 4th base. But Showtime's, it seems like he has enough confidence from this position. I think he's afraid there's more Lurkers behind this, so he's not committing. But actually, it is just those Hydras attacking the 4th. He's confident enough to go for the Stargate transition now. Fleet Beacon coming online as well as the second Stargate. Shield upgrades have begun. I'm sure +1 air weapons will be coming underway here very shortly here for Showtime, but catching those Lurkers in the middle of the map was just enough momentum for Showtime that he can basically survive the Hive-Tech Lurkers. These Lurkers have basically no support. So many of them almost getting thrown away here. Steadfast, this is crazy.
This is such a good last, I don't know, like minute and a half for Showtime. It just feels like everything has gone against a Laser here. He still has the momentum. He still has a huge advantage in this game. But Showtime is starting to get towards that carrier transition you were talking about. He's got the +1 ship weapons on the way. 3 Stargates and a Fleet Beacon are done, I believe. And this is... If you compare this to how the game was a little bit ago, it's a crazy difference. We are going to see an arc coming in from Showtime. Storms are big on top of the Lurkers. And the Immortals... Oh, no, there's no detection!
Yeah, that was the saving grace there for a Laser. I think if an Oracle cast Revelation, the game is starting to go out of hand for the Zerg, but instead, no detection. And so those Lurkers able to survive in pretty healthy amounts. That is a game-changing move.
Yes. And that's what losing those 2 Oracles earlier does to you, is Showtime has been so low on energy on that 1 Oracle. Observers are really inconsistent. I believe a Laser must have sniped an Observer with his Hydras during that fight. There's the Revelation coming on in, but now a Laser's in an amazing position. He does unburrow everything. Is there enough Archons and Immortals with the battery overcharge? There absolutely will be, and Showtime smacks the Lurkers back and is now going to rout this entire army. I think he can maybe just chase down everything.
Yeah, that was a pretty incredible concave there for Showtime, mitigating a lot of the splash damage coming in from the Lurkers as the Laser just had this huge arc. And a pure Archon Immortal with a shield battery overcharge. I know a lot of people say that Protoss needs to go to the air to deal with Hive-Tech Lurkers, but you get an engagement like that one, you actually do not need it.
No, you don't. Yeah, the Archons and Immortals will get the job done. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, now for a Laser, he's running into this issue where basically the next army that he assembles is going to be the last high-tech army that he has for a while. He has a huge mineral bank, but basically no gas left. And this is a very scary position for Zerg to be in, because if he has one more bad engagement, like the ones that have occurred over the past couple of minutes, then this game could spiral completely out of control. And I don't even know how much of a response he's going to have for the carriers. We're starting to get a good number of them on the map. I think 2 or 3 at least already on the board. Oh, just the 1. Okay, so it's not too far out of hand, and a Laser's going to try and go for the throat here, but Showtime in a good position with a Time Warp. He might be able to get the perfect arc here attacking into this position.
Yeah, he is just going to crush through this army. He does lose the 1 carrier to the Hydras, but that is a very small consolation prize for a Laser for basically his entire army, and GG will get called. Showtime had the worst start to the mid-game you can realistically have without losing your entire army, and he still made it work against a Laser. That is the kind of game that if you're a Laser, you're just like, okay, well, I would like to avoid Showtime for the rest of the bracket, please.
Yeah, he just has his number. I mean, so much of it comes down to Showtime catching the Lurkers moving through the gold base in the middle of the map. If those Lurkers are able to make their way to the 4th base unimpeded, then suddenly I feel like it's a totally different game. But that was such a momentum killer for a Laser. And then there's 1 or 2 more bad engagements after that where Showtime was able to get this magnificent arc of Immortals and Archons right on top of the Lurkers, was basically no cover for the Lurkers at all, was enough that Showtime was actually able to play that game on the ground, which is really hard to do. It's so positional.
Yeah, and the thing is, everything that a Laser was doing was setting up for that timing. So to lose so much of the power from it before he really gets to form up, like it'd be the equivalent of losing, 2 full medevacs worth of bio right before you're doing this big, I don't know, 2-2 timing, or even 3 full medevacs of bio. It's so much power lost to the push. And that really, you said it best, that really is the turning point in the game. But we are going to head to a little commercial break. That is our second series of the day under our belts. We got another PvZ coming up after this one. It's going to be Lambo versus Trigger. Don't go anywhere. This is the EWC closed qualifier. I am Steadfast. This is State. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. That is our second series of the day under our belts once again. Showtime putting on a defensive masterclass right there against a laser. You mentioned a really critical moment that I wanted you to highlight once again right after he caught those lurkers. Tell us about what you noticed out of Showtime.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the fact that Showtime was able to catch those lurkers moving through the middle of the map on their way to the fourth base was such a game-changing moment because as Protoss against Zerg, if you're against hive tech lurkers with all of their upgrades and they're able to work their way either into between the natural expansion of the third base or into the fourth base unimpeded, then it's one of these positions where it is really hard to scramble to control the situation and stay alive in the game. But Showtime, as soon as he caught those lurkers, you see him, although he was gearing up for the ground, kind of breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately throws down the fleet beacon, the second Stargate. He gains a lot more confidence in his army movement. And so for a laser, I feel a little bit bad because, I mean, that was such a good early game for him overall, but Showtime with some really fantastic army movement over the course of the entire mid game, just carrying to a victory.
Yeah, when you have a situation where a charged lot Archon attack like that, even though Showtime was getting the +2 weapons, was getting the Storm, he didn't have a quick fourth Nexus. He lost a fair number of those Zealots. And more importantly than anything, a laser had a solid early game, didn't take too much damage from the Oracle Adept pressure. But more importantly, made a crazy amount of drones and was so greedy with tech. He was at like over 90 drones. Well, like very, very early into the game. But as he lost those critical lurkers, it was, I kind of made the comparison. It was though Bunny, you know, that push he did against stats, it's like he would have lost 4 of those siege tanks with that big siege push. And it's like, if you lose those critical units, yeah, he has more lurkers, but it just takes so much of the wind out of the sails. And as a laser was kind of gearing up for this big push, he didn't transition into Spire, Greater Spire, any late game setup. He's never been a really late game focused Zerg. It really does just kind of take the wind out of the sails of the Zerg player there.
Yeah, and I wonder how this next PvZ is going to shape up as we're getting ready to go into basically the full PvZ section of this bracket. A laser versus Showtime, we just wrapped up. We have Lambo versus Trigger coming up next. And then after this one, too, it's going to be Firefly versus Shin. So you can see the bracket right here. A lot of PvZ in the upper bracket round 1. And who do you take as the favorite here between Lambo and Trigger, Steadfast? Because I'm a little bit split on this one.
For me, it is definitely Lambo as the favorite, but Trigger has been impressing me a lot recently in his qualifying run through the Americas region. Granted, it was, you know, it was not necessarily the most stacked, but once you get up to that round of 8, round of 4, it is pretty good. Trigger didn't drop a single map. He looked rock solid there. Now, granted, that was a Scarlet playing from China. She is currently living in China, but it was still on the West server. Now, that is like, I want to say that's like 180 to 200 ping versus like 60 to 80 ping out of Trigger. So it is still a significant ping advantage for Trigger, but it's not, it's a very impressive feat nonetheless for him to have won out so cleanly. But against a player like Lambo, who is such a thinking man's player, it is going to be tough to deal with. And we are going to be getting straight into the game as we have spawning down in the bottom right for the Shopify Rebellion. It is the red Zerg player, the Professor Zerg Lambo.
And spawning in the top left, representing the Americas region here, trying to make his way to EWC, we have the Basilisk Protoss Trigger. And yeah, I was really impressed with Trigger's run through the American bracket. He was able to take out Kelliser and Scarlet without dropping a map in the semifinals and the finals. And for Trigger, that's got to be a very big confidence booster. I know he did well in the I'm blanking on the name. What was the Las Vegas tournament the ZG was running?
Safe House.
Yeah, Safe House. Yeah, Trigger's just been playing quite well recently, in my opinion. I've been liking his play a lot. And so for Trigger, he's always one of these guys that I kind of look at as having a lot of untapped potential among the players that are really trying to break through into that top tier of pros. And I feel like if you're in that kind of position where you haven't had that much success, especially in either really big events or in offline events, then to play something like this closed qualifier online from the comfort of your own home, from your own tournament practice setup, where you train pretty much your entire life, versus Lambo, who has a lot of tournament experience. I feel like this is going to give Trigger a little bit of an advantage, or maybe not an advantage, but he won't be as disadvantaged as if this was, say, being played at Dallas, for instance, where I think that the nerves might get a little bit under Trigger's skin.
That definitely being able to play at home is going to be a big boon. But I will say Lambo is the kind of player who's not immune to nerves himself. He has also been a player that puts a lot of pressure on himself and really expects himself to perform. So when he doesn't, it can tend to get under his skin. Either way, this is going to be, I think we've set the table perfectly for this, because whoever wins and how they win, it will be a big indicator for how that player is going to do in the bracket. And on the flip side of that, we could potentially see one player looking very shaky, and maybe I never want to, talk about the negatives, but it's a reality. This is such a high pressure stake. This is basically a $15,000, or as you said, actually a $30,000 tournament with two players making that minimum $15,000. There's a lot of pressure on the line. And this can be the make or break moment for, did I have a successful entire year of StarCraft, or was it a bit of a letdown?
Yeah, I guess the pressure really does cut both ways. As Lambo coming into the natural expansion should get a bit of a scout off, but nothing too crazy going on for Trigger. It's just going to be a standard 2 Adept opening into a Stargate. And we should see that third base coming down in a little bit here for Protoss. And a bit more of a tame early game compared to what we saw with Showtime versus a Laser in Game 1 and Game 2, I must say.
Yeah, seriously. Not sending the Adept straight across the map. Lambo did manage to get the Ling Scout in here, which is that's rather nice. That's something that Dark has always been very good at, is slipping Lings around the map. He doesn't do it as much as he used to, but he used to be able to find like 2 Lings into the main, 2 Lings into the natural, and I would consistently see him getting 1, 2, sometimes even 3 probe kills. And it was like, dude, you're not supposed to be able to do this. And Dark's like, yeah, I know, but I do it anyways.
Yeah, Dark is one of the best players in the world at moving around those Lings in the early game. He is tricky. I played him on ladder recently.
Oh, wow.
And he randomed Zerg.
Oh, no.
I had a lot of Lings in my base, man. It was not a good position. Of all the Zergs in the world, Dark is probably the trickiest, and to play him randomly is main race. It's like, my God. Just take me out. I'm done. Go next.
Go next. Just GG. Just end me.
Yeah.
End me, fam. That actually happened to somebody. Scarlet played random against a Zerg player, like a 4.8k Zerg player named J Money Magic, and random Zerg twice against the poor guy.
Flash randoming Terran in Brood War.
Yeah.
By the way, really nice Oracle micro here from Trigger.
Yeah.
Not taking too much hull damage and still getting 2 drones. Usually you kind of trade HP on the Oracles for these kills, but instead he's just cleaning up drones. Oh, he's going to get at least 2 more. Oh, look at that micro from Lambo, really fast with the spores. And look at this follow-up transition we have from Protoss. Double Robo Steadfast.
Wow. Double Forge. What?
What is this?
What am I looking at right now? This is illegal.
This is so cool. I love this so
God.
much coming out of Trigger. Into a Robo Bay. All
wow.
Right. Are we gonna have
What?
like 2 Immortals into double Colossus? Like, are we gonna have like a 2 Colossus timing push or 4 Colossus timing push with Thermal Lance and like 1/1? This is kind of bonkers. I don't really know where this is going for
I
Trigger,
have no
but
idea.
especially with the Sentries warping into this moment, Steadfast. I'm thinking that this should eventually be lining up for some kind of sick timing.
Yeah, but this is so much gas expenditure right here. He's got the double upgrades. He's got the double Robo, the Robotics Bay. The Immortals they're not free on gas either. The Sentry Warp-ins. And then it's going to be either Colossus or Disruptors. I think you're right. It's got to be Colossus, right? But at the same time, that's so expensive. Like, this is a ludicrous setup out of Trigger, and I don't know what to make of it. Traditionally speaking, I would say that Mutas would be an amazing counter against this, but with the double Forge, even it doesn't feel comfortable making mutas against Double Forge.
Yeah, it's either that or you're going to go into Vipers. And Lambo, upon scouting, he only sees one Forge, doesn't see the Double Forge, but upon scouting the Robo Bay, immediately throws down the Infestation Pit. So
yeah,
I
think
wouldn't
you're right.
be surprised
Vipers...
if they're kind of the answer to the Robo Bay in ZVP. So we'll see exactly how committed Trigger's going to be, because he doesn't necessarily have to go for a timing push. He could also go for a hallucinated scout with these sentries. He has the energy. He also has these oracles flying around the map. If he spots the hive, we could see him transition into something of a late game from this, because keep in mind, he does have that 2 Forge. He doesn't have to necessarily go into a timing attack despite having a really fast double Robo. Yeah, with the Twilight Council coming down and the 4th base, I think this is just going to be Trigger getting into the late game in kind of a funky way. But I do like it. This is cool. This is creative.
It's very creative. It is kind of sacrificing the potential for, like, you know, a Blink Stalker pressure in the mid game, where you just kind of get aggressive, but usually the Zergs are going to be able to defend if they haven't taken damage. But it's still like, it still can find value and can trade nicely, and then you have a bunch of Blink Stalkers. But Trigger has just chosen to forgo that. And as Lambo built a fair number of defensive units, because you're not expecting your opponent to just kind of chill and go crazy on tech and greed for themselves, it feels like this is just fine for Trigger.
Yeah.
Lambo, though, he does have a good amount of tech. The scouting, has Lambo even seen the second Forge? No, he still hasn't. Still hasn't seen the second Forge. Hasn't seen
or the second Robo.
Yeah, the second Robo. I think he's seen enough Immortals to probably... Well, actually, yeah, it's got to be double Robo at this point. There's so many robotics facility units.
First Viper now coming out for Lambo is Trigger to see what he can get done. Does have, it looks like, at least 5 or 6 force fields here in the bank. This is looking pretty good for Trigger. And this army, I mean, this is just like pure value units. We have 2 Adepts mixed in, but none of these units are bad.
No,
for Trigger.
they're
He's
so
made all the
strong.
good stuff. He's like, what if you just skip making the Zealots and the Stalkers, just only make the really good army units here as Protoss? This is insane.
It's nuts. This is like the army of the Expendables, the movies, and then the 2 Adepts are like Frank and Jerry from, like, they work at a convenience store, and like they're just like, hey, we're just here for the ride.
Trigger's able to get a lot of pressure done. I mean, this is a hard army to attack into, but there's basically no force fields left here for Protoss, so we'll see if Lambo decides he wants to try and pounce on this position. But again, given the fact that he's going into lurkers like this, he doesn't really have the meat on the ground in terms of Roach Ravager to really contest this at all. I mean, there are just so many Immortals in this army, and behind it for Trigger, we have the Fleet Beacon coming in, air weapons have started up, Storm also underway as he takes a 5th base, and this is a very cool way that he has navigated the mid game, but he's got to be careful now that Viper should have energy for Abducts. I mean, really on point here with your feedbacks as Trigger if you want to make sure that you're taking these trades cost efficiently, because if Zerg gets on top of your army, this could be bad, especially if those Colossi go down. I mean, there are so many Lings on the map right now that without the splash damage coming in from the Colossus or Storm, which is only halfway done, you know, should Lambo go for a dive on this army and abduct one or both of the Colossi, I could see Trigger losing basically everything here. It's very precarious.
He's got it. It's a very, despite the power of the army, it is a very fragile army. And it's a very expensive army too. That's the thing about having, you know, not enough guys who work at a convenience store, is that if you lose those really valuable units, it's so hard to replace them, even off double Robo. Random Archon, the one that killed an Overlord from earlier, does get found. This is just such a bizarre game. There is a Stasis Ward in the middle of the map. Oh, and the units do get kind of caught there. Trigger is just kind of maneuvering around the map and making Lambo feel uncomfortable. Now he's going to move forward on top of the Lurkers. Nothing to tank for them. Vipers, I think, got feedbacked. So this was a very good little segment for Trigger. We are going to see Lambo trying to kill the 5th base. Recall?
If it's the Immortals, then it's actually not too much, but it should be enough, especially with the units coming in from the bottom side to just completely sandwich this. And I think here is Trigger. Yeah, you're a little bit sad that your 5th base gets taken out, but that was
a lot of Roach Ravager.
Those feedbacks on the Vipers were so clutch coming in from Trigger, because if Lambo had abducts on those Colossi, before the Templar really have enough energy for Storm, then suddenly it could be pretty good for the Zerg, but now it feels like there's so much momentum here for Protoss, and those Templars still are a big threat on those Vipers. Nidus Canal coming in here for Lambo is going to try and make a little bit more chaos to try and slow this game down a little, because I think the pressure mounting from Protoss is really starting to get under his skin.
Yeah, this has been played out so well. Ooh, we are going to see a jumping on top of these lurkers. Storm comes in. There wasn't enough frontline, but another great feedback comes in from Trigger, and it just feels like this game has been all Trigger in terms of dictating how this game gets played out. Not necessarily every move has worked out for Trigger, but it feels as though he's been the one dictating how the game is played, and that's a really cool thing to see. We're going to see Trigger stepping into the lurkers once again with no frontline to cover for them. They will get taken down. Meanwhile, Zealous on the right side going to be able to find a little bit of an opening. Enough frontline comes in here for Lambo to be able to defend the lurkers, but it feels like Trigger has control of like 75% of the map at this point, and Lambo just can't step out onto the map.
Yeah, Trigger is out expanding the Zerg. He already has 2-1-1 upgrades on the grounds. It's armor and shields in addition to +2 weapons. He's starting +2 shields, +2 air weapons with 3 carriers being produced at a time. Lambo needs to make some plays, but I'm not sure that he has the units to really make it happen. I mean, there isn't even any support. The Oracles alone can shoo away the lurkers up here, and that means that Trigger's going to come over on this side and try and find some angle where he can clean those up, and he might be able to get on top of them. Those lurkers barely retreating into the 4th base, but we have Trigger out expanding the Zerg. 3 Stargate carrier in production with a mothership already out, 80 probes to 82 drones. And even look at the banks. It's a 2.3k gas bank right now for Protoss, whereas Lambo, because he keeps losing these Vipers and these lurkers, he is really starved, not just for gas, but also for minerals, because he can't find another expansion. Trigger has been doing such a good job of dictating the mid game.
That was not the best push through the middle there for Trigger. Does lose quite a few high-value units, but as you said, it's the carrier transition coming in, and now we've actually got Zealots coming in on the backside.
Wow.
A big warp-in could be available, although he doesn't actually have the free supply. But Trigger just feels like he is kind of picking Lambo apart at this point, and the lurkers can't get to where they need to be. Trigger has been a very fast player for a long time, and we're really starting to see that come into play here as he's hitting all over the place. Lambo's lurkers, I mean, they don't shoot up. This one carrier actually will answer them eventually. It's going to take a long time, but it feels like Lambo is just, oh, he's just going to get cleaned up here.
Yeah. Can we get a shot of the units tab for a moment? Because I feel like there's been basically no anti-air here for Lambo for this entire time. Yeah, 4 Hydras, and it was just, what, 1 or 2 Corruptors?
Oh my God.
I mean, GG. Trigger played such a cool game. The really fast double robo into double forge, and you can see that Lambo was kind of scratching his head in terms of what is my opponent doing. They're not going for the kind of adept Oracle pressure that is typical in PvZ meta these days. So is he gearing up for some kind of timing attack? Is he going for some kind of crazy transition? And I feel like Lambo figured that out maybe a little bit too late. The only thing that Lambo really had going for him in terms of playmaking was the Viper timing was really fantastic. You got an early scout on the Robo Bay, but the fact that those 2 Vipers got fed back basically immediately, and then once they regathered the energy, they came in for another round, and they got fed back again, means that Lambo with his army composition was never really able to whittle down what was a relatively fragile but high-tech Protoss army. And so Trigger from the get-go was basically only making the best composition. He was not spending resources on his Stalkers that get traded out or on his Zealots get traded out. All of his money went into upgrades, into tech, into Immortals and Colossi. It was almost like watching Creator play PvZ. He does this sometimes where if he decides he wants to play, maybe not that way with double robo and a double forge, but if he wants to play a late game PvZ, he will basically cut all of the quote unquote low value gateway units and just go for the big playmakers. And it can be a bit of a difficult style to play, but if you do it as well as Creator does or as well as Trigger did in that map, I mean, that was so on point. It felt like Lambo basically had no plays, and then suddenly Trigger was double expanding, going for a 3 Stargate carrier transition, and there was no anti-air. We had carriers flying around, warp prisms going willy-nilly into the main base. That was an amazing PvZ from Trigger.
It was really cool, and it was cool for all the reasons that you mentioned, but it was also very cool for another reason, which is that Trigger has been as you kind of come up as a pro player, you know, you start out playing in qualifiers, playing in weekly cups, whatever. You maybe play against really high level players, and you first of all you can't beat them, but then you start being able to beat them, and then you start being able to beat them in like standard games, macro games, etc. Blah blah blah. But you don't necessarily have that like tournament prep format mindset. It takes a long time to develop that because you don't play it very often. But Trigger really came in with a unique approach there, and Lambo kind of getting rocked back on his heels by that. And we're going to have to see if he can make an adjustment. Spawning down on the bottom left for the Shopify Rebellion. Down 1-0. It is Lambo.
And one map win away from advancing to the next round. Representing Basilisk Gaming, it is Trigger, who played such an incredible PBZ. I really can't get over how cool that game was, not just from a build order perspective, which I don't know the last time I've seen double Robo and a double Forge. That is so offbeat from the kind of meta PBZ that I watch.
Yeah.
Like, it is just not something that you usually see. And to go from that into this army composition of, it was what, like 2 sentries, and then nothing but Immortals and Colossi. And with that army, having the map presence that Trigger did was so cool. But now we have Lambo here in game number 1 mixing it up. Look at him going for this really fast gold base.
Yeah, I really wanted to see a cannon rush as soon as he saw that. That is something that can deal with this particular play very strongly. Classic did it against Raynor in the Kung Fu Cup. I want to say that was in week 1 or week 2. I've seen a few pro players go for it. Trigger actually went for a cannon rush against Scarlet on Dynasty. Granted, that's a different story and a very different setup. But punishing that gold base here with a cannon rush can be an extremely strong play. Now, I'm a little bit sad that we're actually not seeing Trigger reacting really at all. He's just, he didn't go for a double gate. He didn't do anything. He's just going to let Lambo kind of get away with this gold base. But when you play against this kind of thing, do you feel like you have to do something to the Zerg? Or are you like, no, it's okay. I'll play out a macro game?
I think it varies from person to person. Here for Trigger, I think he might just see this as Lambo stretching himself a little bit thin. And so it seems like Trigger has his eyes set on instead trying to find damage with the Oracles and with the Adepts economically, because from the Zerg's perspective, it is hard to cover both this gold base and your main and eventually the natural expansion when you do take that back at home. It's a lot of different positions that, you know, Queens cannot cover each other. You need Spore Crawlers and all of those mineral lines.
Yeah.
And Trigger, he's going for a very fast target. I think it was 217, 218 that it got thrown down. So he is adjusting. That is a couple seconds ahead at least of when he threw down this target in the previous game.
Yeah, it's a little bit quicker. Electing also not to go for the chrono boost on these Adepts, instead focusing on probe production a little bit more. So going to try and cut corners that way. But the one thing about this is that Trigger has put the Stargate in the wall, so obviously Lambo is going to know about this instantly. He's going to be able to have that double queen at the gold. Interesting decision to go into the natural with a Ling, recognizing that with no chrono boost, there wasn't going to be a unit out in time since he moved out that first Adept. But since he already had the information, I don't know if it's super worth it, but it's not the biggest of deals. He still gets a little bit of lost mining time, all that jazz. And for now, does deflect his opponent. Now, as Lambo has this gold base, I wonder what the game plan is. Is he going to try and hit some kind of timing off of it with the advanced creep, with the better economy, or will he just play a macro game?
Yeah, so far Lambo is still just droning up back at home. Oftentimes these gold bases, because you have such a rapid influx of minerals coming in, lend themselves to some really aggressive plays. By the way, only 1 drone going down from that Oracle harassment, so good defense from Lambo to start things off here. As Trigger, does he have another Oracle? Okay, it's about to finish here to defend the third base. This Adept will go down. And Lambo probably is going to trigger the overcharge, not the overcharge, the Pulsar Beam on this Oracle, then run away. And if he wanted to, he could create a good number of more Lings and try and exert some pressure, but instead, he's just going to continue to drone up. And I like how conservative he's playing this. He has an economic lead, especially with this gold base having been saturated fully this whole time. And now he's just macroing up back at home, whereas Trigger, you know, a lot of Protoss players would be a little bit more paranoid about a timing attack coming down the pipeline, but he's not overreacting. He's not throwing down too many batteries or anything like that. It seems like he has a very good read on the situation.
Yeah, certainly not yet. Now, there is still potential for a bit of aggression here. Oracle, okay, barely survives. With no queens there, it does take a lot of shots for the Spore Crawler to get the kill. 3 more drones do get picked off, so nice job from Trigger there. And the most important thing pretty much always is I use the N-1 rule when you're talking about oracles and doing damage, is if you can kill 5 drones and lose the oracle, kill 4 drones and keep it alive. That is always, 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 unless you're doing like an all-in, it's always better to keep that oracle alive. So as long as you do keep those oracles alive, it's pretty much any damage you do is good damage. I do wonder if Lambo is going to try and hit some kind of aggressive timing, but he doesn't have any overlords on the map for like creep drop. It looks like he's just going to be playing defensive, but I wonder what these roaches are for if that's the case.
Yeah, and Trigger's just been playing very greedy behind all of this. We got a flash of the income tab there a moment ago, and Trigger's actually been keeping very good pace here with Lambo despite the gold base, just because he's been chrono boosting his probes basically nonstop. You can see that there's a big spike when Lambo saturates his third before Triggers comes back online. But in terms of the early and mid game, Trigger has just been, you know, not really going for anything in terms of build up. The Forge is quite late. The Blink is quite late, relatively speaking. Instead, it's just a very fast third base with a ton of probes. He's actually has like almost a 10 worker lead right now over Lambo, who I think, although he is trickling a couple more drones out, if you're going to play this low drone count, I feel like it almost has to be aggression. Yeah, we see the Baneling nest coming. I think this has to be a timing attack coming out from Lambo, right?
Yeah, it feels so weird to be anything else at this point. And obviously that gold base is worth, you know, 4 extra workers. You basically are on the same economy as a regular base. But I don't know, Trigger just with a standard build looks pretty well set up to deal with this. Man, Lings keep getting into the main. This needs to stop happening. That's like the 4th time there hasn't been a unit in the wall in this game, number 2. So far, nothing really disastrous has happened from it. It's just been scouting information. But I wonder if Lambo, did he see the Templar archives? Because he just fired up a bunch more drones. Is that...
I'm not sure
no,
if he
Templars,
saw the archives.
okay, he saw it before. Okay.
He did. This is kind of an interesting position.
Yeah, because it feels like Lambo has to be aggressive before Storm finishes, but with him kind of hemming and hawing on whether to build drones, whether to be aggressive, I don't know. This doesn't feel amazing for Lambo unless he can find some good value.
He's
I
sticking on
think I
this
really like
Roachling
Trigger's setup so far.
I do too. I mean, Lambo is sticking on this Roachling Speedbane style here through the mid game, but it doesn't really scale well as the Protoss gets closer and closer to max supply. You kind of need to find your window as Protoss is coming online.
Yeah.
And that window is starting to close here for Lambo, so that's why he's moving cross map right now. Storm about 60% done. Actually catching a lot of these Stalkers. Good blink back there by Trigger. And Trigger, with his army forward, almost feigning a little bit that Storm is already done, trying to slow Lambo down. That will buy him enough time for Storm to finish, I think, before this fight. And now so many Banelings morphing in steadfast. 36 in production, Morlings streaming. Lambo is about to hit his timing.
Yeah, but Trigger does have that Storm done. He just morphed in a couple Archons. That's going to be so good against the Baneling. Stasis Ward setting up. We got a ton of cannons. This defensive setup looks very strong. Baneling's trying to connect on top of the High Templar. Good blink to cover them. Storm hitting on top of Stasis Ward and Baneling's not the best. Baneling's actually connecting on top of the Stalkers, which is very good. Stasis Ward on the right side will find some of the Roaches. And Trigger, he does lose a lot of stuff, but he will push this back. Oracles have a ton of energy, though. We'd love to see some target fire on the Ravagers, but it is a chaotic moment. Regardless, Trigger does hold.
Yeah, the Storms weren't the best there on the left side, but Trigger's still barely holding on right now, and these Oracles basically putting a timer on this attack, and Lambo, he's going to retreat. But he's not droning up. Instead, he is just locking in for another attack. More Banelings in production, more Roaches, but I wonder if he's going to have enough momentum because more Templar are morphing in. Trigger is expanding to another base. +2 ground weapons is just done. And if that first push didn't work, I mean, look how many cannons we have at that third. It's basically impenetrable.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough to get through. This is a weird expansion pattern from Trigger. We always see the pocket third, and then usually that fourth base at the like 2:30, 3 o'clock position. So this is a very strange setup, and I wonder if this has kind of given Lambo pause a little bit. He's going to try and get in here once again. First Stasis Ward didn't find anything. The Stasis Ward on the left side could be big, though. Oh, and it does catch a nice little pocket of units. I love the dropping of creep. That's going to make it a lot more difficult for these Oracles to find value.
All right, 2 Storms getting expended there. Another one on the right side. Doing a good job of zoning away the Zerg army for now. Lambo's going to retreat again. Morphing in more Bailings. We only have a couple more Storms here in the bag for Trigger, and so in terms of army right now, Lambo's certainly more impressive on the ground. Good Storm right there. Catches so many of the Bailings as he's trying to work his way back into the static defense. These Stalkers can still blink away to safely. Indeed, they do into the expansion's mineral line. Shield battery overcharge giving a lot of room, but does Lambo have just enough to stop this? I feel like he's starting to slowly bleed out. The Stalkers are getting some really good trades in these choke points.
Yeah, they're doing a great job there, but battery overcharge has now gone on cooldown. All the Archons are down, all the Storms are down, and Lings and Banes flood in. They finally break through. The power of the gold base has really enabled this attack to flourish, and now as Trigger loses so much economy, his static defense is broken. Lambo's very aggressive play will get in there before the fourth base could be secured, and I think that's the key to it, is that even though Lambo got held, Trigger's economy was never actually amazing. If he has a fourth base after that first hold, he's going to be able to replenish those Archons, those High Templar, build more cannons, more shield batteries, and he's probably going to be able to make that next hold. But in a weird way, it was almost an all-in defense out of Trigger, and he lost enough army supply that Lambo was able to continue the attack. Good job from Lambo to just, make his choice and keep going. But yeah, I feel like that all comes down to the fact that the gold base went uncontested in the early game.
I feel like a lot of it does come down to the gold base, but I do believe if Trigger controlled a little bit better, which again is very hard to do, especially against a push like that with so many things happening at once, I think that can be a hold. The Storms were mostly whiffs at the very first engagement, so that was basically out of it. And then, as you were saying with the Oracles, they had so much energy. I would have loved to see those Oracles focusing down the Ravagers right from the beginning. Maybe one less stasis trap and just shift click every single Ravager right from the start. They were a little bit late activating that Pulsar Beam, and I know you have to be very careful when you spend that energy there as Protoss, because if you spend it on the Oracles and you don't get the trades, or the Zerg retreats away, or just something doesn't go right, you don't get the damage connected, and it does feel very bad, because suddenly once the Zerg recharges and they go in again, you don't have any more energy for stasis. The next Pulsar Beam is only going to last maybe 10, 15 seconds. It's a scary position, but I feel like on paper, if Trigger had controlled that a little bit better, I think he does hold. It's just one of these pushes that it is so hard to play defensively in that kind of near perfect way. I mean, there's so many things you need to micro. There's so many spinning plates in terms of the defense that you can't really fault Trigger for not being able to execute there. It was still a really good attempted hold, but the fact that he wasn't able to trade effectively enough, I think, after the first engagement, and then also the follow-up storms in the following engagement, also didn't get too much connection. They stormed a lot of Banelings, but the Banelings still were able to connect on the gateway units before they died, so it was almost like wasted damage, right? I feel like Trigger had all of the pieces. It's just a very difficult hold, and he wasn't able to make it happen.
Yeah, and even after that first hold, the supplies were so far in favor of Lambo, because despite all the static defense, despite everything, it was still a lot of units that went down for Trigger. It wasn't like that hold we saw from Showtime where it felt like on Oceanborn, it felt like nothing died for Showtime. Like, it felt like he lost maybe 20 supply or something. Trigger was losing, I think, maybe like 45 or 50 supply during that. And like you said, the storms were not as effective as they needed to be, I think. But yeah, I wonder what would have happened if Trigger had instead taken the pocket third base, because then he has that ramp to work with. Stasis wars are a lot chokier. Obviously, you're expanding towards the gold base, and as I mentioned, the creep spread makes it complicated. So I wonder if that was a reaction from Trigger, and then it makes the defense a little bit trigger. a little bit trigger, a little bit more difficult. It's hard to say because these are a lot of things where decisions can be made on the fly from the players and without like interviewing them, you don't know necessarily. But regardless, I'm interested to see what is going to happen in this game 3 and what the third map will be.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how much the third base placement really played a factor into that one. I don't mind Trigger expanding on the top side. I think it's really good because if you're able to safely get up into that top left corner with a high yield vest being gas, it's solid. And also having so much static defense there at the third base like that, it does anchor the position a little bit. It's a good staging ground to try and defend. And you still have a little bit of a ramp between the natural and the third base. So I think it really does mostly come down to control, but Lambo did a very good job. We have to give him credit of not only engaging very well in those fights, but also the way he navigated his build in terms of, I think we were saying hemming and hawing, but it almost felt like he was bluffing a little bit. Like he was trying to make Trigger almost overcommit on the defense, and he was eking out a couple more drones because the economy behind that push was actually pretty healthy there for Lambo. Of course, it is effectively an all-in, but he had so much economy to pump out units even after the gold base was starting to whittle down.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see how like the little decisions can impact a game like that so much. But more than anything, I think Trigger just needs to shake it off, recognize that I think, like you said, maybe that bluff play did get the fourth base a little bit delayed. Static defense maybe built a little bit too early. Without us being in the game, it's always more difficult to see like when exactly certain things were done. But that can have a big impact because, like I said, if he's on that 4-base setup after that first hold, and even if the storms aren't as good, as they could have been, Lambo with a great arc, by the way, he came in at that from multiple different angles and made it a very difficult attack to defend. And even the addition of the queens added a lot of additional power, which was really nice to see. I don't know. I'm just, I am surprised that it kind of turned out the way that it did, but I think you're probably onto something with the early units bluffing Trigger into maybe O-defending a little bit early. Would love to know what the third map is, if we've got that handy, so we can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be Ghost River, we're
Ghost
actually hearing
River
from the admins. And this is a map that I actually have been enjoying a lot. I feel like it creates some really cool games, the way that you kind of expand towards each other a little bit in the beginning, and then it's almost bisected right down the middle, right, with the left side and the right side. For me personally, as a Protoss player, I actually like it quite a bit because I feel like it simplifies the games a little. But of course, for me being at my level compared to somebody at Trigger's level, he doesn't really concern himself so much with simplifying. As here we have spawning in the top left, tying it up 1-1 with Trigger. It is the Red Zerg Lambo.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right. For Basilisk, it is Trigger. Oh, and he's sending 2 probes across the map. This is wild. He is going to be looking to block both expansions.
Oh, what?
And this is something about Ghost River that is very uncomfortable. You do not get to take any base besides that third. This is so bad for Lambo already.
Yeah, this is a very cool opening from Trigger. That probe is going to be beat. Oh, he has to buy a little bit more time. Indeed, he does. The next probe comes back down. That can win the fight. And let's see what Lambo's going to do. I think Lambo might actually be going for a proxy hatchery right now. He's throwing down the pool already.
I think he has to. I think this is too bad if you don't do something to try and punish this. And it's a double pylon block. We will see the hatchery in the wall. Has Trigger committed too many resources on the other side of the map to defend this? I don't think so, but we will see.
This is such a unique situation that's developing right now.
It really is.
I haven't found myself observing a PvZ quite like this before. So Trigger still not expanding, Lambo expanding to the third base. Those Lings should be able to clean up the pylon at the natural expansion of Zerg and eventually settle in on taking that third base as a hatchery. But I do wonder if Lambo is going to commit at all to trying to get something done with this hatchery. He's just going to cancel it. I imagine it will just be canceled.
Yes, I think it was just forcing, trying to force the response of you don't get to take a Nexus right away. And that is already a little bit of a win because since he couldn't expand to the natural or the third, he has all that extra money that he can't make use of. So at least he gets some value by delaying his opponent's Nexus. We could have seen potentially Lambo go for a hatchery in the main to try and force out another response, but not going to be the case. I do like the way Lambo has played this out in order to kind of mitigate the I guess, potentially disastrous situation of not being able to take your natural or your third before the Protoss gets their Nexus down. Yeah, this is... I like this response from Lambo. I think this was a smart one and allows him to not fall disastrously far behind.
Yeah, this has just been a really fun early game. I'm a fan of it. I don't mind Lambo's position too much here either, especially with the natural expansion only just now getting ready to finish up here for Protoss.
Yeah.
You can see Trigger kind of identifies that too. He's spending a lot of Chrono Boost on these probes as he knows that Lambo, in a moment here, once these injects pop on, the main base and the third base and the natural hatchery comes online, should have a lot of larvae to start pumping out drones.
Yeah.
But this is really a funky position, Steadfast. I don't really know exactly who to favor in this one. I mean, maybe it still is a little bit Protoss favored here as, Depth really not getting too much done. Does tickle the spawning pool a little bit.
A little bit of a miss micro there shooting that. Can we see what that Adept killed? That was one drone, one Ling? Is that right? Okay, just one drone.
Just the one drone.
The other drone was the one that died in the main. Yeah, I actually think I prefer this position for Lambo right now. It is very close. The benchmark I usually use, if I can't tell, is when does the Zerg drone count catch up to the Protoss probe? And in this case, usually if it's right at 40, I feel like it's a very even game or high 30s. And it looks like it's going to be just before that. So it's pretty similar, but I think that Trigger was slowed down enough that Lambo was okay with his spot.
I feel like this is just going to normalize a little bit into the mid game. Just we got there in a very unique way. I love seriously. That play again, coming in with the first two probes. That was so cool. Trigger really bringing some creative tactics in this series. The double robo, double forge in game one, and then going for the double pylon block here in game number 3. It's been really a treat to watch these games so far.
Yeah, and there's a very real possibility that Lambo mishandles that, doesn't go for the proxy hatch. Trigger is able to then, as a result, get that gate nexus. His economy comes online a lot faster, and he's in an amazing position going into the mid game. But Lambo was able to force out a response a little bit and still keep it from snowballing too much. Great Oracle control from Trigger here so far. He's been able to grab quite a few, well, not quite a few, but a decent number of drones in this little mid game setup. Lambo going for a quick +1 melee. Oh, the 3 oracles jumping the 2 queens. And that is going to be at least 1 dead queen. Oh, wow. Elects to turn around and not go for that.
Ooh. Yeah, I would have expected him to pull back the low HP one and then just get on the queen. Maybe get 1 or 2 drones, but...
Maybe the nerves of Trigger starting to show a little bit there as he is certainly capable of that very high-level micro, but... elects to just pull back and save everything. And maybe... I
guess he prioritized... Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Steadfast.
Well, no, I think you're right. He prioritized in keeping the oracles alive or potentially macro at home, but by all means, go ahead.
Maybe it's more about preserving the HP on those oracles, but yeah, that felt like it could have gone really badly there for Lambo if he was just a little bit... If Trigger got like 1 more shot off on that queen, if that queen falls the natural expansion and he decides to trade out for drones, just HP for drones, be very scary. And now we have a huge swell of Lings coming out from the Lambo as he cut drones at about 62, 63. I wonder what he's going to be able to get done with this. We do have a shield battery in the third base of Protoss currently, as Trigger is looking to try and, I think, set up for a 4th expansion soon.
I think Lambo is actually
Lings are just...
Oh. Well, he is getting Overlord speed, so it could be another one of these German Autobahn situations with the... Oh, okay. Yeah? Actually, he's going to be doing a similar attack to what a laser did against Showtime. Yeah, this is probably the exact same attack. 3 Dropper Lords. could be for queens, but we might see lings getting dropped into the natural as well. Looks like he has actually already spread some lings at the top side outside of that base. Yeah, that's definitely a dropper lord setup. This is going to be very interesting because Trigger is starting to get aggressive a little bit with Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, Trigger's got to be really careful because Lambo's playing on a low drone count. These Stalkers, even with the Oracle support, they have to run away very quickly. These lings get us around, and those Ravagers and Roaches connect. Nick could be perilous here for Protoss, but some nice control there by Trigger. See on the minimap, Lambo loading up that Overlord going into the main base. Trigger, his eyes are set right now on this pressure with the Blink Stalkers and +1. Is he going to react in time?
Oh, there's not even a pylon there to warp in the natural. That's going to make this very difficult to deal with. Probe pull against +1 melee lings is never a good time. It will be a full surround, but the lings are just so much stronger. And that is basically the whole mineral line getting wiped out there. A big blink back. There's not enough Oracle energy. The wraparound from Lambo's amazing. Corrosive Biles land on the Stalkers. They're going to grab some big damage. All the Oracles have fallen, and Lambo's game plan has worked out to perfection.
Yeah, unfortunately for Trigger, he's basically playing +1 Blink Stalker pressure on 3 bases with very little follow-up into a Zerg who is preparing to go for a timing attack, if not an all-in. And so the amount of Roaches and Ravagers and Lings we have on the ground right now for Lambo probably exceeding Trigger's expectations and also losing all of those probes. And the natural expansion is, I think Lambo is getting ready for another drop right outside that natural. This is such a perilous position here for Protoss as, once again, these come in. Trigger, he does have the money. Oh, he's just going to recall the Stalkers and go back home.
Can Lambo intercept the rest of those Stalkers? Not all of them were recalled. This should be a cleanup on just about everything. We will have the War Prism able to save probably 4 of those Stalkers, but Trigger should not be able to get away with any more than that. Lambo actually kind of not taking the best routing does allow those Stalkers to retreat, but this big push from Lambo is going to be so strong. It is pure Blink Stalker. No Storm, no Archons, no charge lots, just +2 Blink Stalkers. Will that be enough to hold?
And this round coming in again is going to force Trigger to blink all the way back into the third base, and those Stalkers that blink on cooldown are going to fall on the front line. Now the link count is thinning out, but I feel like there still might be enough here for Lambo. Battery Overcharge going to pop and recharge the shields on all of these Stalkers. Lambo waits again for the front line to come in. Bailing Nest in production, another expansion coming through. Trigger with some real confidence blinking forward like that. And there's actually a full wall in here, the natural expansion.
That is not something I had on my bingo card. That's a funky little setup. Looks like Corrosive Biles connected on the Prism. 2 of them were able to connect there. Trigger is just going pure Blink Stalker now against a +1 melee Ling Roach Ravager army. And that is going to make things very challenging. If Lambo knew that it was truly pure Blink Stalker like this, I wonder if he would want to add on Infestors for Fungal, or if he would just be content with the pure Roach Ravager Ling Bane, which he is teching up a little bit, adding that Bane speed, getting that +2 melee. But the creep spread of Lambo is not great. The Blink Stalkers do have insane mobility. I certainly like this position for Lambo, but Trigger has plays to make.
Yeah, if the Blink Stalker count could snowball here against all of Lambo's army outside that third base and take some favorable trades, this could go very well for Trigger, but watch out, Steadfast, these Banelings coming in. Trigger goes for the Warp in, so he is going to spot these Banelings. Luckily, they aren't speed Banes, so those probes will be able to skirt away safely, and that's a pretty nice win here for Protoss. That was an expensive run by that Lambo went for, actually going to siege down the wall here, but yeah, not too much damage getting done. I think even maybe a Drop Overlord might have gotten cleaned up right there in the natural expansion. And Trigger, so far, he's weathered the storm. Lambo, keep in mind, he is expanding rapidly on the map, but this is mostly him just getting larva, it feels like, for this mostly Ling-based army. That's really what he's recharging his forces with at this point. He's only at 62 drones. He cannot saturate these bases fully.
No,
and
but
now that he's maxed...
Oh, those queens in the natural perfectly positioned. His army supply, Lambo's that is gigantic. The army value with all those Banes is going to be huge as well. Trigger, without the splash damage, is going to struggle against this army. With a defensive setup, it can be okay, but this looks really difficult.
Yeah, that was a really bad trade there for Trigger. Lost a lot of Stalkers. He just couldn't work his way all the way to that ramp, and that allowed those Lings to get a big surround. A lot of those Stalkers fell on the front line, and that means that Lambo's just going to pull the trigger and come into this third base. Banelings connecting on the right side. Roaches and Ravagers sieging down the battery. All the probes go down to the Banelings, and I think Lambo just finally broke the back of Trigger.
Yeah, he certainly has. This is what Lambo was looking for. Trigger never teched up. Blink Stalkers can be very strong when controlled well, but against a maxed out army like Lambo had, and against so much power from Lambo, he is just not going to be stopped. And it was a scary series for the German Zerg, but he ultimately will take this one down. Trigger, there's just no stopping this army at this point. He's lost the 4th Nexus. He's lost way too many probes, way too many stalkers. He's trying to micro his way through it, but yeah, I think Lambo just, there should be nothing that Trigger can do realistically here.
We'll see. Roaches and Raptors getting another surround on the Stalkers, and indeed GG is called. Lambo winning the series 2-1, and very interesting game number 3. This clash of Trigger basically going for what felt like a Blink Stalker all-in with +1 on 3 bases against a Zerg who was gearing up for effectively an all-in of his own with Banelings, Roaches, Ravagers, and Ling drops. Especially after that early game, it's not the kind of clash of styles that you genuinely see, but you generally see, excuse me, but it was really fun to watch, and Lambo just barely eking out that win.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising, but it is pretty cool. Not surprising that Lambo won, but surprising the way in which it happened with such an unconventional opener, with such a big commitment from Trigger, basically ending in, I would say, pretty even scenario. Because if Lambo had mishandled that at all, I really want to drive that point home. He could have been so far behind economically, but he was able to force enough of a response that he was able to be okay going into the mid game. And then as things kind of, set up the way that we were talking about, or that you were talking about, yeah, with the Ling drop and the natural finding monster damage, the defensive setup forcing forcing the Blink Stalkers to fight really unfavorable fights. It just feels like Lambo kind of read Trigger quite well in this 3rd game.
Yeah, Lambo played a great series. Guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the PvZ saga is going to continue with Firefly versus Shin. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute.
When the lights go out, my light will only shine brighter. My light will only shine brighter.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EWC Closed Qualifiers. We are getting ready to go into our last best of 3 of the day, and it's going to be an interesting one, Steadfast. Firefly versus Shin, the Chinese Protoss player going up against the player formerly known as Ragnarok, one of the best and most aggressive Zergs in all of Korea.
He really is. Obviously, Shin he's been one of these players that's been really weird to kind of categorize, because if you look at his performances, you'd say that he is very much one of the best players in the world. But I feel like many casters, myself included, kind of look at him and are like, yeah, he's really good, but like, is he that good? And then it's like, well, he got a top 4 at an IEM Katowice. He got, he took down Cyril at that IEM Katowice. He's gotten consistent top 2s, top 4s, top 8s at tournaments. And at a certain point, you have to kind of recognize, like, okay, like, yeah, while this guy is a very aggressive Zerg, he doesn't maybe have that stellar late game army control that we come to expect out of a player like Raynor or Cyril or Dark. He is still absolutely a force to be reckoned with. And Firefly, on the other hand, is this total wild card player from the Chinese region, so difficult to go up against.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the Protoss players coming out of the Chinese regions are just very unpredictable in terms of how they're going to play in a lot of these matchups. They are very tricky. They're very creative. They have a lot of little secret tactics, special tactics that we might see here as he goes up against who, in my opinion, is the overwhelming favorite in Shin. I think on paper, this is probably the most lopsided of these matches if Shin plays to the level that we expect from him. And you don't agree, Steadfast? Shaking your head a little bit.
Yeah, I think I've got a laser Showtime as the more one-sided one. I think
I guess so.
Firefly has big possibility to make something happen here. The thing is, though, they are both aggressive players, and that Shin is the player who's been aggressive for longer. But if you look at his history 100% supports you. But we're gonna have to get into the game and talk about it a little more, see what happens, because we have spawning up the top right for Offside Gaming. It is the red Chinese Protoss player Firefly.
And spawning in the bottom left side of the map, the blue Protoss representing the Gladiators. It is Shin. I always feel like, Steadfast, and maybe this is just my point of view. Oh, by the way, look at this drone coming in. We have a hatch block already?
We sure do.
Let's go.
He's
not going to get it in time, though, the probe.
Wait,
it was going to be Nexus first.
Good for Shin.
I totally missed it. I wasn't looking at the production tab. Oh, my God. What a way to start this series.
That is a straight-up disaster for Firefly. His gateway is so late. Oh my God, this is about as good as it gets for Shin in terms of how these builds work up against each other.
Oh my God, I can't believe I didn't catch that was going to be a Nexus first. It's just something that I don't even have on my radar anymore in PvZ because this has fallen so far off the meta. Yeah. I think maybe the last time that I casted somebody go Nexus first was Estrella in a GSL.
It's going to be Estrella for sure.
It's going to be Estrella, yeah.
Oh my God.
Firefly just doesn't. He is conflicted about what to do. He cancels the second gateway, instead starts his zealot in the core. Oh boy.
Okay, this is
what an opening.
So bad for Firefly right now.
He's going to expand to the 3 o'clock position. I think he's pulling another probe to mine this out.
If I see this as Shin, I think I am mining out the back minerals on my side of the map, and I'm going for an aggressive play against this. If not just using the hatchery at the natural to springboard forward. This feels so bad for Firefly right now. I feel like you could potentially even Spinecrawler rush this as Shin at the natural reactively. This is such an insanely bad situation for the Protoss player. There are so many ways for him to lose the game right now, it feels like.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Firefly, absolutely. Stargate is going to get started. There is a queen being produced here out of the natural expansion. The Protoss natural expansion, I should clarify.
Yeah.
And Sixlings also in production. So this adept is going to finish up. We'll see if these adepts, or if these lings can actually get this round. They were delayed a little bit there coming out from Shin. So unless Firefly's watching...
He's supply blocked.
Oh, no.
If he loses these units, it's game over, I think. because he's
I
going to
guess
lose
this
the pylon.
round, the Adept should be able to survive, but he can't really contest with the Queen this early on. And if that pylon falls with 4 more Lings in production, I don't know if that Void Ray is going to finish in time. This is
so bad. Oh, he killed the creep tumor. Okay. But, I mean, I actually would have preferred an inject. Definitely would have preferred an inject. This is... I think this is actually just... yeah, this might very well be game over because he got supply block there. Second Adept will pop out, and he does have a replacement pylon, but there's going to be 2 Queens at the natural. You know what I would love to see? I would love to see a Spore being built here out of Shin.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but instead he's just opting to go for the Lings. Now, the Adept control's been really good. Even that low HP Adept is remaining alive, and with this wall in, Firefly can kind of micro the Void Ray on the other side. Actually going to pull the probes. Oh, I love this
Oh, that's a
call.
smart move.
To get the Queens, this is a smart move.
But
But there's
the
so many
Lings.
Speedlings flooding in. Oh, that's going to be it, most likely. There's so much damage getting done.
Did he mine out the
Firefly,
bottom
he might-
minerals?
Yeah,
He did!
He must have. He did.
Oh!
GG's called. What a game one. I don't know if we're going to have another game quite as fast as that one. That was 4 minutes and 13 seconds is Firefly. Good catch, by the way. It was going to be a Nexus first. Because blocked by a hatch when you're going Nexus first, that's like the worst case scenario. That might even be worse than a 12 pool. That just feels like a disaster there for Firefly.
Yeah.
And what a game to start out this series already for Firefly, coming in as the underdog. And Shin, we talk about him as this super aggressive player who is not afraid to just bring the heat right from the get-go. Well, I did not have hatch block against Nexus first on my bingo card for today, but we certainly checked it off. And what a game number one.
Yeah, and that is the kind of game that actually can just plant a bug in your brain, because like you can tell what happened there with Firefly when he canceled that second gateway. He was lost as to what happened or what to do. And anytime you are in a weird situation and you have to improvise, the worst thing you can do is then change your mind. Because it's already an unfamiliar situation. It's already a bad situation. And now by hemming and hawing, you've made it so much worse. It's just a great decision to go for that from Shin. He got very lucky in that it was against a Nexus first. So the opportunity cost of sitting on all that extra money was a disaster. And then the arrows just kind of compounded out of Firefly for getting the pylon that he needed. So he was supply blocked at 30 of 31 when he needed that second Adept so badly. Canceling the second gateway, obviously. Just, I mean, it was a bad situation, but it just got as bad as it could be from there.
I mean, that happens when you get a wrench thrown into your build order as heavy as that one was. This is the kind of thing that I don't even know whether you would have practiced this situation arising here as Firefly, because it's so niche. Even going Nexus first, it's already a very niche build. But to play that out against a hatch block as fast as Shin did it is just, I mean, that is some luck there for Shin, and some lack of luck there for Firefly. So what a rough start to this series.
I do want to point out the one decision that I like from Firefly that was really, really awesome was the probe pull against the when the Void Ray popped out. Because if the back minerals are not mined out, or somehow, let's say Firefly put a probe in the little choke between the natural and the third that he had, like let's say he just puts a probe on hold position and 10 Lings don't flood in, then we're actually talking about how the Queens are dead, the probes are all alive, Firefly is now able to mine effectively, Shin's committed super hard, he's, I think, only on 2 bases at home, and it's actually maybe a playable game. So Firefly actually did create an out for him. If we're talking about poker, he created an out, but it was just such a bad situation from the get-go, and I really hope this man can recover going into game 2, because otherwise I'm going to look like a damn fool. It is Offside Gaming's Firefly.
And spawning in the bottom right, the Blues are representing the Gladiators up 1-0 in this series. It is Shin.
Oh my God, he's doing it again. Why not? Why not?
Hey,
he didn't even
it
do
yeah.
it like normally. Like it didn't even pan out the way that you would expect normally. I love this. I actually love this so much. He does put it a little bit offset from the minerals, which is kind of funny. Not a big deal, but
Yeah, well, I mean, he's not going to be mining from this. Let's just say that's
no, yeah.
You're not mining from this hatchery.
But it does mean that you can't put like a shield battery behind it as the Protoss. So if this does end up completing, it actually blocks more surface area. It's a very small difference, but I like it from Shin. It's potentially very well thought out.
I like it more, especially because it means that, you know, the Protoss can only go around one side of that pylon too, as it's flush up against the hatchery.
Yeah.
And one thing that's surprising for me coming out from Firefly is he didn't actually pull any probes to try and deal with this. A lot of the Korean Protoss players, now he's pulling the probes, but this is, I feel like,
It's
a little
so far
bit too
along.
late to have been worth it.
Especially with no Chrono and a
speaking,
Zealot.
It's an interesting response. As you can see that Firefly definitely was prioritizing his mineral income a little bit more there than pulling the probes. But it seems kind of reminiscent of game number 1, where I feel like he might not have exactly the best read on how to deal with this.
And kudos to Shin for identifying that, because it does feel as though he's recognized that Firefly maybe has had this happen to him. And if I'm guessing right now, I'm assuming that Shin has had some research, done some research on this, and has said, you don't handle these builds correctly. I'm just going to throw them at you and see if I can get something magical to happen.
Especially in terms of planning a best of X series against a player that you know is probably going to be really tricky and might have some creative all-ins that could just catch you off balance as Zerg. To do something like this that just derails the early game for Protoss and messes up whatever super specialized build they might have in the pipeline in that best of X series, it's a really good way of approaching the game.
Yeah.
So I love that from Shin doing it in game number 1, and then in game number 2, considering, again, the response from Firefly not really being that solid, even though, I mean, of course, given the benefit of the doubt, it was a Nexus first attempt against the hatch block, which is
as
a
bad as it
disaster by
gets.
all means.
Yeah.
But still, it did seem like he was a little bit hesitant in terms of how to respond, and so I love the follow-up coming in, again, from Shin to just make the game really messy, complicate it here for Firefly.
I want to give...
And we're going to be going... Yeah, go ahead. No, I was just going to say, we're going to be going into the mid-game with Firefly just a little bit in the dark, and we're almost at the 3-minute 30-second mark, where you, ideally, as Protoss would be eventually gearing up to take that third base, and his natural's halfway done.
Yeah.
Feels very awkward here as Protoss.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, I like that Firefly was going really heavy on the probe production. So I like that response from him, and that's something where not committing to that second gateway and pulling those probes a little bit later can actually look pretty decent. So even though I was pointing out maybe Shin has found something where it feels like Firefly's response isn't necessarily the best against this proxy hatch, I feel like Firefly's response in this particular situation has been pretty good. It's not amazing, and I still think I much prefer Shin's position. But given everything, it wasn't the worst in the world. But he is going to have to find value with these oracles, or he will fall behind going into the mid game.
Well, the first oracle deflected quite easily here by Shin. This is almost an advantage going for this kind of opening here as Zerg is... You don't really need to cover that third base very much at all. So you just need to anchor the main and the natural for that first oracle, and you're sitting pretty, which means that Firefly just had absolutely no angle to go into, and it's going to be Phoenix's here. I wonder if it's just going to be the one to kill the Overlord, or if he's going to try and build some more. I assume it's just the one.
It should just be the one. Just
going down, so.
Yeah, kill the Overlord, try and lift a queen to get in. Unfortunately, not able to get the kill on that one queen, so bit of wasted energy on the oracles, and doesn't really get the damage he's looking for. Shin's worker count is starting to get a little bit out of hand here. The kill on the Overlord did result in a supply block, even with Shin's Overlord in production, but yeah, this feels like, I don't know. I'm I'm feeling very worried about my prediction of Firefly putting up a good fight right now.
I mean, full credit to Firefly. Shin has been throwing a lot of curveballs his way. These are not easy games to play. These are not familiar situations. I like this move coming in here, but nice reaction by Shin. Just being like, okay, I will pull the drones to the side. You still aren't going to drive. You aren't going to dive ahead of that queen and spore crawler as the Bailing Nest gets thrown down as well as +1. And considering that Firefly is going for +1 charge lots, Baneling's kind of a perfect response here from Shin.
They certainly can be. It's very important, though, that as the Zerg player, you're never caught without Banelings, because if a big warping of charge lots comes in and you don't have those Banes, you know, and it's just +1 attack Zealots, it is going to be a really difficult time to deal with that. We do see Lings trading out at the third base. He, most importantly, that was actually pretty good for Shin because he kills a pylon, kills a few adepts, kills a couple probes. Most importantly, he sees that his opponent made a lot of zealots, and as he does that, he throws down the Roach Warren. Banelings can work very well against the zealots, but the roaches are just so much more consistent. And Firefly, I am just not liking how this has worked out for him at all in this series.
Yeah, and Shin getting a double scout on this Zealot count and seeing charge finish up, he knows exactly what is going to come his way. And so there's a timer right now on Firefly to try and find some window where he can get damage done. These are going to be +1 charge lots in a minute, which means they will two-shot these Lings, but I'm a little bit concerned. Keep in mind, there's no Warp Prism with this attack. It's just these Zealots streaming across the map. Bane's got pretty good connections there on the front line of Zealots, and Shin should have enough Lings just to clean this up with +1.
Yep. Yeah, I'm
the
pretty
Zealots,
sure.
they only just now are finishing ground weapons.
Interesting that he elected to not take the fight there initially, Shin, because I feel like he could have gotten that on creep and gotten the full wraparound, kind of shut that down. Adepts did discombobulate Shin ever so slightly, but it was still... This is still an extremely good situation for the Zerg player. Firefly is... I mean, he's gotten a quick blink behind the charge, like it immediately started up after that, and he's got the robotics facility coming down, and he's taking a 4th Nexus during all this. But there is going to be a scary bit of time before he is really ready to deal with Shin's army, I feel like.
Yeah, but I'm starting to like his position a little bit more here with +2 ground weapons underway and blink. The drone count here for Shin is not very high, and if Firefly can somehow manage to defend... Nice control with that Oracle, by the way. Oh, never mind. I jinxed it.
That's the greed. That's the N-1 where he just shouldn't have... He got out, and he should have just gotten out, you know?
Yeah. But if Firefly can find some way to hold on... By the way, again, 3 Overlords coming in. We've seen this a lot today in ZVP.
Yeah.
If we can find some way to hold on against his timing attack, things could snowball in his favor. Really good force fields. I do not think Shin was expecting this high a count of sentries right there on the third base. It's almost a Heart of the Swarm-esque army that Firefly is assembling right now. But there is a window where Firefly can get some damage done. I mean, look at the army supplies, considering that Shin is going for roaches, and he's catching a lot more. Hold on a second, Steadfast.
Yeah, this is a hold the phone moment for sure. Ravager's going to try and morph in here. There's not a whole lot of army on this base. I think we're just going to see a dead 4th base potentially, but we do see Lings wrapping around on this. There's too many Stalkers in the middle, though. This is looking great out of Firefly. Triple Ling drop on the other side of the map, and there's not a whole lot to deal with it. Firefly just needs to warp in at home, but it is going to be difficult to split his attention. He is winning out on the front line, though, very hard.
Yeah, losing a couple of probes here in the main base and the natural expansion, but on the front line, as you said, Steadfast, Shin is starting to really fall apart. There aren't that many more roaches left in production. The Warp Prison now joining forces again, and Firefly somehow has turned this game on its head. Shin losing so many roaches, getting caught by the force fields, and then the blink chasing them down. He was not expecting this mid-game play coming out from Firefly, and after what was kind of a dismal early game here for Protoss, Firefly in one fell swoop just steals the momentum away and carries it into a victory in the span of like 2 minutes. I mean, the charge zealots, they really didn't get that much done. They forced Shin, I guess, onto a relatively low drone count, but the fact that Shin was gearing up for this aggression and then lost all of those roaches. I mean, that was... How many roaches fell? It was like maybe more than a dozen. They got caught in the force field, plus got chased down by the blink stalkers. And that's partly because all of the Lings were also setting up for a triple drop in the main base. It was kind of this anti-timing for Shin, where he was trying to set up this huge multi-prong attack. And he moves into a position where blink is done, and he's probably not expecting blink to be done. And all of these sentries are catching the roaches. And then there's no Lings to support the roaches on the retreat whatsoever. And I mean, talk about a snowball moment. That was the kind of insane play that we are kind of expecting Firefly to bring to the table in this series against Shin to steal the wind out of his sails.
Yeah.
I'm kind of beaming after that game. That was a treat.
That was really cool. And to the point, if Shin knows that there's 6 sentries, if he knows that all those sentries are there, he's going to be able to avoid, taking a fight without a ton of Ravagers. He had a bunch of gas in the bank when those force fields came down. He certainly had enough money to build enough Ravagers to deal with, 4, 5, 6, 7 force fields. But the fact that he didn't, and that Firefly flipped the switch so quickly on him was such a nice move. Shin also really underestimated the power of that Blinkstalker Sentry army, because there was a moment where he's getting chased down with the roaches. The roaches are getting chased down, I should say, by the Blinkstalkers and the sentries. I'm rewatching it now, and he loads up into the Dropper Lords during that period. And if he has an extra 24 lings at home with +1 melee against a Stalker Sentry army, and he's able to morph those Ravagers, break some force fields, that is a completely different fight potentially. I'm not saying for sure Shin holds it, but it definitely goes better for him. And I feel like that's one of those situations where we see Shin kind of getting tunnel visioned by his own game plan and not playing the game in front of him. But this man, with a great comeback and a great execution of the attack, will even the series at one apiece. It is Onside Gaming's Firefly.
And spawning in the top left, going down 1-1 in this series, but looking to close it out here in game 3, it is Shin. I'm trying to play that game back in my head a little bit, Steadfast, and I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. If Shin had those lings, I even forgot they had +1.
Yeah.
+1 lings against that composition actually trades really well. You just
They're
need
so good.
everything together with the roaches and eventually some Ravagers, and you can win it. But wow, I mean, Firefly, talk about seizing the moment in a game like that one, where that was probably the only winning play that was going to develop that game. I mean, maybe he's able to hold on against the aggression, and the game continues to play out on 4 bases and it goes macro. But up until that point, it felt like Firefly was just taking L after L after L in terms of Shin scouting, in terms of the Zealots not really getting that much damage done, in terms of the hatch block really delaying the natural expansion and the third, losing the Oracles, not getting a lot of drone kills on the Oracles either. Nothing was really going his way, but he had just amassed this army that could kind of take a fight if it was an advantageous fight. And Shin spread himself way too thin and absolutely overextended, did not respect the composition that Firefly was going for, and now we're all tied up 1-1. And that was maybe my favorite game of the day. I was not expecting any kind of turnaround
Not that
like
way.
that. It's such a bizarre situation. I mean, on paper, it looks kind of simple. It's like, yeah, Shin overextends, but I just never in a million years, I had almost written off Firefly in my mind. I know his position wasn't completely, it wasn't like he was completely lost, but if you're up against the ropes already against somebody as good as Shin in the mid game, who is one of the strongest mid game Zergs, I think of Shin, I think of a battle Zerg who's going to have this incredible army in the mid game. Maybe he will drop off a little bit in terms of, as you said before, his army control isn't on the par of a player like Serral or a player like Dark, but in terms of navigating the mid game, he can stand with the best of them. And so for Firefly to win in the stage in the game where I feel like Shin is the strongest in such a stunning fashion, I mean, talk about getting whiplash. Like, that was a 180.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was kind of alluding to, is that Firefly is a really decisive and mid-game oriented player as well. He's certainly capable of playing a late game, but he is a player that will pull the trigger on you and will absolutely go bring the hammer down when he feels the opportunity is presented to him. And I mean, even knowing that and even seeing him do that over and over again, I was not expecting something like that to be as effective as it was. But we got to talk about this. Shin is building a lot of lings. No, how many lings does he have so far? He is on 14 lings, and he's building. Yeah. Is he building more? Production tab. Okay, no 16 more lings.
He's just looking for a cancel here on the third, and oh, the Oracle barely misses the lings coming down, so he should 100% be able to cancel this hatchery, I would think.
Yeah, there should be
Nexus,
no way to
excuse me.
prevent that. Yeah, that's absolutely going to get canceled. There will be another Oracle coming out, but I think going
is he
for
not
the
gonna get it?
Adept.
All right.
I was going to say
playing
that's
it a little bit close.
Yeah, I actually think that Firefly could have left that Nexus alive for a little bit longer because the DPS was split, but he just goes for the quick cancel, and that allows Shin to get the, I would say, max value out of those lanes.
Yeah, that is what they were intended to do, these lanes, just to lay the third base here from Firefly. And also, if you think about it, generally speaking, these kind of oracles will get, in a typical game, another cancel, by the way.
And that
These
makes it a
oracles
slow
have no
warp
energy.
in.
And this warp in is so slow. Oh, these lings, talk about getting value. So
Well,
much done.
This actually got so much worse for Firefly because he canceled the Nexus too quickly. He would have killed 3, 4, 5 more lings, and then Firefly or Shin's move, this move that he's done, cannot happen again. He doesn't get the cancel, and that doesn't turn it into a slow warp pylon. That means he doesn't kill the adept. Like, oh my god, little differences make such like little tiny alterations can make such a big difference in this game.
Yeah, what a move there by Shin. Even if he didn't get the follow-up damage, it was great because, I mean, as I was saying, hold that thought again. As these lings come and get another sound, surround, activate the pulsar beams, peel away. And these oracles have had basically minimum energy this entire time. These adepts are no longer safe. They're going to have to activate that shade and get out. But for Shin, the fact that he had those lings cross-map, you can kind of think of them as saving 2 or 3 drones as well, because you're basically expecting to lose a couple of drones to the 2 oracles, is because if Protoss wants to, they should usually find an angle where they can trade some HP for 1 or 2 drones. And what those lings do, especially after killing that initial adept, is they force those oracles to stay at home. They keep them on relatively low energy because you can continuously prod and just pull back away as soon as the pulsar beams activate. And so for Shin, just a really smart early move. A little bit of a gamble, but it paid off. I like this play by Firefly coming in, though, getting some counter damage in. 5 drones in total going down. He needed that win. I'm not sure if it's been enough to equalize, as that third base cancel was pretty devastating, but this is certainly a little bit of a momentum shift. It is slowing the roll here of Shin as Firefly gears up for another really strong mid game. More sentries getting warped in, and Immortal. Ton of gateways powering up with Blink. And I wonder how heavily Firefly is going to lean into this 3-base timing, or if he is going to expand behind it, because with the Warp Prism in production, I feel like he might just go basically all in.
It is entirely possible. He currently has not yet saturated the gases at the 3rd base. He is still building probes, and he's gonna continue to add on those probes. It looks like this is gonna be a heavy pressure, but I don't. Oh man, he's going for another huge round of sentries. He wants to hide those from the lings for sure. Does not want to let Shin build a bunch of Ravagers, but Shin is stopped at 66 drones for his part, and he looks like he's actually the one that wants to get aggressive against Firefly. This could be a very weird situation where they're both really trying to put the hammer down. And yeah, it looks like the European Zergs are not the only ones wanting to avoid a late game against Protoss right now, as Shin is gearing up for another Dropper Lord type aggression.
Well, if any Zerg in Korea is going to play the
that's
same
true.
way as the Europeans, it's going to be Shin. This guy, he gets to 60 drones in a PvZ, and he's like, all right, that's enough. I can make roaches and lings now. Let's do it. And he's going to come in again. Queen's loaded up in these Overlords, but Firefly's been doing a really good job up until this point of kind of not revealing his hand. He has a ton of sentries, so many force fields available. There aren't that many Ravagers, just 4 or 5 here for Shin. So there are enough force fields in the bank that he can continuously section off this army. Shin is continuing to push the issue regardless of this. I think not really respecting the
not
potential
respecting
of
the
the
force.
army here for Firefly.
Yeah, not respecting the force field so much. Battery overcharge will get popped because the corrosive biles had to be used on those force fields. They don't take it down right away, but there we go. They get it now. Immortal, is going to try and be saved by the Prism, I assume, but the Prism was pushed back, so he's not able to get the save. There is a thinning out of the army for Shin, but has Firefly done enough? He's going to blink forward in on top of the Ravagers. Rather bold move. All the Queens are down, and this is going to be maybe a barely hold, but it is an expensive hold for Firefly. Remember that he's only on 3 bases. This is basically an all-in defense from Firefly. He will get the pushback on this. Very impressively done from Firefly. But Shin is not dead by any means. He's got that 4th hatchery. He's got the ability to still play out of this one. Firefly, though, very impressive defense.
Yeah, and Firefly is not going to let this one slow down at all. He's going to try and gear up for some pressure. He has +2 already complete. I don't think he knows that Shin made as many units as he actually did as he gets caught here. Luckily, not too many lings here for Shin, so it's going to be hard for Firefly, or hard for Shin, excuse me, to actually catch a lot of those stalkers on the retreat. As I love this Overlord. Immortal drop play. God, I'm getting all confused with certain units right now. This game is chaotic. It's frazzling my brain a little bit.
It has absolutely been a wild series. Like, all the conventional wisdom has kind of been thrown out the window in this one. The Immortal drop is pretty cute, and I like actually a lot that he sniped the Spore, because now we're going to see the Oracle get in. He's going to find a couple of drones. Oh, does the Spore? No, he's going to be able to get away with that Oracle. You know what I would love to see, actually, is a hero type play from Firefly where he adds Oracles back in. I would love to see him building Oracles again right now, because it feels like Shin wants to continue to be aggressive off of a very mid-game oriented composition. And if you don't have Hydras, you don't have Mutas, you don't have Corruptors, there's no contesting that Oracle, and he builds another one. I'm the Oracle now.
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Man, you and Firefly are totally in sync. What is going on?
Oh, and just in sync like that, he loses the unit to some static defense. Maybe we're a little too in sync on that one. Yeah.
It's a next level mind game. It's like, oh, see, I don't care about my oracles.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have any oracles. You can attack now. And then he shows up with like 100 supply of Zerg ground, and this one oracle takes 6 minutes to kill it. And he's like, haha, mind games.
Yeah, but with Firefly soon to have +3 ground weapons, I mean, it is already about a third of the way done. I wouldn't mind him even just focusing instead on the ground, because these Stalkers, Sentries, and Immortals do a pretty good job of trading with the Zerg. Actually, Zerg coming in on both sides right now. Force fields blocking the majority of the Banelings. Some really nice micro here by Firefly as Shin is continuing to try and breach this position. Battery overcharge is going to pop, of course, with those force fields. It means the Biles raining down and the overcharge are going to be a little bit late, but I feel like there might be just enough here for Shin to break this position. Keep in mind, these are +2 Stalkers. More Immortals are going to try and wrap around, but they get surrounded by the Ling steadfast.
Oh, he does get the save, but he's lost so much already. And I was thinking, 3-4 Oracles at home would have been so good against this, but he lost that one. The other one was not in position. It was going across the map, and Shin has broken Firefly wide open. This is a dead third base. It's a dead 23 probes, and it is the door being shut on this game, in my opinion. I don't think there's any way to come back from this one. Firefly, I mean, he had some really rough starts in this game, and he did show his quality. But unfortunately, the mid-game aggression from Shin is going to reign supreme. There is static defense on this third base. That's great. But Firefly can't defend the natural.
I mean, the Zerg's just going to continue to stream in. More Lings in production. +3 ground weapons will finish in a moment, but it doesn't matter. Shin is going to take the last best of 3 of the day with a 2-1 win. But it was the result that I expected coming into this one, but those games were so much fun. Steadfast. What a series. I see why you were high on Firefly. Those were some fun matches.
That's the thing, is even if he loses, I feel like it's fun, and I feel like he's got that youngster speed and that like never say die attitude. Because if you look at game 2, where things went so poorly for him, the fact that he was able to not just turn it around and win was pretty incredible. And then game 3, where he actually did make something out of kind of nothing. Unfortunately, things really unraveled for him as he, lost that one Oracle, wasn't well set up for the attack at the third. But if he has a little bit more static defense there, maybe 3 Oracles, like I said, overhead, I don't know. I'm thinking that's a very different series. And I think we actually see Shin going down 2-1 because his tech was terrible. His tech was not great. His economy was not great against a Protoss player that's maxed out on +3 weapons and a ton of Sentries, Immortals, Stalkers. It's not a good time for the Protoss. Shin was very close to being in the loser bracket to start this off.
Yeah, which is not the result that I expected. And especially considering how poor the early game went in basically every single map there for Firefly against Shin. The fact that he was able to fight back so well in the mid game was really impressive. And guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, we're going to continue on with the Esports World Cup closed qualifiers. We'll see you in a minute.
Only shine brighter. My light will only shine brighter.
Welcome back, everyone. We have finished up the best of threes from today, and that is the last best of three we will actually have in this closed qualifier. It is all best of fives from here on out. We're going to be following things up with two best of fives from the upper bracket semifinals, and the first two players to be eliminated today will be taking place in the lower bracket semifinal, or I guess lower bracket round of whatever. I don't know. It's the we'll see it right here on the bracket. I really nailed that one. How you doing, State?
I'm doing good. The lower bracket round one, I actually really like that we're going to be playing best of fives for the remainder of the tournament, not just the upper bracket, but also the lower bracket, because that means for a match like Stats versus a Laser or Trigger versus Firefly, which we'll get into later today, those guys are absolutely going to be able to give it their all in a 5-game set to fight for their life to qualify for EWC. And before we get there, Bunny versus Showtime to kick things off here in the upper bracket semifinals, Steadfast. This is going to be a really fun match, I think. Bunny looked superb against Stats in Game 2 and Game 3, but at the same time, Showtime, he is just locked in.
He has been really locked in. For me, the big match of today is the fact that in Game 2 versus a Laser, if you hand the reins to most players in that position, Protoss does not win that game very many times. Like, not many times at all. But Showtime stayed so calm, so poised, was like, okay, I know what my win condition is. You mentioned this during the break. If Zerg gets their high-tech lurkers set up either like in a really good siege position, it's very much siege tank territory, where if they get a siege position around a third base, a fourth base, in between a certain position, basically they lock down a certain area, it's pretty much over. And Showtime was like, okay, I can't let that happen. Great army movement, blocked the move, and was able to turn what I consider to be a lost game into a victory. And we'll have to see if he can keep that up against such a chaotic Terran, because we have spawning down to the bottom right for big. It is Showtime.
And spawning in the top left, the Terran player was able to defeat Stats. Can he do it again here against Showtime? It is Bunny.
And this is such an important match for these two players. This is not a you win and you're through, but this is about as close as it gets without actually being a qualifying match, because you win this one, you're into the upper bracket qualifying match, which is going to be a best of 7 taking place tomorrow. And then even if you lose that one, you will then have another chance. You're seeded directly into that lower bracket qualifying match. So regardless of what happens, if you win this one, you make your life so much easier. So both players are going to really, really want to win this one.
Yeah, it means a lot. I mean, the fact that either of these guys are 2 series wins away from qualifying for the EWC, the pressure is going to be mounting, because let's not forget, it's not just about getting to EWC. I mean, the guaranteed spot for the Esports World Cup is $15,000. That is what you're playing for this series and the next series. If you qualify, you lock that in at a bare minimum. So,
yes,
in a way, this is a pretty intense semifinals. This is the kind of situation where if you're actually playing the game and you're thinking about this, you might get knocked out of your element. It's important to actually stay focused and not get too far ahead of yourself about what is on the line and what isn't, because that is where nerves can start to come into the equation, even in an online tournament like this one.
Yeah, and I mean, even though these are pro players, they have a ton of experience. There's a reason that we keep bringing up nerves and nervousness and what the effect it can have on players is. It's because it's really big. Like, and I feel like if you are thinking about, okay, this is a $15,000 match, if you're thinking about that in the heat of the moment, you haven't necessarily already lost per se, but you're certainly really putting yourself into an uncomfortable position mentally. So I hope that the players are able to just stay focused and stay calm, stay poised. We do have, as we talk about the build orders a little bit, a Gate Nexus out of Showtime. He is one of the few Protoss players, I would say, in the world that still kind of mixes that in. He's not the only one to do it in this matchup, but it's a lot less common than it used to be. Most Protoss players, I feel like, open up Gate Cyber these days. But Showtime is still willing to go for that Gate Nexus. And it is going to be a Blink opener. Meanwhile, Bunny, he is going to be going for that 1-1-1, which is mostly what he showcased against Stats in the Game 2 and Game 3. Obviously, Game 1, he did that very quick third CC, but I'm sure Showtime was watching that first series. Oh.
Yeah, and this Hellions going to get in, get the full scout off. We'll see if Buddy can get the same 2 probes instead, only just the 1. This series against Stats with that first Hellion, he was able to get 2 kills, so he's really happy about that. Now, oh, actually, Showtime somehow was able to get the Adept into the main base. I think it should be able to survive these Marines, too, just barely.
No depot lift right there out of Bunny is a bit of a missed opportunity. That should have been a dead Adept. And it got an SCV as well.
And it's scouted, very importantly, I believe, that there's a tech lab on the factory.
Yes.
So Showtime should know that there's a siege tank push coming very early. And siege tank pushes here on Golden Aura can be absolutely deadly. The earlier you know that it's coming, the better here is Protoss. But is Showtime still going to be prepared? He has another gateway morphing in. Robo in production, as well as the shield battery here, the natural expansion. And he's posturing, but... Oh, the siege tank, he's going to get it! One hit will pop on the sentry. The sentry falls, but everything else survives. Even that medevac on barely any HP. That means the stalkers can focus everything down. Showtime just completely routed this army.
Yeah, and with Blink done, he doesn't save that one stalker, but he should be able to kill every single Marine without losing any additional stalkers. What an amazing start for Showtime right here. This is about as good as it gets. The siege tank of Bunny. You talked about the frightening nature of this push in the scout. Showtime had his units in position such that he just barely saw that siege tank as it started to siege up, and he was snapped his fingers, decisive as all hell, got on top of that tank, and now finds himself with a lot of control in this game number 1.
Yeah, moving in as soon as that siege tank sieged up means it's only going to get 1 shot off at most, and you will guarantee take that down. Everything else is just... what, Marines without stim and a medevac that's already been bruised by your stalkers? So, just fantastic engagement there from Showtime. I love that play coming in from him, and now he can safely get up to a 3rd base. He can get charge, a forge, Robobay coming online, whereas Bunny committed all of these resources into a timing push that just completely flattered, and even this 3rd CC placement is bleeding him SCVs. They keep getting pulled down to the south side where the stalkers can pick them off time after time. Already 2 of them going down, and momentum certainly on the side of Showtime to start things out here in game number 1.
Yeah,
Stim only just now began, Steadfast. Like, this is... Bunny was expecting to get way more done with that push.
Oh, he absolutely was. And the fact that a Liberator was built and sent so late across the map should tell you exactly what the situation was. Because when you build a Liberator, yeah, you're okay with using it for harassment, but your focus is usually on reinforcing the push. Usually you're looking or hitting at the same time as the push. But you either want to solidify your position or you want to make the Protoss deal with 2 places at once. Oh, that Liberator getting taken down by Steph Curry with the long-range shot.
Yeah, that was... I saw that and I was like, well, that Liberator is going to survive. It's going to survive
right.
off of 1
No,
HP,
it's out. It's free.
Wow, Showtime, just a lot of things going his way right now. As he's going to start mounting some more pressure. These stalkers working their way over on this side, which is not fully protected by the siege tanks. They're just barely covering that angle. If Showtime wanted to, he could start sieging down the CC a little bit there on the right side, but instead just going to try and play the more positional game here where the stalkers control the center of a map, take the 4th base. He is really in his element right now. Bunny, at least for the next minute, shouldn't have that much presence on the map. You got to wait until, Stim, Combat Shields +1 is done. That means Showtime is just completely in control. Oh, he's going to get this medevac too, isn't he? Almost. Oh, look at that blink forward. I love these plays coming out from Showtime. He is dialed in, man.
Bunny
these army movements have been so good, not just in this series, but in his first series against the Laser. And to start this out, going for that first engagement there on the siege tank, and then coming in like this, getting pickoffs on the Liberator, on multiple medevacs. It is just so beautiful what he's doing with these small groups of stalkers.
Yeah, I want to point out a couple things that are really interesting right here. Bunny went so heavy on Marines right now. He is going pure Marine tank. He just now started adding on Marauders, and he has been focused. Oh, did he just killed his own Marine? I wonder if that was that on purpose to build more tanks? No, he wasn't.
Oh, it might have been.
That was just an oopsie.
No, it might have been. He was at 124 out of 125. It's possible. It could also just be a misclick. It's hard to read in that situation, but in any case, Bunny's going to start moving closer and closer to this fourth base. And even though Showtime was able to navigate the early game very well, let's see if it's going to be enough. A lot of charge outs streaming in. They are taking most of the damage. Siege Tank's going to try and focus fire instead on something else, but already the front line has evaporated here for Bunny. So many Siege Tanks falling, and now the Colossi are uncontested against what is basically just Marines, as you were pointing out, Steadfast. There's only a few Marauders in the mix, and those Colossi can do so much damage. An ambitious blink forward, and that's going to be game number 1 going to Showtime. What a clutch win. That was so good from Showtime, man. He stopped that first push in its tracks, and he did not let up.
Yeah, that was fantastic right there out of Showtime. I've got to say, I was really impressed to see that from D Mauer. And it really comes down to that scout and that decisive move against the Siege Tank. And even from that position on, Bunny did a great job of scanning observers, of making sure to take those out and make it a little bit more difficult for Showtime to see what was going on. But Showtime remained poised, remained calm, remained, well, steadfast. It's awkward when I forget what my name is, and I'm like, here's a verb, here's a word. But yeah, he stayed so patient and calm and collected, and never let that game turn into anything that Bunny could do anything with. Like, that was just such a great execution and show of Bunny, or of Showtime's strengths.
Yeah, and the fact that he was mentally prepared for that Siege Tank push too made such a difference, because he had his army in the perfect spot where, just as you said, steadfast in game, it should have a glimpse of that Siege Tank, because that Siege Tank has to kind of push into the natural expansion. It's coming too early to siege down a third base. It has to go for something at the wall. And the moment that it sieged up, he seized the moment. He went down on that Siege Tank. Even the Sentry almost survived with his shield battery against that push, and he lost a couple of gateway units and traded out for so much value. And then from that position there is Protoss. If you let up on the gas pedal a little bit and let Terran kind of get back into the game without dealing with too much pressure, it can still be a tough situation, but he did such a good job of just levying pressure with his Stalkers. He was picking off SCV after SCV, building the command centers. He was keeping control of the middle of the map. He was not allowing Bunny to really get any presence whatsoever until combat shield stim and +1 was done. But by then, Showtime was already way too strong. And here he is spawning in the top right, up 1-0 in this best of 5. Let's see if he can make it 2-0. It is Showtime.
And his opponent, despite things not working out for him so great, still put together a scary push. Can he bring things back in game number 2 for Team Falcons? It is Bunny. That was really impressive out of Showtime. And people might be saying, like, oh man, if that defense from Showtime was so good, why did the supplies stay so even, you know, through the mid game, through the until that push came across the map? And it's because Showtime was just matching everything Bunny was doing while advancing his tech further ahead, while getting a 4th Nexus, while getting a 2nd Forge. Like, Showtime was doing enough to stay ahead, but not trying to pull too far ahead in a certain aspect and leave himself exposed in another one. So even though the supplies didn't look as amazing for Showtime as you might expect, considering how good that push was held, how well that push was held, Showtime was very far ahead and kept his lead. And that is something that, especially against the Korean Terrans and Korean players in general, who are so good at kind of giving the slip, that was a really impressive display from Showtime. And I know it's just game number 1, but I'm very excited about how he is playing.
Yeah, Showtime is looking spectacular so far today. A little bit of SCV harassment here on the building command center. Bunny actually canceled the unit out of production on the barracks to throw down that CC a little bit faster, but bit of an awkward little engagement there with the cancel, because it still got delayed a little with the SCVs getting zapped by that probe, but
that's something
an interesting decision nonetheless.
Beyond has messed around with a little bit, the little cancel unit, but yeah, I'm not. I don't
I'm not
think he's
sold
done
on
it in
it.
a while. I'm not sold on it. That's a good way of putting it. I'm not sold on it. Now, it's good if your opponent is like expecting maybe a Reaper and they pull back right away or something. I don't know. But yeah, that ends up being a kind of thing where you do a fancy maneuver. It's kind of like the extractor trick for Zerg. And it's like, oh, well, it basically ends up being the same thing, but you just spent more actions to do it. And it's like, in this case, maybe it's fractionally better. Oh, nice. Oh, okay.
The mule's more valuable. We don't need workers where we're going, Steadfast.
That's funny. That's like a good example of like you do an action, but it didn't actually do anything for you. So it's that's kind of a funny scenario.
Oh, actually 2 Adepts right now, so it's going to be 5. Oh, there's a Cyclone. Never mind. I was wondering if these Adepts might be able to get anything done against the Marines, but with a Cyclone out, Showtime just going to go home.
And
I wonder how Bunnies... Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Steadfast. After you.
It is going to be a blink opener here, which is kind of uncharacteristic of Showtime to not play Stargate as much. He used to be a player that was almost a pure Stargate player, but instead he is going to be going for a 4-gate Blink Stalker play. Oh. And that is Showtime kind of mixing things up here, and I'm very interested in that. Bunny with another relatively fast siege tank, relatively fast medevac. I'm wondering if he's going to go for a similar type of push to what he did in the previous game.
Yeah, it might be, but 4-gate Blink is a pretty good response for this if you catch wind of exactly what Bunny is doing, because should Bunny decide to move out early, as I see a couple of SCVs getting pulled.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to join in with the medevac with the reinforcements from the main. Should Blink finish in time, this could be good for Showtime, but the fact that he doesn't have presence on the map scares me a little bit, Steadfast, because that pylon of the natural expansion is a very easy target. There are still stalkers in the main base. Showtime has no idea this time that the push is about to come into the natural expansion. Still doesn't have vision. Siege tank going to land. Let's see if he goes for it. Smart by Bunny not to siege up until he knows that it's safe.
Very important adjustment being made by Bunny there. And we do have the reinforcements coming across the map with the Liberator, so it will be an attempted sustained push. Bunny will be able to kill the gateway and will be able to get this pylon, but Showtime replaced the pylon quickly, so he's able to continue Immortal production. That Immortal is going to be quite valuable. Showtime going to go for the forward blink. There's a lot of Marines here, though. Hot pickup micro trying to save the Cyclone, but Showtime was not targeting that. This is a very expensive cleanup from Showtime, but it should eventually be a cleanup. Well, actually...
let's see. The Immortal is done now, but the Marines actually doing a great job of zoning it away. That siege tank reinforcing actually really was a thorn in the side there of Showtime, because he was expecting to try and survive with 3 of those stalkers from the dive on the tank, but they ran right into the reinforcing Marines and that siege tank, so took a lot more damage, and suddenly this position became even harder to break there for Showtime. He might have gone a little bit too early. I like the move, but now there's a Liberator added to the mix, and once these SAVs get cross-map and start building that bunker, it's going to be so hard to breach this position.
And there's already been so much damage taken. Robo Facility will go down. If we take a look at the units lost, I'm pretty sure it is going to be, heavily in favor of the Terran player right now. Showtime, with just 3 stalkers, is able to find a lot of value on the interception. Nice micro on that 1 stalker, but usually 4 is the magic number I think of when it's intercepting reinforcements. Still good micro on the stalkers overall, and he will get that 1 siege tank. But this is... This just feels like the main push has already achieved so much.
Yeah, that natural expansion's in a lot of trouble right now. I don't think the stalker count is high enough to really deal with these libs, too. Guarded by the siege tanks, the Cyclone, the Marines, and the bunkers there in the low ground. This is just such a hard position to breach, but Overcharge is going to pop, and this is Showtime's time to try and breach it down. Immortal's going to focus fire on the bunkers first, and the Blink 4 with enough to one-shot both Liberators. And what a great breakout there by Showtime.
Yeah, that was...
he had just enough stalkers to one-shot everything. The Immortals will survive as well as these stalkers, and that was a very good hold. If he had 1 or 2 less stalkers with that army, then this game is completely lost. But he knows exactly how many he needs to 2-shot those Liberators and actually have a chance.
Yeah, and the way that he stayed
or one-shot
back,
them, excuse me.
The way that he stayed back there while with the battery overcharge, kind of letting that heal his units up, and then after he had picked away at a little bit of the front line, that was when he went for the decisive blink in. And like you said, the Immortals plus the Stalkers able to one-shot the Siege tanks, the Stalkers themselves able to one-shot the Liberators. That was outstanding out of Showtime. And to be honest, I kind of thought this game was over with how much damage that had done and how good the position for Bunny was. But Showtime is looking so damn good right now. Now, we do have to point out that the third command center is already done for Bunny. The third Nexus of Showtime was late, but with how clean that breakout was, and we could see on the resources lost, it is now even. Showtime is really cooking. Like, he is really playing well today.
I'm still kind of at a loss at how well he was able to clean up that attack outside the natural expansion. I thought there was almost no way he was going to be able to reach that position, even with overcharge, even with the blink forward, because Bunny was just so entrenched, but Showtime had just enough, and now this game is almost normalizing here. The third base for Protoss is going to be coming online in just a moment. As soon as it does, Bunny pops the scan, knows exactly where he's at. At the same time, Terran also taking the third, and the supply is remarkably even. Upgrade's going to be a slight advantage here for Bunny, but we're going to be heading into the mid-game on, you know, fairly neutral ground here, Steadfast.
What is the gateway count right now for Showtime? That's his 6th, 7th, and 8th gateway, right? Yeah, okay, so he's getting up to that 8-gate setup. It is going to be scary. We just had all 5 bio upgrades finish at once. The Stim, the Combat Shields, the Concussive, the 1-1. So this timing right now is very scary. There's going to be no upgrades for Showtime, I don't believe. Yeah, his +1's not quite done. And most importantly, yeah, there it is, the Storm. He needs that to finish, and he needs to land some, I think, pretty big storms. But if he can certainly come out of this in a pretty decent spot. It's actually like only 1 medevac. That's a big Stim being forced out by Showtime.
Yeah, the medevacs. Oh, the medevacs in the natural expansion. Now the Storm's right there on all of the bio, forcing the split and leaving the Siege tanks unprotected means that Showtime can clean that up in the front. Ooh. There is a drop in the natural expansion, and also at the 4th base, though. We have to take a look at that. 6 probes going down here for Protoss, but he was able to stop the fight in the middle. I mean, that push from Bunny had so much damage potential, Steadfast, but Showtime was able to clean it up, and even though he took a bit of a supply dip right there, the fact that he was able to take that fight as soon as Storm finished and before Bunny could fully protect those Siege tanks was such a big win.
Yeah, that was really nice for Showtime. It could have been so much worse for him, but Bunny was still able to snipe the Warp Prism that had one of the 2 High Templars still alive in it. He did get a little bit of damage in the natural expansion, and I think Bunny has kind of reasserted a lead in this mid game as he cancels that 4th base. It's just feeling like Showtime did very well, but not quite well enough to keep the game from maybe spiraling out of control, or at least giving Bunny the opportunity to do so. We are going to see a double drop coming into the main base. Triple drop, in fact. Showtime did clean up the drop of the natural, but, I mean, Bunny, oh, this is going to be really tough to deal with the 1-1 bio.
Yeah, those Zealots not really getting too much done. At the same time, Bunny hitting the main, or hitting the 3rd base here with the main part of his force, and you can see Showtime, although he's able to clean up this attack in the middle, now there's just way too much knocking on his door. Battery overcharge is going to get picked off. Let's see if the storm drops are going to be good. So far in the bio, they really are.
Oh.
Some nice storms coming out from
Showtime
here, and he also cleans up the drop in the main base as well. One more medevac fell.
Is playing so well. Oh my god, this is now the 2nd time where I thought this game was like kind of over, and Showtime's like, no, it's not over yet. Like, don't you dare count me out. I still feel like this is uncomfortable for Showtime, but Bunny never started 2-2. Never started 2-2, so his tech is actually not amazing. He has an armory, but he just now starts those upgrades. Showtime's gonna have his +2 weapons in a moment. The main problem for Showtime is no 4th Nexus, and Bunny has that high-yield gas base that is going to be getting set up that gives you so much space control in the middle of the map, and a great little minefield to make flanking Warp Prisms. Well, they're going to be difficult to find an opening.
Yeah, they won't get one shot, but they'll get very close to it, especially with these Vikings out. As Bunny, I would expect him from this position just try to focus on denying the 4th base of Protoss for as long as possible, because even though these trades haven't been the best for him, and Showtime keeps finding wins in almost unexpected fashions, so far, Bunny's economy is still pretty crazy. And actually, Showtime is going to be going all the way through the middle, going for a counterattack right now.
Oh, but there's a
I'm surprised he's not committing a little bit of Zealots onto the CC, but he has to retreat to deal with the main force that is outside his third base again and just cancel the fourth Nexus once more. And you can see really that fourth command center starting to pay dividends already as the supply for Bunny is just ballooning. Look at the income advantage. For basically this entire game, Bunny has been playing at this huge income advantage, and now it is really starting to come to a head. There are enough Vikings here paired up with the Goats, the Templars. I don't know if they're going to get the same storms they did in the past, Steadfast.
Yeah, certainly not. And that the Widow Mine. Oh, it didn't hit the Prism. No, it does hit the Prism. And there it goes. Takes down the Medivacs. Meanwhile, at the main fight, Bunny is going to be able to still kite back. Showtime, he's going forward with a little bit of this army. And Bunny with a bit of an awkward reinforcement route. But he is just so far behind right now. Showtime, that is. And the 2-2 for Bunny is going to kick in a moment. And once that kicks in, these fights are going to start looking a lot more unfair in favor of Bunny. Honestly, considering the fact that the High Templar didn't get their storms off, I'm actually really surprised at how okay that fight went for Showtime. But the supplies do tell the tale. Showtime's economy cannot keep up. Bunny is on a crazy economy, 76 workers. He's getting in towards that late game Liberator transition. And I just don't see this working out for Showtime unless he can win the game pretty much right now.
He's going to try and attack it again, and Good Storm's going to catch a lot of those Widow Mines. There is another Warp Prism. EMP does not connect on the Templar, but I feel like there's just not enough Gateway units here on the ground. Showtime is starting to breach a little bit. Couple more storms left here on those two High Templar there on the right side. Bunny is going to have to evacuate this base. Showtime basically all in. He hasn't built a probe in so long. He's only sitting on 53 workers right now. He has to make this army work right here, right now. The army supplies are relatively even, but now that the storms have dissipated, there's none left on these Templar. And with the Liberators coming out, there's not even any Stalkers really to manifest the anti-air. So here for Bunny, it's just about surviving. As long as he can hold on to this position, his economy should carry him through, especially with a Liberator transition coming underway.
I am blown away that Showtime has done anything with this game whatsoever, let alone done it like 3 or 4 times, making a lost game look not only serviceable, but very good. His unit control has been immaculate. And if I'm Bunny, I am looking at this game and being like, how are you alive? How are you not dead? Yeah. Like how? And at a certain point, it actually does start to take a toll on you mentally. I mean, it's still a big lead for Bunny, but Showtime just isn't dying. He's just not dying.
Yeah, Showtime has been out of this world in terms of resilience so far this game. It's been pretty spectacular. The fact that he knew to cut probes to have just enough money to actually stand up against the force of Bunny has been so critical. But again, the economy here for Terra just so much better than Protoss. 75 SCVs to the 56. Battery Overcharge going to try and save this Nexus, but there's a little bit too much DPS. Stalkers blink forward. That Battery Overcharge actually able to catch, as a result of that bot time, a good amount of this army over here on the top side. And
that's a lot of
some pretty valuable units. It's Ghosts, it's Medivacs, but oh no, the EMPs are huge on the Templar. Only one storm is going to drop, and Bunny now encroaching on this position. This is really the last big mining base here for Showtime, and is he going to have enough to actually break through? I think he just barely might with these storms, but it is so close, Steadfast.
It is really uncomfortable. It takes a lot of storms to kill a Liberator from full HP. More than 2 full durations, we'll put it that way. And Bunny finally gonna take game number 2. But what a battle from the German Protoss. That was actually insane. That not only did he not die to the first push, not die to the second, but when he came in with what felt like an all-in push, down like 35, 40, 50 supply on that third base, he actually did manage to break through temporarily. Like, I legitimately look at this game, and if you told me, like, this was a Cyril who time traveled and played all of his career as Protoss, I would be like, yeah, okay. All right, I don't know how he did it, but that was actually insane out of Showtime that he was able to make that look as close as it was.
Yeah, this is like if Bunny is playing Total War and he's playing like a single player campaign. This is like this is the kind of Pyrrhic victory that you have against the AI that you're like, okay, I'm gonna reload the save and try and do that a little bit better because I should be winning harder than this. What is going wrong? That was almost a moral victory there.
Oh, it
for
100%
Showtime.
was.
Because for Bunny, he absolutely during that game should have been thinking exactly what you said, Steadfast. Why is this guy not dead? Why is this so hard? I keep getting this damage done. I keep getting into a position which feels like a lead, but my opponent is still so resilient. What's going to happen if I don't get this advantage? You can kind of get inside your own head in a situation like this one. And yes, in the end, it is going to be a win for Bunny, but Showtime made that so difficult. He made it so painful from a position where we thought he was basically dead from the push at the natural expansion. And he had to claw his way back into that game, and it wasn't done easily. It's not like after that he suddenly started parrying every blows. He was taking drop damage in the natural expansion. In the main base, he was getting his expansions canceled. He was losing warp prisms. He was getting his Templar EMP'd, and still somehow his army engagements were good enough that he was able to take the fight to Bunny. And part of that plays into Bunny's weakness as a TVP player, and that he is very aggressive with his drops. And he loses a lot of medevacs as a result of that, because the main reason why Marine Marauder is so effective on the ground against a Gateway army with some Immortals is because of the healing from the medevacs. You take that out of the equation, suddenly the Protoss army on the ground can actually stand a very good fight even without splash damage. So for Bunny, that was part of the equation that made it so difficult, but still, Showtime with a hell of a show there in that match. And now we're going from a best of 5 to a best of 3, spawning in the top left, 2 games away from advancing to the next round. Let's see if you can do it again. It is Showtime.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for Team Falcons. It is Bunny.
I still just can't get over that last game. That was otherworldly. And also the gut instinct of Showtime to cut probes in that kind of position and be like, you know what, I'm just going to sit here at like 50. I know I'm behind economically, but if I start making probes, if I let my foot off the gas pedal in terms of army production for a moment, I'm dead. And that almost brought him back into the game in a couple different moments. And that was just so cool. That's his first loss today, I think. But it was, wow. He made that so difficult for Bunny.
He did. And kudos to Bunny for not losing focus, because when you are under the gun like that and you just can't seem to get the killing blow over and over and over again, especially against Protoss, who can, you know, seemingly sometimes turn those games around, it really can start to wear on your mental, and it can cause you to make mistakes. But Bunny was still able to close the game out. Ultimately, he did get in towards that late game Liberator transition, and Showtime, frankly, just didn't have the economy or money to deal with that. But I'm mostly just balancing out the narrative that we're making, which is that Showtime played unbelievably well from a lost position. Like, that is really, really damn impressive. Bunny is going to open up Reaper for the first time in this series. Well,
yeah, and I would be surprised almost if Bunny goes for a siege tank push again here against Showtime, because game number 1, it got cleaned up so easily. It basically lost him the game right from the get-go. And then in game number 2, Bunny went for the siege tank push, and it felt like it basically accomplished what its objective was. He had this entrenched position outside of the natural expansion of Showtime. Yes, it did get cleaned up once, but the reinforcements were enough to continue building up the pressure, and still Showtime was able to breach out. So I think from Bunny's perspective here, well, these adepts actually can shade in if they want to, get behind that mineral line. A little bit of lost mining time here for Bunny. Oh, he's going to get the Hellion too. That's a lot of damage done. These kind of moves are so good for Protoss. Is he going to actually kill the Hellion? Instead, went for the Reaper. Something else, maybe a Marine. But...
yeah, I think it was Marine. Yeah, ends up getting.
Yeah, Marine goes down.
Just a little bit of a trade in the early game. Not the biggest of deals. Pretty much a wash, I would say.
Oh,
as much as anything.
Those kind of moves early on as Protoss, they feel really good when you're able to get that done.
Yeah.
Against the Terran players. Knowing the Hellion is here on the map too, and also keeping one of these adepts alive after getting all that done and the natural expansion there of Bunny means that it's going to be harder for Showtime to get a really full scout off in the main base without a scan. Hellion's going to try and run into the natural expansion now, but it's already so low on HP. Oh, Showtime, is he going to get that last shot off on the ramp? Oh, he barely misses it. Oh, he gets it. Curry again.
From half court. Oh, my God. That's
really,
oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Once again.
That's like one of those feelings where you're like, really? Really? That really just happened to me.
It's a Liberator in game 1 and then the Hellion there in game 3,
Yeah.
but I would be surprised if we saw Bunny go for a siege tank push again in this entire series. I think Showtime has basically proven that he is not going to lose games to that easily. And so I think Bunny probably going to go back into a style that we saw more from him in game 2 and game 3, although there is another siege tank in production, so maybe I'm speaking too soon. Maybe this is kind of Bunny's MO.
Maybe?
I mean, this is certainly a different flavor of siege tank. It isn't going to be that extremely high speed siege tank aggression that we saw in the previous game. In fact, it just will be one for the aggression, or for safety, excuse me. But I think that we're going to see more of the Bunny we saw from game 2 and game 3 against Stats here against Showtime from the rest of the series, where it's going to be much more dropship heavy play as opposed to these full frontal assaults with siege tanks and Marines.
Yeah, and it's that is kind of Bunny in his element, and it certainly is what did super well for him against Stats. Is he loves the multi-prong. He loves trying to pull his opponent apart. He's very, very good at it. Not just in terms of, you know, the actual execution, but as we saw in that game 2 on Oceanborn, being unpredictable with his unit movement. Speaking of which, he is going to be able to circumvent the pylons of Showtime, who is, well, defensively oriented very much like Stats, but also has some good defensive positioning. We will see the Observer spotting this army moving through the middle, and it is entirely... Oh, force field on ramp could be big.
Yeah, he might catch this.
Get that.
Paying attention in the middle, yeah. He does get the force field. Doesn't catch too much, but second force field. Still, the siege tank and the medevac should be able to cover those Marines. But I love the idea there from Showtime. At the very least, he's buying himself a little bit of space. It's going to slow Bunny's push down into the third, and that's much needed for Showtime, whose charge is nearly complete. He would love that to finish up before this fight.
No extended thermal lance. Yeah, that Colossus is short range. That's not going to be extended thermal lance. Important that Showtime does remember to build that at some point. Obviously, it won't be a linchpin for this push, as he's not going to have that. We do see a blink forward coming in from Showtime. Finds the siege tank away from the rest of the army. Forces a pretty big stim. That's a nice little pick for Showtime. Bunny going to be just forced to kind of take that one on the chin and get out of there. Meanwhile, Stalkers. Not going to be able to prevent the Widow Mine. It does get its shot off. But, I mean, to be honest, getting one probe is not the big deal. Forcing the mining time is probably the bigger deal at this point. Bunny will, of course, lose this medevac, though.
Yeah, catching the medevac's really the big win there for Showtime. I think especially against Bunny here in PvT, your game plan as Showtime should be to control the starport unit count, because if he is late in adding in a second starport and you can continuously shave off medevacs, you know that Bunny is this kind of guy that's going to be very aggressive with his dropship usage. And if Bunny gets into the position like he did in game number 2, where the medevac count is woefully low, and then suddenly the Protoss army on the ground without significant splash damage can hold a candle to, you know, the Marines and Marauders, then you're going to be in a really good position here as Protoss. And he is not forgetting Thermal Lance.
Yes.
Cyber Leaf there from Steadfast as that gets queued up.
Never want to see a game end because a player forgot a critical upgrade. But it will still be a ways before it is done. Bunny is cutting that medevac production. He is going into the Vikings. What is the unit count right now? He's just on the 4 medevacs, right?
Yeah, and that makes me think that this might just be a heavy timing coming on later on. We'll have to wait and see if Bunny is going to restart medevac production or if it's just going to be more Vikings. Because if he goes up to 8 or 10 Vikings, then it might just be one of these pushes where Terran is effectively maxed with a couple of ghosts, and you trust the Vikings to whittle down the Colossi eventually, and then the rest of your bio army on the ground carries through.
Now, there's no surefire way to deal with this as Protoss, but one of the ways that can be quite good is getting into disruptors, because there's no liberators, no siege tanks, no widow mines. Not that the widow mines are great against disruptors, but disruptors are obviously... The Vikings will not do anything against them, you know? And with less Widow Mines, charge lots are going to be more effective as well. Just having a little bit more oomph to your army that isn't purely reliant on the Colossi. Having those disruptors can make a big difference. Nice little cleanup on the Widow Mines here, but it will cost... Oh, yeah, it looks like it cost a Zealot and a Stalker, so it ends up being still just fine. I don't know. This is looking like a really important part of the series. If either player can get an advantage here, this being up 2-1 in a best of 5 is so massive.
Oh, this arc here for Showtime could be huge if he decides to take the fight. Blink forward, doesn't get a Viking just yet. Nice control there by Bunny to pull back, just trying to deal as much damage as possible, but the Vikings are dangerously low on HP now, and with one Disruptor adding into the mix and the second Disruptor joining it in a moment, Bunny is not really getting the window that he wants to get damage done, but what he is accomplishing is that he is delaying the fourth base of Protoss pretty significantly here. But now that Showtime is max, it feels like this is his time to shine. Blink forward aggressively. Oh no, the Colossi a little bit out of position. Vikings going to take one of them down very quickly here. Disruptor shot is going to shoot off. Great split there by Bunny. This is a terrific engagement for the Terran.
Yeah, that went very well for Bunny right there. The Colossus, I think, were on move command for just a moment, as well as not being in the greatest spot. Bunny able to pick his position very nicely. Disruptor's trying to come out en masse for Showtime, but he is in some trouble. Battery overcharge, not able to be popped to save that Colossus. This army of Bunny is very overstimmed, but the army of Showtime is so much smaller. Zealot warp in will be good. Bunny clearly does not want to stim with only 4 medevacs on the field. I mean, it's as bruised up as his army is, he is going to be forced back. Showtime does start up the 3-1 upgrades. Bunny only on the single engineering bay, but having cleared out a lot of his opponent's valuable units, Bunny is going to head on in towards that Liberator transition, as Mapu points out. The second starport, the fusion core, and getting that +1 ship weapons, which is so important. Not the +1 ship weapons, but getting towards that +2 ship weapons that allows you to 2-shot the Blink Stalkers and 1-shot EMP'd Blink Stalkers.
Showtime going to expand now to the 1 o'clock position as another Zealot run by is going to get a bit of SCV damage.
Oh my god, that that medevac was so... that healed that SCV up for so long. Nice little drop into the main base, getting in just before the missile turrets are going to come online. And actually, SCV starting to fall in pretty significant numbers. Showtime kind of dragging Bunny around for just a small amount of supply. And that will allow Showtime to get in towards the, I think, the 3-1 upgrades before the next fight kicks off.
Yeah, and it also gives him a lot of room to maneuver on his side of the map, knowing, or well, seeing that Bunny pulled so many units back to try and deal with this. And so this fourth base should be able to safely get up here for Protoss. +3 and +1. Ground attack and ground armor for the Protoss army should be completing before the next fight. And all these Zealots also catching the Liberator. So Showtime should have this on his radar. But really, what I got to watch out for right now is this engagement coming in, because there are 7 Disruptors, and that is the main AoE DPS. In fact, the only AoE DPS for Showtime is the only Colossus on the map just finished in the main base. He needs good Disruptor shots.
Yes.
To make this next engagement work. And Bunny's working his way a little bit into a corner. This could be advantageous for Showtime if he's able to really bottleneck Bunny here. Bunny does not have a place to retreat to, but part of the issue is there isn't enough range DPS for Showtime to really bully the Terran army into that corner effectively.
Yeah, that is a bit of a tricky scenario. Stalker's just on a shift rally right through, one of them dying a little bit unceremoniously. Bunny, once again, even with a few more medevacs being added on, these stims are starting to kind of add up. It's not that medevac energy is so much an issue, it's the amount of healing he can output on this army. And Bunny does have to be very mindful of this. He's been pretty conservative with his stims. He is able to find a couple of Zealots in the middle of the map, which is it's kind of nice. There is that, medevac energy upgrade coming in. I guess he got a very quick range for the Liberators. Hold that thought. We do see a fight in the middle of the map. Disruptor shots. Pretty
mostly
decent.
Just zoning away the Terran army. But this is becoming problematic here for Showtime, because as soon as these Liberators start to reach critical mass,
numbers,
it is going to be so hard to engage on the ground. And even this position right here, not being able to take this expansion, as I don't know if Showtime's going to go for this engage. In fact, he is. He's blinking forward. There aren't actually a lot of Liberators sieged up right here. This is a good fight here for Showtime. He's able to push the Terran away. catching the Liberators unsieged, but still there isn't just enough range DPS in the Terran or in the Protoss army.
Yeah, that was.
Oh no,
that was
range. This is gonna be an issue.
Yes, it is. He's gonna need to. He's gonna need to warp in a lot of stalkers, I think, to be able to kill that, because it's. Oh my god, that position
It's out
is
of range,
so
isn't it?
obnoxious. He might be out of range
You
on
need a
both.
Stargate.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh my god, this is awful for Showtime. That engagement looked promising for Showtime because the Liberators were not yet sieged up, but he blinked forward and actually blocked his Zealots for a moment, attacking up a ramp. It turned into a very good engagement for Bunny on the tail end. And as that +2 ship weapons gets closer and closer to completing, Bunny's army is going to skyrocket. It is such a massive power spike once you get that +2 ship weapons. And already Showtime has been struggling to deal with this. This is looking extremely good for Bunny if he doesn't, well, if he doesn't kind of die right about now.
Oh, Showtime making a big play right now. Those
Ooh.
disruptor shots do connect on the Ghost. The Planetary also going to get taken out. This is the kind of win that Showtime needs to try and get back into this game. SCV's falling in the main base as a lot of upgrades complete. Notably, +2 ship weapons is done now for Terran. Phoenix finally about halfway done so that Showtime could eventually start mining out of his 4th and 5th base. I would love to see the income discrepancy between these two players right now, as those Liberators have just really caused an issue, and that's the reason why, despite the work counts, Bunny finally took that big lead over the past couple of minutes. Showtime's trying to come back online.
It is.
Bunny's doing this on only 4 bases, too. After losing that Planetary,
Yeah.
I mean, macro-wise, he is not in the best of ways. It's really just his army that is very formidable. And actually, what is this in the top right of the screen? Is that all of the medevacs?
Oh my god. He's
So
got a
many
sneak-
medevacs loaded up there, yeah.
What? Where? What? How did those even
I don't know
get
when
there?
that happened, but we got a lot of sneaky medevacs as Bunny's going to try and pull Showtime away. This Nexus will get taken out by the +3
nice
bio
find.
in a hurry. And Bunny, with a 4 medevac drop on the top right, is going to try and snipe another Nexus on the opposite corner of the map.
Is there going to be a recall available? There's no go, so we can't EMP this. The Nexus, that is. And that will be a successful recall for pushing this back. But this is so uncomfortable for Showtime right now. He is really feeling like he is on the back foot. Bunny, yeah, he did lose that 5th base, and that is a big problem for him. He's not re-expanding. Like you said, the power for Bunny is all in army right now. Oh, attack on the left side. Well, looks like they're going to disengage on the left and take the fight on the right. Showtime's actually going to find a fair number of Liberators.
Yeah, this is key. The Liberators are the backbone of Bunny's army right now. As you see a ton of them over here on the left side. This was a big win for Bunny that happened off screen, as he also took down the base at the 1 o'clock position in the top right. And Showtime, I love him going for these trades. He knows that Bunny's economy isn't that great, and so he's able to work his way into the mineral line and catch some reinforcements.
Ooh, ghosts.
Showtime's making some plays, man. This is a tough position to play from, but I wonder if it's going to be enough, especially with these stalkers. Oh, they do blink
nice
away.
job. Getting out of there is impressive.
Yeah, if more of those stalkers go down, then suddenly the writing's going to be on the wall here for Protoss, because if there isn't enough ground to air for the Protoss army, these Liberators are basically just going to end the game, especially with EMPs on those stalkers. They're going to fall so quickly. As Showtime trying to go for the engagement. This is about the best that he could possibly hope for, and still the stalkers are struggling so hard. GG is called, and Bunny now 1 map win away from advancing to the next round. And that was a really good game, back and forth.
Yeah.
It's been a fun series so far, Steadfast.
It is. This has been a lot of fun. I got to say, Bunny's movement, his army movement there, was really nice. Constantly sieging from the high ground at the, I guess, 5th base of Showtime. We can't, at some points it was the 5th. At one point it was the 4th. At one point it was the 6th. But 5th base, the little pocket base, he was constantly sieging that position and killed that base, I think, 3 or 4 times. And Showtime was never able to secure that. And Bunny was very good at kind of controlling that particular hallway from his planetary fortress at the 4th to that position. And I feel like that was the game-winning move for Bunny, is that he was able to draw Showtime into a lot of bad engagements around that base. Showtime feeling compelled to try and defend it, but was never able to do so. That was just a really cool back and forth game, and a great show of mental resilience from Bunny with how games 1 and 2 went.
Yeah, Bunny did some spectacular armor maneuvering towards the end of that game too. He did get caught out of position a little bit there against Showtime a couple of times, but in a game as long as that one, that's inevitably going to happen to both players. What impressed me was that Bunny did such a good job of navigating his army to pick off all of these nexus on the sides, both in the top right and all the way on the left side, as you were pointing out, the base that was the 4th and the 5th and the 6th at different stages during that game. And now we're up against the ropes here. Spawning in the bottom right, the red Protoss fighting for his life here in the winner's bracket. If he falls, he will go to the loser's bracket. It is showtime.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right with some great plays in that game number 3. Outlasting him for Team Falcons, it is Bunny.
And Bunny's late game seemed really impressive there.
Yeah, I mean, even with the loss of that 5th base, which was pretty uncomfortable, certainly made it certainly created a win condition for Showtime, which is, you know, continue to deny mining, continue to whittle away at the Liberator count. That was really impressive that Bunny was able to consistently keep his army integrity powerful against a Showtime that was really throwing a lot of action and a lot of chaos at him. Because we talk about, you know, Bunny being a great agent of chaos, but initiating that aggressively and defending against it are two very different skill sets. And Bunny showed an excellent defensive orientation against that. Like, he never let the Warp Prism, for example, completely snowball out of control. He never let Showtime find more than, you know, a good amount of value. There was definitely some good plays from Showtime, but they never got out of hand.
Yeah, and Bunny did a fantastic job too of really sticking to a concrete late game plan, identifying that Showtime is focusing primarily on the ground. He was not going for an air transition. He frankly could not afford an air transition, and Bunny knows that as long as he is able to build a more powerful army composition with those Liberators, especially with +2 shield weapons or ship weapons and ghosts, then suddenly the engagements for Showtime become so difficult. And so Bunny can just leverage the mobility of his bio and trade it out effectively for Showtime's economy over and over and over again. And then once enough damage has been done to the Protoss, then Bunny corrals his forces and he goes for one final killing blow. And it was just a really solid late game there from Bunny, who is a Terran player that in TVP, I mostly think of him as this specialist in terms of dropship play, in terms of killing the Protoss in the mid game, not the late game. It seems like Bunny is becoming a lot more well-rounded in TVP overall recently.
Yeah.
See, highlighted by the Observer, there is a 3rd command center underway, so Bunny coming in with a little bit of greed. I wonder if this is going to be the 3cc 2 racks into very fast engineering bay build that we saw him do in game 1 against Stats.
That would be wild if he did the same build on the same map back to back, especially since Showtime has shown at least once in this series that he's willing to go for the 4-gate Blink Stalker. But there it is. There is that quick engineering bay. Now, if Showtime... So this is potentially like a very deep level of mind game, because Showtime, while he has shown that he's willing to go for the 4-gate Blink Stalker, will he do it when he's down 1-2 in the series? Highly unlikely. Would I love to see him do it? Oh, hell yeah. I would love to see him do it. Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I was going to say, and also Showtime does not really telegraph that he's a player that will go for that early sentry the same way that Stats will. So
yeah,
Bunny is going to be able to get away with this. And by the time Showtime realizes that this is actually happening, the 3cc 2 racks in an engineering bay, this very greedy TVP build, it'll probably be too late to punish, because the Adept is not going to get that scouting information. It'll just see the bunker. This could be some kind of 2-base tech. And there's no hallucinated Phoenix to confirm the engineering bay or the 3rd command center. So Showtime basically has to wait until that CC lands, or until he gets the Observer cross map to really find out what the Terran is going up with. And as a result, Showtime, I mean, he is playing this quite well. He's going for the 3rd base relatively quickly. He is not over defending against a Terran player who has been relatively aggressive over the course of this series, which is honestly a boon to Showtime's resilience right there, just showing that he is not going to back down in terms of taking that 3rd base at an aggressive pace here against the Terran.
Now,
But had Showtime played defensively in this kind of position, because Bunny has been so aggressive in the previous games, this could have been so good for Bunny in terms of build order.
Now, did Bunny see the Twilight Council? He did not, right? Oh, seeing 3 mules there might actually that should be enough information actually to figure this out. Okay, yeah, he didn't even get into the main. So Showtime is going to be able to see that it's 3 mules. I think he should be able to figure out based on that. Even if he doesn't, this observer is coming into the main. Now, if Bunny's got a scan available, he's shown that he is willing to be very proactive in scanning observers, which personally I think should always be the move for Terran players. We are going to see the timing of the starport for Showtime. Okay, Showtime will be able to get far enough in. That is going to be the information. And as long as he was watching the series versus stats, he should know what this is. Showtime,
now,
I
what
think
was the
it's
response?
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
I think no worries. It's always a little bit awkward when we've got the delay from Korea to Canada. I would love to see him get on the map with the Stalkers and look to try and kite down the same push that Bunny did against Stats.
Yeah, I would like that move a lot. With Blink Stalkers, you would think that Showtime should be able to get some damage done, but keep in mind that Bunny, because he did this with a 2-Rax opening, he is going to have a fair amount of bio, so Showtime will have to be a little bit careful microing back like this. Those Marauders actually do pack a really big punch, even without the medevac support. And for Bunny, the fact that he has all these barracks so early and the late starport behind this huge economy means that his bio army on the ground is going to be absolutely massive.
Oh my God.
By the way, what you're seeing there is the Marauder hidden, controlling the tower, and then Showtime, because the Marauder's right there, he can't see the Zelnaga tower either. He can't see that Marauder.
God,
nice
I hate
control there
that
by Bunny.
feature. I hate that feature so much.
I hate playing it, but I love watching it. It's very cute when you see somebody doing it and it's not happening to you.
Yes, that is a good way of putting it. Oh man, yeah, like many frustrating things in StarCraft 2. When you see them happen, you're like, that's so cool. When it happens to you, you're like, get this out of my game.
Right,
Great
nice
observer once
coverage
again
here
from
by
Showtime.
Jinx.
Yeah. All right, I'll get you a Coke next time we're casting together, or next time I see you.
Well, Bunny going to be attacking the bottom base as well, but Showtime with a really nice army split is going to be able to deflect the attack at the natural expansion and at the 4th at the 6 o'clock position. So Bunny, despite having a large amount of buy right now, not really finding the openings that he needs, and Showtime might safely be able to get up to this 4th expansion. Keep in mind that Bunny, because he went for this later tech, his medevac count is going to be quite low, but he's actually just reinforcing with all of them right at once. I was not expecting 4 medevacs at this stage. I thought it might be a little bit more delayed, but with Showtime corralling all of his forces and that scan barely catching the observer, I wonder if we're going to have an engagement coming in here from Protoss. Showtime trying to get that medevac. Any damage done is critical because, again, PvT, especially against a player of Bunny's caliber, is going to be a lot about controlling the air. So we have a dropship coming into the left side. Natural expansion. Probe's going to get pulled away. Zealot's warping in, but some nice position here from Bunny.
Ooh.
At least I thought that, but those Marines fell in a hurry right there in the mineral line.
Showtime did a nice little move where he actually moved the 2 Zealots that were getting hit. Hold that thought. We do have an attack on the right side. Force field's not actually going to be the best for Showtime, although they do keep the Colossus safe, which, without their extended thermal lance done just yet, is important. Showtime actually mind dragged the Zealots into the medevacs as well as, I think, one of the Marauders, so he's able to clean that up a little bit more effectively. Yeah, whenever you see bio in a position like that, it feels like it's going to be very difficult to get anything done with the Zealots, but yeah, they were able to cook that pretty well. Meanwhile, we're going to see a big blink forward coming in from Showtime. He wants to chase down some of these Marauders, saying, you don't have what it takes to fight a Colossus-based army. And I kind of agree with that concept. I don't think Bunny has what he needs to deal with this just yet. Only 2 Vikings on the field. If Showtime can get across the map right now, he might have a huge opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like this is Showtime's window. The starport was so late, and Showtime saw that it was 6 medevacs before Vikings, which means that Bunny's going to be really slow working those anti-Colossus units into his composition. And yeah, Showtime seizing the opportunity. He is charging forward, takes out a lot of these Widow Mines. Is going to lose... Oh, nice control. Does not lose a Stalker there. Instead, taking this fight, will be able to defuse almost all of the mines in front of the 3rd base there from Bunny, and at a pretty nice trade.
Yeah. Showtime just building a Warp Prism right now. He doesn't want to commit until that is done, it seems like. But I really do think that he's got a huge opportunity to make something happen. He might just want to chill as he is adding on Disruptors and a 3rd Robo. Oh boy, that is an Artosis pylon if ever I've seen one. I would really like to see an extra pylon there.
Yeah, especially against Bunny of all people, who
Yeah.
would love to drop that natural expansion. No shield battery in sight either, but we'll see. Showtime, instead of really pushing the issue right there with that Colossus-based army, will instead be transitioning into this triple Robo Disruptor, and I'm not sure how much I like this against a player of Bunny's caliber, because Bunny hasn't really gotten caught by Disruptor shots in pretty much any of his games so far today. I think there was one moment towards the end of game number 3, if I'm not mistaken, where Showtime finally was able to connect with some ghosts, but overall, even with some ping, Bunny has been really spectacular in terms of his splits. So we'll have to see.
I would much prefer to have seen maybe an earlier Storm. He experienced so much success with that in game number 2 from a terrible position. We do have Bunny trying to kind of kite around this army, but it feels like Showtime is doing pretty well in this engagement. Gets a nice little disruptor shot there, a couple of bio units plus a ghost. Scan does clear out the observer for Showtime, and that's going to equalize the vision advantage that Showtime had, but a big warp in the main base. Actually, no, he's got no free supply.
He wants to go for the engagement.
Success. Yeah.
He wants to go for the engagement right now to trade out and warp in the main base. This would be a great warp prism if it was able to reinforce enough. Showtime instead setting his eyes right now on the third base, is going to try and evacuate the main with that prism. Weathermind shot catches a lot of these zealots, and the EMPs are very good, but there isn't a lot of bio on the ground here in the front line. Showtime still has these disruptor shots in the bank. Shoots 2 of them, not able to find the connections, but that last one's so good on the ghosts. Oh, that was a big hit right there by Showtime, man. I was a skeptic, but that was very good. And really, the issue for Bunny right now is that the main army for him isn't big enough, really. These disruptor shots, in theory, they don't even truly need to connect because the Colossi count is still pretty healthy. What the disruptor shots do, even if they don't connect with the bio, is they force the bio to move instead of attack, which significantly reduces the DPS of the Terran army. And Showtime, with his superior force on the ground right now, he might just have enough that if he goes for an engagement with these disruptors, Bunny will not be able to withstand the strength of the Gateway army with the Colossus support, even if the disruptor shots miss every single time. And so this is a really precarious position for Terran, and I don't think Showtime realizes what a good position he's in in this moment. As he's slowing down a little bit, he's preparing his Stargate transition, adding an additional 7 gateways. These are all smart moves, but if he could see what we see, he would be going for that attack right now, and in fact, it seems like he might steadfast.
Yeah, the War Prism drawing a lot of the army of Bunny out of position. All the Liberators going to get taken out very quickly here. Nice spread from Bunny on the bio. But as the Liberators fall, the Zealots close in on the army on the right side. Showtime finds an amazing engagement. Planetary Fortress will be a tough nut to crack, so Showtime is going to back away for now. But he has got so many more gateways coming online. If we take a look at the gateway tab, or the structures tab, 18, make it 20 gateways in a moment. Blink forward coming in again. Liberators will siege up, and the repair is going to be good, but the Zealot reinforcements are streaming in. Showtime says no Zerg in this matchup. Let me check that for you. I'm the Zerg now, and he is still maxed out against a Bunny that is bleeding out.
Yeah, Showtime has just grown too big right now, and Bunny slowly getting whittled down into a little tiny nub. As Showtime with another disruptor shot is going to catch with a ghost. 2 more Widow Mines also fall. The 3rd CC is getting lifted. Meanwhile, Showtime also attacking the 4th. And what a sick timing coming in from the European Protoss player. And we're going to go all the way to a game number 5.
That we are. What a great start to these best of 5s. Bunny and Showtime going the distance. And I gotta be honest, after game 3 and the way that game 2 played out, where Showtime fought so tooth and nail, and then Bunny kind of dominated a lot of game 3, I would say, I was really worried that Showtime was not going to be able to sustain the level of play needed to keep up with him. But he roared right back and just kind of put the pedal to the metal. What a series we've got on our hands. And this is, I just want to reiterate how important this particular series is. If you win this one, you have not 1, but 2 shots to qualify into the EWC. This is double qualification point on the line in this game 5.
Yeah, only 2 players are going to advance from this closed qualifiers to the main event, and that is $15,000 just for qualifying, let alone the massive prize pool that will be there at the EWC. And really, what a fantastic series to start this thing out, man. I feel like it's almost 50-50 between these two players. I really do not know who I favor at all going into game number 5. I feel like Showtime has shown some very good resilience in some of the games, especially the games that he was losing. But also Bunny has, if he finds a way to get into the late game, his army positioning has been so on point. He's been so good at catching Showtime out of position and taking down expansions while mustering this army that Showtime really can't hold a candle to. And I almost feel like it's going to come down to maybe the early or the mid game in this game number 5, because I feel like if Showtime is able to get the momentum going the same way he did in game number 4, I don't know if Bunny is going to be able to claw his way back, because Showtime has shown some really killer plays. I mean, that move out coming in with that attack, I was saying, like, if Showtime could see what we could see, he would attack right in this moment. And as soon as I said that, he was pulling the trigger. It was the perfect time to go in for the attack. And same with Bunny there in game number 4. I mean, it felt like, or game number 3, excuse me. It felt like he was in control from basically like the 7 or 8 minute mark on, all the way through the end. He was denying expansions. He was denying mining. He was building this incredible army. And I really think the mid game is going to be so pivotal in this game number 5.
Oh, I think so. I think so much. I mean, that start from game 1 for Showtime, basically, it felt like it locked him up the game. It feels like Showtime won the game number 1 with that snipe on the siege tank. And then game 2, I mean, even though Showtime did make a fight of it, and a great fight at that siege tank push from Bunny in game 2 put him into such a scary position. Just really interesting setup. We do have the players requesting a little break. It's Showtime actually asking for the break, which I did want to ask our producer who it was, because I'm always curious when you go into these deep, long series and somebody asks for a break, I'm always curious which player it is. And it's intriguing to me that it's Showtime and not Bunny after Showtime wins a really great game number 4.
Well, this could be the kind of situation where Showtime is on cloud 9 right now, and you have the adrenaline pumping. And although that feels really good, if you go into a game with the adrenaline pumping, you might not be paying as close attention. You might be a little bit jittery. And I think with so much on the line, it's just a really smart move to collect yourself, maybe get some water, take a break, come up with a game plan here on map number 5 as we're getting deeper into the map pool too. Let's not forget, these aren't best of 3s. These are best of 5s. He might not have as good a game plan here on map number 5 as he did for the earlier games in this set. And I think also, given the range of builds that Bunny has gone for over the course of the first 4 games, we've seen, what was it, like 2 very early siege tank pushes. We saw some incredible late gameplay with Liberators. We saw a really greedy 3 CC build with a fast engineering bay. It's a lot to prepare for. And from Showtime's perspective, there might be a little bit of theory crafting going on in terms of, okay, what is the best general approach to try and handle whatever curveball Bunny is going to throw at me? Or do I want to go for some kind of specialized approach that's going to be in a really good position should Bunny go for one specific thing? And a lot of that's going to come down to the preparation and how well these two players know each other and exactly what the headspace is. But these best of 5 series, especially with so much on the line, it's certainly a time to stop and reflect and try and come up with a good game plan going into the final map of the series.
Yeah, and it's really tricky too. Map is going to be starting up very shortly here. We will figure out what that map is in just a moment. The thing that intrigues me too is, with so much on the line, and the map is going to be Site Delta, so that actually does kind of answer one of my questions a little bit there. Do either player go for like a crazy one-base cheese? Like, I don't think we're necessarily going to see it, but the concept of something like Proxy 2 Racks Marauder, which is such a high-risk, high-reward play, or even like Showtime going for like a crazy double Robo Proxy, it's one of those things where you're like, I'm so close. If I can just sneak one by him, maybe I can just steal the game. And you have that kind of going through your head. You're wondering, should I go for that? Should I not? We will see in a moment, but spawning down in the bottom right for Big with a big Game 4 victory. It is Showtime.
And spawning in the top left, the blue Terran representing Team Falcons, it is Bunny.
God, I love these kinds of series because they're such a test of resilience. They're such a test of who, not necessarily who wants it more, but like who can really dig deep and get that important Game 5 victory.
Yeah, and Showtime maybe was thinking about the same thing as you a little bit there, Steadfast, as he went for a bit of a different probe scouting pattern, potentially looking for a proxy 2 barracks, or maybe even going for a proxy of his own, although I would be surprised if it was that proxy. I think this is just him kind of going off the beaten path, because should Bunny go for a 2-Rax Marauder proxy, it's probably either at that, what do I want to say, the 3 o'clock position, or it's near the triangle third, right? It's one or the other, so
Yeah.
nice move there by Showtime, just getting a little bit of early scouting out. Going to throw down that Nexus right after the Cybernetics core. And I really want to see how this game is going to develop in terms of the mid game, because I feel like Bunny has shown a little bit more in terms of range over the course of this series. It feels like Showtime is kind of the player responding to everything that Bunny is throwing at him. But in a game number 5, this is kind of the perfect moment for Showtime to turn that on its head if he wants to, because Bunny might not be expecting Showtime to bring the fight to him in a situation like this one.
Yeah. And to that end, Showtime has opened up Twilight Council 4 games in a row now. And that is the kind of thing where you can very easily, as the Terran player, or just as the opponent, doesn't even matter what the race is, just say like, oh, okay, well, yeah, he's just going to open Twilight again. And you maybe get a little bit blind to, like, let's say a Robo first, and like a 5-gate like slow zealot attack, or some super, super weird thing. I don't think we're going to see that from Showtime, but it is always possible to see something like that. Now, you talked about Bunny canceling early units in the previous game. I think, actually, Oceanborn. So in this game, he actually started the Marine, then canceled it to get the CC, then started it again, then canceled it again to build the factory, and then finally built it, and then built the reactor. So a lot of little adjustments being made by Bunny to optimize his little setup. Ooh, Showtime. Nice find on that SCV, and should be able to keep this Adept alive.
Yeah, almost got the Marine too. Nice early scout with that Adept, and that was a great catch, Steadfast, on the Marine production. Yeah, Bunny seems like one of these Terran players that really loves to refine his opening build order to the highest degree possible, and we've seen that time and time again with his cancels on the barracks units in TVP, both versus stats and versus Showtime so far today. See Showtime going for a little bit of a wall to try and control this space. Will be, I believe, Twilight into Robo with the second gateway. Yeah, that second gateway already done.
Yeah, he
We'll
did go
see
for
how
the,
this one develops.
Did go for the 2-gate Robo expand, I believe, in game 4. With a very quick third Nexus. Bunny going back to about as vanilla of an opener as you can get. For a long time, I used to call this one the Hero Marine opener, the Big Gabe opener, because it was that Hellion, 1-Rax expand into Hellion, into double Mind Drop, into 3-Rax, Stim, Combat Shields, +1 weapons push. Oh, Showtime. Great Adept positioning. Finds the medevac. That's going to allow him to have his Stalkers in position at the natural. Where are they? Just 2 here. Not going to be enough to prevent the drop, but will be enough to get some damage done. And
But he should be able to catch the medevac. It's pretty low on HP. He tried to get it with the Stalkers in the main base, dished out a little bit more damage, and now it's stuck over here. Wasn't able to confirm the kill, but still a lot of damage. Oh, is he going to get it? It's so close. I could see, I was watching the minimap the whole time. I could tell that Showtime, he had one thing on his mind. It wasn't the Widow Mind drop. He knows he can deal with that, losing only a couple of probes. He wanted to get the prize of killing that medevac, and it is so close, just 1 shot away. So nicely played there by Showtime. Again, controlling the Terran starport units is so critical in PvT, especially against a player who loves to utilize them like Bunny, who will throw them away occasionally in an effort to get a favorable trade.
Yeah. And speaking of aggression, Bunny is actually... Oh, no, he's actually supply blocked at 62. Okay. I was like, he's not building SCVs. That's kind of surprising. It's a little bit early to do a cut. Like, usually you do it at like 46, 48 SCVs, but actually was a bit of a supply block. Does cut into his unit production ever so slightly, and for a player that has such good macro traditionally, in game 5, getting a little bit blocked like that, it's not the biggest of supply blocks, but slowing down your timing even 5-10 seconds can really hinder a push going into the mid game.
It actually does feel really big because as soon as that supply depot finished, he got supply blocked again, and now he's at 78 out of 78 and has been for a while.
Oh, boy.
So things got derailed a little bit here for Bunny. And look, as soon as that supply depot finishes, he's at 86 out of 86. Supply depot's only halfway done.
Yeah, not the
that's-
cleanest bit of play here from Bunny here in game number 6. But still, everything can go very well for him if he can get in with this double medevac drop and start finding damage on that third base. I believe that's just the first Colossus that popped out. What does Showtime have at that third?
Not too much looking at the mini-map. Yeah, just a Stalker and a
Nothing.
Sentry, and those two medevacs already unloaded. The probe did not really get to catch it, so Warpin going to be coming in here a little bit late, and Bunny immediately identifying there's a lack of units over here, goes for that shield battery. I'm surprised he's actually not going for the Colossus. Instead, Bunny just looking for the confirmed damage, gets the Sentry, gets a couple of probes, and should try to escape away. And more reinforcements streaming across the map for Terran as well. And actually, Bunny going all the way into the natural expansion, regrouping
and
with
that
that old
medevac.
medevac from before. And he's about to hit the third base again. This is what Bunny does best, is he is so good at pulling Protoss players apart with dropship play like this one. Watch that third base now. 4 minute Widow Mines coming in. Not a lot of units here to defend for Showtime.
Good probe pull, but he's already lost 13 workers. Bunny is really ramping up the aggression here in game number 5, and with a couple of macro missteps, he more than makes up with it with some great multitasking. Bunny, though, is going to get pushed back. Is there enough Stalkers here? Oh, he's going to target down the empty medevac. He gets it, which is great, but obviously would have been really nice if he could have gotten that other one. However, I don't think he had the DPS anyways. Showtime did take some big economic damage, but this is still recoverable for him if he doesn't take any more.
He can't let this snowball any further, though. +1 ground weapons is just now done, and Showtime, he needs to find some way to pick off some of these medevacs, ideally before they're able to unload and the main base of the natural expansion, because Bunny, he has two ways of going about this right now. He can just corral all of his forces here at the third base and dive on this one, or he can go for another split drop. It seems like this time he is trying to get Showtime spread thin and dive in. These three Colossi do not have a lot of support. Not a lot of energy on that Sentry, but the shield battery overcharge actually lasting for a really long time here, and those Colossi, although they did not have a lot of assistance on the ground, able to stand strong.
Yeah, and the Guardian Shield helping out a lot there as well. Showtime able to make the hold happen. You can tell he wants to blink forward, and he will go for the Vikings. I think he was able to grab at least one Viking right there. Yeah, that's a pretty nice pickoff. And Showtime, honestly, considering how this looked about 45 seconds ago, he came out of this shining bright like a diamond, to be perfectly honest, because this was a one or two little mistakes away from being game over.
Yeah, it can snowball very quickly here. As Protoss, and looking at Bunny, he's already lost 3 medevacs, so his medevac count is horrendously low going into these Vikings. I think these 3 that you see on screen are basically all that he's got on the map. And so in terms of sustain HP, he does not have a lot of healing available. And it's not just the energy on the medevacs that you have to keep in mind. It's also the rate at which they can heal is going to be severely limited coming in. Showtime with this Warp Prism. I was wondering at first whether he would try, after seeing the Vikings, to go for some kind of timing attack with this Prism, but instead just going to be focusing on taking the 4th. It's very hard to make these calls in a game 5 like this one, where so much
he's
is
gonna
on
go
the
for
line.
it. Oh, ace! The
Harder than it
swag
looks.
move. He actually
I love
just
the Warp
he
Prism.
just dabbed on it, or what? Wait, what is it? Where you do the?
Yeah, you
What-
got it. You dabbed on him.
Yeah, you
That's what
dabbed on
the Gen
him.
Z-
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what the kids say.
Yeah,
You're,
yeah.
you're hip. You're hip steadfast. But really, for Bunny, this army does not have a lot of hit points, less than you would expect, because only just now is he starting to restart his medevac production. And so I imagine here for Terran, unless he's able to take one tremendous engagement with a big arc where the Colossi are caught out of position, Bunny's going to have to wait until his medevacs are locked and loaded before he's able to go for a big fight here against Showtime.
Yeah, no kidding.
It is really scary right now for Terran if you're going to be advancing like this, because as soon as that Protoss army starts to breathe down your neck and those Stalkers start blinking forward, if you cannot retreat,
it's a bad
is-
time. Yeah.
yeah.
Even the disruptors just being able to force out stims can be something that Bunny just won't be able to deal with particularly well. And speaking of things that are difficult to deal with, this Warp Prism is going to drop these Zealots into the natural. Is there a Warp in the main? No, looks like we are going to see Bunny with enough units in position. Oh, and there was a supply block, so he couldn't warp in anyways, I think.
Yeah, I think a pylon died somewhere on the map, so
It was like,
just wasn't
yeah,
able.
like 3 spotter pylons or something died.
Unfortunate there for Showtime. He would have loved to pull Bunny all the way back into the main base and open up some space
Observer.
where he can do aggression. As Showtime just continuing to expand, just controlling the entire right side of the map now, and these Disruptors going to be fishing for some shots. Able to get a Ghost of Marauder. Able to get at least one Widowmine, no, 2 in fact. So those are some really good opening salvos fired by Showtime.
Very nice usage of the Zealot. The Zealot gave him advanced warning of where his opponent's army was. He said, I can't jump this with the Colossus. There's too many Vikings. But what I can do is fire Disruptors out. We are seeing a gateway coming in on the other side of the map. That was a great little start for Showtime. Widowmine will hit this Prism. That was the Widowmine that got set up before. Is there a missile turret? Yes, there is. Oh, yep. Showtime, no. Oh, well, oops. That was an optimistic flyby after the Widowmine got its shot.
Yeah, it's one of those things you kind of just set and forget there as Protoss. You hope that with Warp Prism speed, the Widowmine is not going to be able to fire in time, but in fact it did. Now Bunny, all the way here in the top right, should be able to snipe this Nexus and retreat away. Showtime caught a little bit out of position.
There is a lot of army for Showtime closing in. Great scan for Bunny. Lets him know that I need to get the hell out of Dodge right now. That is so many charge lots. But attacking around a corner is very awkward into a Terran Bioforce. Widowmine's going to also get some big shots, but Showtime does not want to let this army retreat. Vikings will be able to find a good position, but the Colossus Micro is good to avoid those Vikings. And Bunny able to prevent himself from getting routed. Oh, with the Disruptor shots!
Oh! Disruptor shot's pretty good, and also the Vikings all getting diffused there on the left side. The Stalkers are taking them down. Marauders stemming forward, but they aren't able to connect with the Colossi, and Showtime just with a great engagement. Taking out all of those Vikings. There are none left on the map. Another medevac falls. The healing here for Bunny. These medevacs already low on energy, and what you see is what you get on the screen. Showtime, keep in mind, he has that gateway on the 9 o'clock position. Should he decide to warp it over there, he can two-prong this attack on the 4th base and the 3rd. This is a very critical moment in this game. Bunny is teetering on a knife's edge. If Showtime commits to this attack, it will be very hard for Terran to survive.
It certainly will. The Widowmine shots have been big in the last little bit. A lot of damage coming in on those Widowmine, or pardon me, on those Zealot clumps. Disruptors finally diffusing the Widowmines will be able to help clean this up. Showtime. Oh my God, these Colossus are, they're so unanswered right now. We're going to see Showtime going for the fight. Big blink forward. Widowmine shots are big, but the Zealot numbers are gigantic. Massive Disruptor shot on a bunch of SCVs and Ghosts. This is a huge moment for Showtime. He's up 50 supply. Can he punch his ticket into the qualifying match?
I think he might have done it. He's getting so close right now, moving down the ramp. Another engagement, blink forward with the Stalkers, able to snipe another Viking. And Showtime with this +3 damage Colossus. They have done so much hurt on this Terran force. Bunny is on his last legs right now, trying to survive on 3 bases. He needs a miracle engagement if he's going to come back in this one, but Showtime, his control has been so good over the course of this entire series. I don't think he's going to give Bunny a chance.
It doesn't seem like that to me either. Colossus, one of them does go down. Vikings on the top side, though, are getting sniped by the Stalkers. The Bioforce sitting at the top of the ramp is going to be able to hold. At this point, Showtime, he's actually out of minerals, but has so much gas in the bank. How many Ghosts are there on the field? This might be the time for a Templar Archives and a big Archon transition, but what I would really love to see more than anything is more Colossus being produced, because those Vikings have been getting routed. They have been getting decimated. That War Prism almost going down with a full payload. Good save there. Bunny is still fighting on, but 5 base to, well, really, I guess it's going to be 4 again in a moment, but a huge economic advantage for Showtime. He does not want to let the foot off the gas.
Yeah, Showtime has a real opportunity to get more damage done right now, and honestly, it's miraculous that Bunny was even able to survive that push outside the 3rd base. He took the engagement that he needed, was able to kite all the way back into the planetary at the 3rd, and that's going to buy him a little bit of time, but just look at the supplies, and a lot of that supply, it's not just in workers, it's in army.
Yes.
Showtime with a massive army on the field right now, and look at this 2K gas bank finally throwing down the Templar Archives. Bunny is so strapped for cash, he is not going to have a lot of Ghosts, and keep in mind also, Showtime has been doing a really good job at chipping away at the Ghost count all game with the Disruptors. Another one falls, these Zealots and Stalkers in the middle of the map. Unless Bunny has a lot of EMPs available, if Showtime warps in like 7 or 8 Archons once he remaxes, it's going to be so hard for Terran to survive. And another engagement coming in. Colossi will go down, but I mean, there's only 4 medevacs here for Bunny. He's going to have such a hard time even just healing this army.
Oh man, Showtime is continuing to commit to mass gateway units. I really want to see him add some more Colossus on here. Big concave coming in from Bunny, but the disruptor shots are going to check the move from Bunny. And even just allowing Showtime to retreat out here is a good thing for the German Protoss. But I think he's starting to get tunnel visioned a little bit on ending the game right now and not adding tech units back in. Disruptor shot on the bottom side. Good spread from Bunny. The
Bunny is doing
center,
such a good job of surviving. The orbital solo on HP. The Stalker's going for it, but with their parents able to survive, and that's Showtime bleeding away so much of his army. And Bunny somehow over the past couple of minutes has been clawing his way back into this game. He was knocking on death's door, but Showtime just keeps going for these engagements, and Bunny somehow it was an answer to pretty much every single one of them. The Zealot run by the natural expansion, it gets taken out. The orbital from the main comes all the way to the 5th and barely survives by a hair.
those Archons.
And now the Archons coming in. How many Ghosts are on the field? Is there going to be enough EMP to deal with them, or is that going to be a lot of DPS added to this army? Only a couple of Ghosts right now. Oh, the Disruptor shot's absolutely massive there for Showtime. And another big supply swing, and that's going to be enough. Bunny tried it as he might to survive. Showtime in the end. It was difficult, but he was able to close it out, and he is now 1 series away from qualifying for EWC.
What a showing from the German Protoss in this one. 2-0 over Laser, including an immaculate comeback in game number 2. And now going the distance, going 15 rounds against Bunny, taking it down in a pitched battle. God, I gotta say, it has gotta feel good to be a German StarCraft 2 fan today, because they showed up.
Yeah, I mean, he is now in the qualifying match. He's going to be facing the winner of Lambo and Shin. And let's not forget that Bunny, to get to Showtime, he beat Stats 2-1. So Showtime coming in like this and playing really a different style from Stats and battling it out with Bunny and basically the mid game and almost all of his victories is so impressive. That was a tremendous series, tremendous game number 5. I'm so stoked right now, Steadfast.
Me too. That was just that was an amazing game. And obviously both players definitely making some missteps in that game 5. But I wouldn't have had it any other way. That was a battle of wills at the end. And Showtime just able to edge it out. Very well played from him. Bunny, honestly, played a fantastic series as well. And I don't think I would be very worried about any of Bunny's opponents. But we're going to head to a quick little break. Showtime is done for today. So is Bunny, for that matter. But we have another ZVZ on our hands in the upper bracket. It's going to be Lambo. It's going to be Shin. I am Steadfast. I'm joined by State, and we'll be back with the next series. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for the next series, the next upper bracket semifinal. We have got Lambo, we've got Shin. I am Steadfast, and I am rejoined by State once again. I mean, I feel like we just need to sum up that last series. That was amazing.
That was one of the... Oh, excuse me. That was one of the best PvT series I've seen in a really long time. Bunny and Showtime, they both played really cool styles. Bunny with that high-octane aggression and Showtime basically matching him. It was really tremendous. But coming in now against Lambo versus Shin, I think this one also has the potential to be very explosive. Shin is on... I don't want to undersell it, but he is a very aggressive Zerg, as we've seen before in his earlier series against Firefly, and as we've seen time and time again in the GSL. This is the guy that loves to go for the early cheese. He loves to go for mid-game aggression. He does not generally like to go into the late game, and so coming here against Lambo in this upper bracket semi-final, I'm expecting him to kind of play about the same style. I would be surprised if this series went all the way to game number 5, because I feel like ZVZ is usually so momentum-based. And in any case, I think the games are going to be pretty quick here, Steadfast.
There's certainly going to be a ton of aggression. Both of these players are incredibly intelligent when it comes to understanding ZVZ, and they both know how to really pull the strings in this matchup. I think notably, they have both taken series off of Serral when Serral's been at his absolute peak. Obviously the one that people think of the most is Shin versus Serral from back when he was Ragnarok at IEM Katowice, where, it looked like the game was kind of won for Serral even in game 5, but the mind games from Shin were so good in that series that it really just caught Serral off guard. And there was all kinds of moves with, fake drone transfers to third bases, fake gases all around. So we're going to be keeping a really close eye on that. And I am very excited to see how that goes. Lambo, on his side, he is totally willing to do the same thing. And I'm just very excited about this one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tricky Zergs ZVZ coming up. Yeah. And it's a best of 5, too. So we have a lot of room to go into these games and figure out exactly where both these players are at in ZVZ, because the winner is going to go on to the qualifying match against Showtime. And spawning here in the top right, the red Zerg, it is the European Lambo.
And his opponent, one of the odds-on favorites to make it through. Can he keep his streak going? It is Game & Gladiators, Shin.
And I wonder who's going to pull the trigger first in terms of early game aggression. It's always the arms race in ZVZ. It feels almost like PvP, where you're waiting for the cybernetics core to finish before you see where the players are going to branch off in terms of their tech. But in ZVZ, especially in, I think, the most recent GSL season, we had a lot of games go to basically 3-base, completely mirrored. Drone counts mirrored, queen timings mirrored, link count mirrored, everything mirrored all the way up to, I want to say, like, maybe the 4 or 5 minute mark. It can happen. These games can go pretty late in terms of mirrored builds, and so far, that's exactly what we've got, Steadfast. Same openings here in the CVZ.
It's very uncommon for players to go for anything other than a hatch gas pool. 16 hatch, 18 gas, 17 pool. It's going to be a very weird scenario where they don't go for that. The few exceptions where we might see something like that is a 12 pool drone pull, or a 12 pool hatch cancel spine crawler rush at the natural. But those are the kind of things that I think both players are going to be on the lookout for, knowing that both of their opponents are mind gamey players. So it is entirely possible that we have that situation where it's they both are wary of each other, so they both don't go for it, knowing that the other player is wary of them. So I think we're probably going to see a fair number of these games opening up with some, like you said, pretty mirrored setups for the first maybe 3.5, 4 minutes of the game. Where we'll start to see some deviation is potentially, does a player get a quick Evo chamber? Do they get a sneaky Roach Warren? Something we can even keep an eye on is, does either player leave all 3 drones on gas in their main base? Because it's traditional to pull one off gas. But as you can see, both players taking one off gas. This is going to be a lot of very subtle things deciding these series potential, these games.
Even the Ling movement completely mirrored right now, and the Queen's coming to secure the third. So, yeah, just textbook CVZ right from the book. And I kind of, maybe I'm just too nostalgic for the era where, I don't know if you remember, there was this period towards the end of last year. It was the latter half of last year where Solar was just on an absolute tear in ZVZ and felt like he was nigh unbeatable. He had something like a 90% win rate over the course of months, including taking a series, if not 2 series, off of Serral. And in basically all of his games, he was doing some kind of crazy tactics. Like, he wouldn't go for this kind of mirrored 3-base play. He would go for Link Floods, or he would go for some kind of Baneling all-in. And it really added a lot of spice and a lot of chaos into the ZVZ meta, but over time, things have settled down a little bit here in this matchup, as really now the first deviation that we're seeing is Lambo throwing down his Roach Warren and Shin throwing down his Evolution Chamber at basically mirrored time, but of course, different structures. As you get those 150 minerals or 75 minerals, decide what you're going to do with them.
Ooh, that's quite nice for Shin being able to get into the main base. Did he see the hatchery? I don't think so, but let's see. We're gonna be doing a lot of vision checking. Okay, he did see the hatchery. Not the biggest of deals, but seeing the Roach Warren is kind of nice. It's important to see that there's no super fast layer, but that's very rare to see a super fast layer off 3 hatch. Shin, though, does get the sneaky Evo chamber up in the back, and that is the kind of thing that could potentially catch Lambo off guard. Shin might be anticipating, you know, a 2-gas Roach play, and if that's the case, he might be looking to kind of soft counter that with the same style, but +1 missile on the Roaches. And if you get that advantage, even if neither player has layer, it can be a big difference in those fights. The +1 missile functions the same as the Zealot upgrade in PvZ, where you go from 3-shotting Lings to 2-shotting them. So it's a big deal.
Ooh, Balings also get popped right there. Nice play by Lambo coming in with those Lings. And Shin, he still is going to have a pretty sizable upgrade advantage. The Evolution Chamber for Lambo only now about halfway done, whereas Shin's +1 range attack already halfway complete. Layer attack a touch ahead, a touch faster here for Lambo, as opposed to Shin, and also a couple more drones to his credit. But this is all basically getting scouted here by the Korean Zerg. And I feel like we're going to go into the mid game, and we have to pay a lot of close attention to how high the worker counts get, because this could very quickly spiral into the kind of situation where we just have one player going Roach Ravager with a Link follow-up, and the game just evolves into nothing but a bloodbath from there. I feel like that is almost the more likely scenario. In that scenario, I would expect Shin to be the most likely player to pull the trigger and go for the aggression. I think Lambo likes to play a little bit more greedy in general. And also worth noting, by the way, that Evolution Chamber not getting scouted and a Spire being thrown down by Shin. So this is a little bit tricky.
Yeah, this is very interesting, because I was thinking that with the lack of the scout on the Evo Chamber, Lambo was going to read this as a Spire, potentially. But Shin is actually going for the Spire anyways. Now, there's a couple of ways to play mutas. If you're on the NA server and you're against me, it's mass muta and you win the game, because I'm terrible against mutas. But if you're at the pro level, traditionally speaking, you build a few mutas and then just use it to wipe overlords off the map and then go for big Roach play behind that. Very rarely do you go for that mass muta from a position like this. If you're going to do so, you usually haven't gone for the +1 missile. You've gone +1 melee, and you're trying to play like a muta Ling style and keep the opponent to 3 bases, or even just knock them out of the game straight up. But Lambo, for his part, did he... Okay, can we check his vision? What has he seen so far? Has he seen the Spire? He just saw the Spire. Okay, so he sees it actively right now with this. Obviously, he's seen the Spire. He started to Hydra Den, but I went into a monologue and wiped my own brain clean.
It happens. But there's actually a lot of room for... oh, well, there is Overlord speed done. I was going to say, looking at the mini-map, there's a lot of Overlords that Shin could pick off, and I think he could still get at least a couple of them with these mutas if he's lucky, as Lambo is going up into those Hydras. It seems like just 4 mutas going to be the choice here from Shin, trying to force some response from Lambo. And behind it, Shin adding in a ton of Roaches. And once +2 is done here with the Roaches, he's sitting at 70 drones. If he just continues to push Roaches out, it could be a bit of a tricky position here for Lambo, because those Hydras, while they are very good DPS on the back line of a Zerg army, as soon as the Roach count wanes here for Lambo, if Shin can get on top of them with his hit, on top of Lambo's Hydras with Shin's own roaches, get my wires crossed here for a second, then the fight can snowball really quickly in Shin's favor.
It's not just that. The Ravagers can also just force the Hydras to not stand and fight. And even with Hydra speed, which they don't have just yet, those Hydras do struggle. Now, if it's a straight-up army engagement where the army of Lambo gets to fight straight up against the army of Shin, you have Roaches, you have Ravagers, you have Hydras. You have 3 separate lines of DPS. So Lambo's army is stronger, but those Corrosive Vials can make such a big difference. Oh, we do have Shin getting caught a little bit here. We'll be able to maneuver out of this. Hydras are late into the fight, but it's actually Lambo getting caught in the corner. This is not good for the German Zerg at all.
That's a huge concave with the Ravagers and Hydras on the right side completely exposed to the majority of Shin's Roaches. A lot of them fall in a very cost-efficient trade for the Korean Zerg as Lambo, his army's a little bit disjointed. It looked like it might be good for him, but instead it's Shin taking some big blows coming through. Look at that, 2 more drones going down with those 4 Roaches. They also escape. Lambo's gonna have to keep that in the back of his mind, and Shin just gonna quickly remax on even more Roaches and Ravagers. I don't think he's gonna let his foot off the gas pedal at all here. I think he's gonna continue to attack, as Lambo just lost a ton of momentum. And even behind this, with the maxed army, Shin already a lot ahead in the bank. He's got about 800 more minerals in total. And look, Lambo's entire army, it isn't right here. Shin's gonna continue migrating forward. The Vials raining down. What a great spread. And Lambo's army is just disintegrating here on the front line.
It disintegrated right there. Absolutely disappeared in the face of the Korean Zerg. Lambo getting caught against the wall, and Shin dotting those vials perfectly. That was picture perfect from Shin. And now he is just going to take out this entire army. Yeah, getting the cancel on those eggs is great as well. Shin is already snowballed way too hard right here. And Lambo, he finished up the +2 missile. He's got better upgrades. Even if he gets the cleanup right here, down 18 workers in a ZVZ where you don't have tech, there ain't nothing Lambo can do. This is GG, go on next game at this point.
Yeah, Lambo's just going to try and be as difficult to kill as possible, maybe because this is the best of 5 series. If you could play the same way that Showtime did and be hard to kill, then it could be a bit of a momentum stealer from your opponent, but instead, Shin going to be able to quickly dispatch him. And on the back of one very strong engagement where Lambo overextended a little bit and his army was disjointed, Shin is able to capitalize and sweep him off his feet.
Yeah. The thing about ZVZ is once you get an advantage of that size, it's not like TVT where you have siege tanks to fall back on. It's not like TVP where a battery overcharge can, help stabilize the game. It's not even like PVZ where you pull back into some lurkers and maybe you're able to do it. Unless you've gotten into that lurker tech already in ZVZ, you're just not going to be able to survive once your opponent finds an engagement like that. And really well done by by Shin, getting a... It was kind of funny because they both kind of walked into an awkward position and they both took a bit of an awkward engagement, but it was that big engagement on the 4th base where about half of Lambo's army got caught against the wall, and Shin just perfectly punished that with the boop, 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 boop. Like it was every bit of surface area was covered there.
Yeah, those vials were a thing of beauty, man. Rapid fire plus mouse control like that is absolutely an insane beast with Ravagers. Even if the game was going a little bit better for Lambo, then it goes exactly back to what you were saying, Steadfast, where if you're playing this Roach Ravager style, if the Ravager count is high enough and you have the control to spread your vials like that, then suddenly the Hydras are losing a ton of DPS. And again, as soon as your Roach wall fails, as the Hydra player, those Hydras, they're basically glass cannons. They're kind of like Marines. Like they are going to die very quickly, especially the +2 Roaches.
Yeah, it is not a good time right there. Lambo, he is not going to be feeling good about that game, but let's see what he can do here. Spawning down on the bottom left for the Shopify Rebellion, it is Lambo.
And his opponent up 1-0 in this best of 3, going for a cheeky gas pool early on. It is the Korean Zerg Shin.
And I talked about the potential of going for aggression on this map, or not even on this map, but just in general in ZVZ being very unlikely. This is not a 13-12. This is a 12-11. That is a 12 gas and an 11 pool. This is as aggressive as it gets in this matchup without being a straight-up drone pull. And we've got Lambo with an Extractor Trick 15 hatch. You can wall this, as Mapu points out, with a spawning pool, with an Evo chamber. And with that Extractor Trick 15 hatch, having the hatchery 10 seconds earlier, having the spawning pool 10 seconds earlier, the queens 10 seconds earlier, I don't particularly like how this is looking for Shin right now. Now, we do have to keep an eye on things. Okay, he is taking all of his drones off gas. And as Mapu points out, we could potentially see an attempt to mine out these minerals in the back. But you need to get so much damage done with this attack, if not outright win the game, or this 2-base Zerg is just going to take over.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of drones to actually mine out those minerals. 20 minerals in total on those walls. So you got to be pretty careful here, Shin. I don't think we're going to see the drones pulled to be able to mine those out. It's probably just going to be this ling pressure coming in. As so far, these lings going unscouted. Lambo completely in the dark. Even with this Overlord spread, Shin should be able to work his way into the main base. And these are the first 4 links he sees, but he's about to see a lot more entering his main.
Yeah, this is going to be very tricky. Oh, Lambo with a little bit of miscontrol. He didn't grab all the drones, and he loses one instantly. Gonna pull the drones. That was... I don't like that decision. That was a little bit of a misstep, and already already not a perfect defense from Lambo.
Yeah, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to survive from this position. There isn't going to be a wall coming down. Instead, it's going to be spine crawlers getting thrown in the main base. So the surround there, the natural expansion as well. In this hatchery, the queen is about to finish. It will get surrounded by the lings. Drones and lings are getting pulled here from Lambo, but with speed finished up, Shin able to get the surround on that queen fast enough. And this trade, another queen going to go down right now. Lambo, not like this. Shin is putting on so much hurt right now. The spine crawler very close to completing, and the lings are starting to thin out a little bit, but this is a lot of damage done. Now, this isn't a fully committed all-in. Behind it, Shin going for the expansion. He's adding in queens. He's adding in drones. Things might normalize from here, but for Lambo, I feel like the defense could have been a little bit tighter there. Shin was able to see some opportunities getting those queens. And as a result, from this stage, Lambo growing, he's going to be a little bit behind Shin in terms of tempo.
He's going to be a lot behind Shin in terms of the game as well, because he lost both queens. He is not injecting, and Shin has a queen already done. Another 2 are in production, so he's going to be able to get those injects. And while the supplies look even for now, Shin should be able to get a big lead. Also, he's already got his Overlord out. Lambo is going to be a little bit supply... Actually... No, never mind. He doesn't have the larva done anyways. But he's actually building an extra Overlord. Yeah, he doesn't have the injects, exactly. Shin is in a really great position off of this start. Not to mention the fact that the spine crawler completed and was deemed it didn't help at all. It did not help at all. This is really bad for Lambo right now. He is in a tough position.
Yeah, and you see those first injects popping here for Shin, and he's going to be able to start a lot more drones than Lambo. As Lambo is still struggling to get, I think, his second queen out. Is it still just the one? And so he's going to try something tricky. He's going for a very fast layer tag, taking a second gas as well. Actually, both players going for the fast layer. I forgot we're on post-youth. This actually isn't that unusual.
Yeah. Yeah, it does make sense to go for the fast layer on this map. Although I was initially wondering if Shin, off of this 11 or 12-11 speedling, I was wondering if he was going to try and take the gold base in the middle of the map because of the fast ling speed. But obviously he did not elect to do so. He does still have ling speed, so he could take a third base with this. But with his gas setup, with that layer timing, this is looking like mutas to me out of Shin. And off of the advantage that he's got, I do not envy Lambo's position. I'm going to put it that way.
I mean, it's basically a game of math right now, as Shin's economy is completely off the walls. As he's 7 workers ahead from Lambo. Shin's economy is off the walls. He's 7 workers ahead of Lambo. I don't know why I keep getting this happens every ZBZ. I'll get the names just confused, and then it bugs me for the entire game. But yeah, Shin now throwing down that Spire, and his income is so much higher than Lambo's in this moment. Lambo is going for roaches. As you see, basically for the past couple of minutes, just the faster tempo economy with those 2 queens injecting so much quicker the Lambo's queens manifesting into a lot of drones, and Lambo's going to try and secure third base. Shin's is already about halfway done. But these mutas absolutely are going to have potential to get a lot of value from them, Steadfast.
Yeah, and what I'm worried about for Lambo is that he's probably not going to have the ability to push out before those mutas hit the field. If he pushes out right this moment, he might be able to go across. Okay, we do see the scout on the spire. That's very, very important. Lambo has a tough decision to make. Do you just go for it right now? Or do you add queens, try and play defensive from a little bit of an uncomfortable position? It looks like he is going to go for it. He adds on the Nidus Worm. How many queens does he have on the map? I think it's still only 2. Yeah, so he is...
Start more.
This is not ideal, and now the Lings are going to get this round before the +1 missile kicks in. They find that beefy Ravager, that very expensive unit, and here's the thing about pushing out before your timing. The Lings are just going to be better. Until that +1 missile completes, the Lings can trade efficiently, and Shin's got 10 mutas on the way, and he is in an amazing position. Lambo was already caught between a rock and a hard place, and they just converged on each other, and Lambo was in the middle.
Lambo's going to be able to pop this Nidus out, but I'm not sure there's going to be anything that can happen from that. In fact, I wonder if he actually decided to cancel that Nidus. I think he might. Oh, no, he didn't. In fact, it did just finish, but with so many mutas, I don't even know how you get the Nidus set up, let alone the queens. There's only a handful of queens for Lambo. GG is called, and Shin is up to 2-0 in this series already off the back of some nice early cheese.
Yeah. Yeah, that was very well done by Shin. And the thing about the early aggression in ZBZ is I was talking about, we probably won't see it. That is only true if the players are basically they're checking, they're testing their opponent and saying, can you defend this perfectly? Losing that first drone early on obviously was not ideal from Lambo, but that's not where things really went off the rails. The drone pull, a little bit kind of chasing the fact that we then had the queens getting surrounded, despite it being an extractor trick 15 hatch, which is meant to be cheese proof, by the way. That is supposed to be an opener that keeps you completely safe against cheese. And the fact that Shin did such an aggressive build and still got ahead, Lambo knows that that is the case. And his mental, I'm a little bit worried about it going into game number 3.
Yeah, especially now, he has to basically reverse sweep if he wants to make his way into that qualifying match. And in ZVZ, that is very difficult to do because Shin can play pretty much any style that he wants all the next 3 games. He can go for another couple of cheeses. He can go for some more greedy macro play. And Lambo basically has to have an answer to everything. He has to be completely on point on the defense if Shin goes for the cheese. And he has to also be able to punish the greed should Shin do that. And I almost feel like, I don't want to say gambling, but it does kind of feel like if you're in Shin's position right now, you can't just kind of gamble with a couple of builds that swing one way really hard, that lean really heavy into the greed or really heavy into the aggression, because you only need to win 1 more map out of 3. And so that puts Lambo in this very tricky position where, are you going to try and play this catch-all style where you can be safe against the cheese, or are you going to risk it yourself and try and do something similar to what Shin did there in game number 2 to try and get closer to evening things up? And a best of 5 like this in a mirror matchup, especially as chaotic as EVZ, it is just so hard to come back from this kind of deficit. It doesn't feel like the comeback potential is the same as if we're playing something like a PVT, where it's like, well, maybe you can just iron out your defense and play for the late game. Here for CVZ for Lambo, he is going to be up against the ropes for the duration as we go into the 3rd game. Match point right now. And the red Zerg spawning in the bottom left. Lambo, can he come back in this series? He is up against the wall.
And his opponent, it's the wall for Game and Gladiators. It's Shin. Yeah, this is such a difficult position to come back from, not just in terms of the scoreline, but the mental aspect. I do know that Lambo is the kind of player that he does kind of wear his losses on his sleeve. And to your point, I would love to see Shin play pretty aggressive coming out of this and maybe play a little bit, quote unquote, coin flippy. Whether that be something like an extractor, an Evo chamber before Ling speed, for +1 melee before Ling speed,
wow.
off of a hatch gas pool. Like something just kind of crazy. I would love to see something like that. But at the same time, I feel like Lambo needs to do something to not defend a game and win. I think he needs to do something that wins him the game. Not defending and Shin loses it. I think Lambo needs to win a game. He needs to reset the momentum in this series. I think it's going to have to be him being proactive in this one.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like one of the hardest things to do in ZBZ, especially at the top level, is to play a safe macro game. Because there are so many curveballs that can be thrown your way from your opponent. And in addition, if you play a safe macro game and your opponent plays greedy, then suddenly you're just behind. So I would like to see Lambo take a little bit of initiative here, but I mean, it's tough. It's tough to call because, again, having to win 3 games in a row here as Lambo against a very aggressive player in Shin, who is capable of doing truly anything in this matchup, but really specializes in the early and mid game. It's hard to come with some kind of approach, and I do not envy the position of Lambo at all, trying to come back from this series.
No, it is not a comfortable position in the slightest, and as we do see Mapu pointing out right here, Shin has skipped Zerglings, but also, and more importantly, he has skipped Ling speed. This is going to be a probably 2-base layer play out of Shin. Very likely we are going to see that. We do see actually 4 queens being opted for from Shin, which is rather... Wait, hang on. Can we check the unit tab? Okay, he does. Okay, I was just like, where's the second queen right now? Like, I would expect it to be at the front, but it seems as though Shin wants to mask the fact that he's going for the 4 queen. Does deny the scout. I'm pretty sure that Lambo is not able to see the lack of a layer. Yeah, and he is going to get pushed away, so the Overlord can't check that either. Now the next question is, what do we see out of Shin? My money is on +1... Oh, no, it is going to be +1 missile. Okay, I was going to say +1 melee and mutas, but will be roaches.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but instead going to be roaches, and I believe a full wall coming in here. That evolution chamber getting built in the natural expansion here for Shin, and almost a full wall. He does have that queen, but of course with transfuse, you should be able to defend quite easily here as Shin. Should Lambo really amp up the aggression? But it is just a small number of Lings that Lambo produced. Instead, he's going to try and take the map control advantage by expanding to a 3rd base, droning up as heavily as he can, and it's going to be up to Lambo to try and find the answer to this 2-base tech coming in from Shin. And he is going to be able to get the high-yield Vespene gas from that 3rd hatchery, so there is a bit of an advantage in that sense here for Lambo. And he should also just see the 1 evolution chamber upgrading, so he should have some idea of exactly what's going on, that there is going to be a layer, of course. I mean, it kind of is telegraphed by there just being these 2 bases here for Shin and no units on the map, right? But
yeah, and Lambo's got an Overlord on the right side base, so he knows that there is no sneaky 3rd hatchery to the right side. Like you said, he sees that there's no second Evo chamber wiggling. This is highly likely to be roaches. The thing is, it could still be a fake out. We are going to have the quick Overlord creep drop coming on in from Shin. And if Lambo cannot defend this one, he is going to be out of the series. He's going to have to go down to the losers bracket. He's going to try and buy time with Lings. It is worth noting, of course, that with that high-yield gas base in the middle, it is much closer for Shin to try and get aggressive. But, of course, Lambo will have a more efficient economy. He's already up 4 drones, but he's effectively up 7 with him not having to mine off of, he can mine off 1 less gas and still have the same gas economy.
And Shin's getting ready to hit his timing. +1 range attack almost complete, just now finishes up, and roach speed as well, very close to being done. And actually, yeah, +2 getting started here for Shin. I was thinking he would lean a little bit more heavily into the 2, well, I guess not 2-base aggression, but 3-base on a low drone count. But it seems like instead he's complicating things a little bit for his opponent, whereas Lambo is probably getting ready to absorb the impact of this attack. Shin is gearing up for what might be a +2 timing here with these roaches, although I do think he has a lot of room to play with should he decide to get more aggressive right now, because with Ravagers and with roaches, I think he can take down this gas, right?
You can take down the gas. You can siege from the low ground. It's very uncomfortable to deal with on this map specifically. Lambo does not have any upgrades on the way, I don't think. Ooh, Queens, the Corrosive Vials will push them back. This is a pretty good jump for Lambo, but the upgrades are better for Shin. The +1 missile could make a big difference, but that was a fight that Shin was not prepared for in the slightest, and those Queens really worked against him. Lambo gets a nice engage, and finally getting something going his way, but +2 missile versus 0-0, and no roach speed yet done for Lambo. I am very worried for him. If Lambo can't take a decisive engagement to more or less win the game in the next, what, 30 seconds?
You think it's like going to spiral out of control that quickly? I guess it very well might.
If it's an even fight, +2 missile versus 0-0 is a huge advantage. It's gigantic. Think of it like PvP, like +2 versus 0-0 in Blink Stalker Wars. Like, it's a big deal.
Right. Lambo does have one advantage, which is map control, holding the center of the map, and a good number more workers. He has 7 more workers and was able to repopulate that high-yield Vespene gas, so that is being mitigated a little bit here. Army supplies a touch ahead for Lambo, but with +2 range attack finishing up. Yeah, this is a very scary moment for the European Zerg.
Yeah, Shin is wanting to go for this before his opponent's +1 missile kicks in. If the +1 missile of Lambo kicks in, it's not as dire, but there is a big timing. Shin's going for it right now. He's hit his timing perfectly, and Lambo getting caught a little bit, but he does have a big concave. Ravager count is big for Shin. Lambo will break through the front line a little bit.
Only on the top side.
Yeah, Shin's got a lot here, and that upgrade advantage is gigantic.
Yeah, +1 still not done yet for Lambo as Shin's continuing to reinforce his position. Lambo trying to catch some of the reinforcements there in the middle as he's slowly whittling down this army at his front door. Going to focus down one of these Ravagers. It will get taken out, but Shin with the reinforcements coming in. You can see the army supply is starting to balloon in his favor as he's really taking full advantage of this +2 range attack upgrade. And this might be a 3-0 steadfast, a beautifully played series here by Shin.
Yeah, I said that Lambo needed to get something done, and I thought it was kind of like a timer. I did not expect it to be that one-sided. I was like saying it with confidence, but holy crap, that +2 missile made such a monster difference. Not to mention the fact that there was 6 Ravagers to 1. Shin calmly, even with the fight in the middle not really going in his favor, Lambo getting a good jump. I mean, it's just that 2 upgrade advantage is so powerful, and Shin punches his ticket. We've got our first qualifying match decided. It is going to be Shin versus Showtime. That's going to be taking place tomorrow. Very well done by Shin. But I believe we are going to head to a little break. This one might be a little bit longer than the previous ones. And then we're going to have another PBZ in the lower bracket. Loser will be eliminated. It's going to be Stats versus Laser. I am Steadfast. This is State, and we'll be back in about maybe 10 minutes or so.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup close qualifier. We have finished our upper bracket matches for the day, and now it's time for our first elimination match. It's going to be Stats versus a Laser, a best of 5. One of these guys, I was going to say going home, but I guess this is an online cup. They're already home, but one of them going to be knocked out of the EWC qualifier. How you doing, Steadfast?
I'm doing pretty well. We had a little bit of a longer break, so we will be able to, get a little bit of food in us. This has been a, pardon me, very fun day, but certainly a long one already so far. So important to stay fueled up. This is an interesting one. I was telling you during the break that a Laser has an incredible historical win rate against Stats.
Yeah, that surprises me because I don't think they played much after Stats returned from the military service, right? At least not games
they haven't
that
played
I can
at all
recollect.
since he did, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be him against Stats basically in his close to his prime.
Yeah.
Which is kind of absurd. Do you have the numbers for what the record actually is, or is it just something crazy?
It is 6-1 in series in favor of a Laser and 17-10 in maps.
That is pretty good.
Yeah.
That is surprising. Well, I didn't have Stats pegged as the underdog coming into this best of 5, but wow, what a record there from a Laser.
I will say, I think that on this patch and on this map pool, well, particularly this patch and this style, I think I definitely favor Stats coming into this. History be damned, for sure. But it is interesting to see that a Laser has had his number historically. Now, a lot of those are 3-2s, 3-1s, but even still, that is something where it's enough of a difference that Stats might not necessarily feel the most confident against him going into it.
Yeah, fatigue might also play a little bit of a factor here. In Korea, we're getting closer to 5 a.m., so I'm sure these players, much like me, have adjusted their sleep schedule for the closed qualifier here at EWC because it is such an important event. But still, coming in here for Stats, you got to wonder if he's going to be feeling a little bit tired coming into this series. Same with Firefly. Should we go into that later series today? Trigger versus Firefly. I mean, Firefly playing from China, Trigger in North America. It's about afternoon there soon, isn't it?
Yep, it is 3:20 p.m., so, right around the time when most gamers wake up. Whereas, obviously, we've got Firefly getting well into the wee hours of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is something that I didn't take into account, but absolutely, this is a pretty big advantage for a Laser, because it's like 9:30 p.m., which is, it's late, but it's not 5 in the morning late.
That's prime time, basically, as far as I'm concerned. That's prime time for gaming. But Stats showed some really good games earlier on. Of course, he dropped the first series. That's why he's here in the first elimination match. But if he's able to play as well as he did in his first series here against a Laser, then I think we're going to have a really good series, especially considering a Laser has that, you said, 6-1 series record against Stats overall, which I'm a little bit taken aback by because I know that Stats had this kind of swallow in his play where he came back from military service and he just wasn't really performing that well. A lot of people were wondering whether he actually would ever be able to perform that well again. And over the past 6 months or so, really this year, he has just revitalized himself. He has reclaimed his title as a Shield of Ire. He's made some very deep runs in GSL and also in other international tournaments. And he looks to be basically his old self again. But if his old self was already losing to a Laser, we'll have to see. I am with you that I think the meta is going to be favoring Stats' style a lot more, especially with this map pool. But this is going to be an interesting series, I think, especially considering it's a best of 5, not a best of 3.
Yeah, that is definitely a big difference maker. Interestingly, they've actually played more best of 5s against each other than best of 3s. They played 5 best of 5s and only 2 best of 3s. So you can tell that they're pretty much only playing on bigger stages in more important tournaments. They're not playing in weekly tournaments. They're not playing in, non-big tournaments. I'm just really intrigued to see, will a Laser be able to make it happen? Because pretty much every PvZ today, Zerg players have been going for heavily mid-game oriented aggression. We saw it in Shin versus Firefly. We saw it in Lambo versus Trigger, especially that game 2. And we saw a laser trying to bash the door down against Showtime, I believe in game number, was that 1 or 2? Oceanborn, whatever game
I
that
never
was.
remember the map order.
Yeah, no, it's a lot to remember, but it's been the name of the game, and I think we're probably going to see more of the same here. But let's get into the game and figure things out. Spawning up the top left for Twisted Minds, trying to keep his hopes alive. It is Stats.
And spawning in the bottom right, excuse me, hoping to keep his streak against Stats alive. It is the European Zerg for Team Liquid, Elaser. Trying to get my momentum back from that break.
Yeah, no kidding. Definitely a little bit of a mental reset after that. A laser is okay. Initially, he was thinking maybe I can take this hatchery at the natural, but the probe was there to within about 5 minerals. That was really close. He might have been able to get the hatch down, but that is one of those scenarios where if you are off by the 0.05 seconds, you feel like an idiot. If you get it down, you're on top of the world. But if you mess it up, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, especially in a matchup as snowbally as PBZ is in the early game, you really just want to take as few risks like that as possible. So Elaser doing the smart thing, just planting the third hatchery safely here.
Yeah, and
We'll see
Elaser
how
does.
Stats is PBZ. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Laser's a big fan of getting the 16 hatch down. He's not like Dark, where he's like, I'll take it 15 seconds late if I can get it at my natural. Laser's very much more focused on the precise timings. But sorry, go on.
Oh, no, just going on with your point, I feel like that's more typical of the European Zergs, just from the people that I've talked to and the way that they approach is, it seems like European Zergs are a little bit more like mad scientists in their approach to basically every matchup and playing towards perfection. Whereas Dark is just absolutely a wild card. I mean, this guy, of course, recently, especially with his GSL victory, he's been looking a lot better in terms of form. But he's somebody who historically, when I think of him, I don't think of somebody that has the most clean or refined mechanics and sometimes a little bit shaky build orders. He's just very smart. It's his game sense that gives him victory, and especially his late game control. But he's been ironing that out a lot. And still, though, despite that, he is not going to be like one of these European Zergs, like you said, with a laser, who's just going to try and play everything as fine-tuned as possible. Instead, he is content to delay by 15 seconds, but instead, a laser is going to be in his comfort zone with this third hatchery at about a typical timing. And Stats just going to do a little bit of modest pressure here with his first Adept. We'll see what's able to get done.
Yeah, it's do we have a second chrono on the other Adept?
I don't think we did.
No. Yeah, just
A little bit
regular.
late.
Oh, yeah. Finishing at the 3-minute timing. Yeah, that's going to be regular timing. Stats just going to look for anything he might be able to find, but he's just checking in, seeing that, yep, you've got drones where you're supposed to have drones. You didn't do some weird, sneaky transfer to the third. A laser, speaking of, refinement and boiling things down to an optimized setup, he has become a fan of, against getting hatch blocked, the 3-3 split on lings, 3 in the main, 3 in the natural. And that lets you cut one extra set of lings while still being able to potentially contest your opponent's adepts if they shade forward. Well, at least the one adept. And then you just buy time for that 330 ling speed.
Man, these Zergs, they just want to get as many drones as possible. It's a dirty business.
Dirty business.
Any win they can get. All right, Stats coming with his first Oracle. No Spore Crawler, but the Queen's coming in from the main should assist, and that means this Oracle is going to take a ton of damage for just 2 kills.
Oh, okay. Game Heart not activating on the left side. That's one of them weird bugs that can happen sometimes. A lot of damage on that Oracle for 2 drones. It is obviously nice as long as you keep it alive, but you got to be really careful to make sure that does not go down. That can be a disaster if you lose that first Oracle. A laser is going to be going for the very quick Evo chamber, so he's going to be pumping out that fast +1 melee, which is good against traditional Blink Stalker styles, but as we saw from Trigger earlier today, it's not always a given that Protoss is going to play that.
No, it used to be a lot more popular back when Hero was making his comeback from military service, and he kind of developed this Zergy style of PvZ with just mass Blink Stalkers and mass expansions.
Oh.
And then once the Zergs figured out that +1 melee, +2 melee, rapidly research is really good against that It did kind of taper off, but for Stats, he's going to be going into double upgrades here, Steadfast, in typical Stats fashion. Playing very greedy with that third Nexus. Robo also coming in.
Wow.
I like this setup with 2 Forge. This is cool.
This is bonkers. This is not quite the same as what we saw out of Trigger, but it is the same vein of just kind of a nutty build order and very crazy. We're going to see a cancel attempt coming in on the 4th base. If he can get that, that is very nice. And as the Queens, they just waddle the way over, their big fat booties were not in time to save that hatchery.
Yeah, and that's a nice win there for Stats, especially in a situation like this one where it feels like your opponent has really locked down the defense, both in the natural and in the third. It's hard to get a lot of damage done with these oracles, so just trading that energy in a moment where you really don't need it because no pressure is coming your way, Stats is going to be happy to trade that for, what, a 20-second delay and a drone on that 4th hatch. Nice little win as he continues to develop. Twilight Council coming in. 2 more gateways getting added. 1-1, really rapidly getting researched here for Stats.
Yeah, and it is that second Robo once again out of Stats. He is going for the 2 Robo double Forge. Did I miss a memo? Are Protoss players just like, are they just going insane these days? This is bonkers in terms of the greed, but the setup it will give you in the mid and late game is so strong.
Yeah, you're only making the good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
now
Stalkers and Adepts and Zealots, they don't generally snowball that well in PvZ heading into the late game, unless like that's absolutely your thing. If you're just honing in on building a massive Stalkers, then certainly it's a way to play it. But if you want to play a high-tech style and you want to play safe and for the late game, trying to skirt away with as few gateway units as possible, it's almost like Zerg's trying to get away with as little military as possible and maximizing the drone count.
yeah.
Except for Protoss, you usually do it with a pivot towards your tech units as opposed to your economy.
And that is exactly
really
what
cool.
we're seeing here. We did see, instead of the robotics bay out of Trigger, we're seeing Stats going for the Templar Archives. So there is a wrinkle there. But the concept of the fast double robo, fast double, upgrades is going to lead to some very powerful units. A laser, though, he is looking to hit a timing with a whole bunch of Roach Ravagers. He's adding in the Baneling Nest now, but most certainly we've got a laser wanting to put the nail in the coffin very early in this game. And, I mean, he's going to have an army supply lead, but if you look at the army value, I'm guessing it is very similar right now as the value of the... okay, or not.
It's close enough. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, right? Well, man. There we go, as the army, as the warp-in comes in, it equalizes pretty much, but there's just so much power here now. No Warp Prism will make this difficult. Shield Battery is pretty far back. Big concave from a laser. Going to be able to wipe out the Zealots very quickly. He might actually be able to just break through here. Battery Overcharge trying to keep these units alive on the top side.
Immortal's standing strong there on the bottom side, but is it going to be enough here for Stats? I don't know exactly what the Oracles were doing during all of this. There must have been a drop in the main base that they were trying to deal with, but they are late to the party here at the third. Finally, now they're going to be taking out most of these Ravagers as the Queens have fallen, and Stats should be able to hold, but man, this was really close. Nice attempt there with the Biles to try and get those Oracles.
Oh.
And a laser from here. Is he going to try and macro out of this, or is he going to go for another wave? Because I feel like he missed his window if he wants to make this work again. I think he has to go into droning. And yeah, there was the drop at the main base. That's what the Oracles were dealing with.
Yeah, Stats, even though he's only on 3 bases, that was a good enough hold with the 2-2 getting very close to completing for him to be in a pretty darn good position. I was thinking after the beginning part of this fight, Stats was in a lot of trouble, but a laser didn't rotate away from the shield battery overcharge. He continued to fight it on the top side. There was 2 Immortals that rallied in. I think if he had focused all of his attention on that and then disengaged from the battery overcharge on the top side, I think a laser could have maybe just either won the game or gotten away with enough units that this follow-up would have been more or less unstoppable. As it is, though, a laser just pumped out a ton of Ravagers. Stats is going to be low on Oracle energy, but, I mean, this 2-2 finishing up for Stats is so powerful.
Yeah, but the 2-2's not going to help him that much if his Zealots get connected with Banelings, as this is a very Zealot-heavy force that Stats has now. He has to be very careful with his spreads once those Banelings come in. Drop in the main base again of Stats. 4 Stalkers are there to try to deal with the Overlords, but It's actually going to be the Zealots that warp in with 2-2 upgrades to try and stop it. And now the Banelings, will they get the big connections they need on these Zealots? No split yet for Stats, instead just focusing on microing the high-value units back. Files so far getting dodged. Some really nice Warp Prism micro. With the Oracles, that's just going to be enough. Stats with the defense, able to iron that one out, man. It was really close with the first wave. Second wave, Stats, that 2-2. I guess it had a bigger of an impact than I was expecting it to there. Steadfast, and he's able to hold strong in the wake of that timing attack.
Yeah, and it's important to note as well that the second wave, there was a lot of Ravagers, but even though Immortals don't do great against Ravagers, the Archons sure as heck do, especially with that +2 weapons, that plus versus biological. I mean, it just kind of reigned supreme there. I really thought that initial attack was going to just, crush through for a laser. But I'm rewatching the fight on the stream, and I can see that that one Immortal on the top side really wiggled its way out of a problem scenario. And yeah, the Oracles came in after the Queens were dead. Jeez, it turned a lot sharper and harder than I expected based on how the fight initially broke out.
Yeah, for a moment I was thinking that the Oracles were going into maybe the expansions of a laser since the Queens got pulled to try and pick off drones. But then I saw a dropship in the main base, and I was like, oh, they're going to come back once the Queens are dead. And after defusing the situation in the main base. And then from there, I mean, yeah, it snowballed really heavily there for Stats. I mean, from that position with a laser, you can't really macro out of that very effectively because you slow down the upgrades. You're sitting on 66 drones against the 66 probes there of your opponent. And he's got a ton of Immortals and 2-2 coming in the pipeline. And, well, that's game one in the books as we get ready to go into game number 2 of this best of 5. Spawning in the top right here, the red Protoss, it is Stats.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Team Liquid, it is a laser.
It's ambitious to go for that kind of timing attack against the Shield of Ire of all Protoss players, right? But that did look very close to the first wave. And now we have Post-Youth here on map number 2. This is kind of a crazy map selection, isn't it?
I mean,
it
a
feels
little bit,
but
atypical. You can get that gold base first, as a laser is showing here. And with the gold base first, it's anytime the Zerg can get a gold base like this, it's pretty ideal. Now, I don't think we're necessarily going to have the same situation as we saw before. Oh, we are in fact going to have a sneaky cannon rush. Stats going to try and punish. There is an Overlord coming in. And where this probe is set up, there's not going to be a great position to wall. So just seeing this is already going to be good for a laser, but this looks very scary for a laser.
I think if he's willing to throw down a gateway, he should be able to remove enough surface area on that cannon, or I assumed a couple of cannons, that a laser will not be able to hold this natural. And the spawning pool is only about a third of the way done. Drones are now getting pulled from the main base of Elaser. The first cannon drops. Zealot halfway done as well. And Stats, what is he going to do once he sees these drones?
That's
actually
not...
the position that he built this cannon, he can't really wall behind it very well. And that's enough drones that they should be able to take care of this pretty quickly. That cannon in the back might be able to survive a little bit longer because of the limited surface area. Oh, this is getting pretty crazy, Steadfast.
A laser does need to make sure those drones are microing correctly. He's got enough to shut this down for now, and this is looking fantastic for a laser.
Wow.
Cannon having to be put in a position where it still threatens the hatchery, kind of desperation move. 8-lings are going to pop out in a moment. Good micro on the drone here. Zealot will get a kill on one of those drones, but a full wraparound on that Zealot is great. Ooh, but no micro on the drones now, and he's starting to lose a lot of workers. He needs to kill these cannons before they finish, but with the Zerglings finishing up, that should be enough DPS to shut this down, and I believe a laser's held, and he is in an amazing position at this point.
Now, one cannon is going to barely finish, get one shot off. And that might just be it. We don't have an expansion yet coming in from Stats. I mean, he's probably not going to quit out in such an important match playing for your tournament life, but this is such a disaster.
Should.
And I guess I spoke too soon. Yeah, that is it.
If it's a gold base?
Of course, right.
Yeah. Well,
I saw him not canceling the first couple of cannons, and I was like, well, this can only go one of two ways. It's probably going to lead to you getting out of this one, but I like Stats going for that play. A laser really smart with the Overlord scouting pattern. I think Stats maybe a little bit ambitious with the cannon placement, though. If he had built it flush against the top, I think there is a world where he's able to get at least one of those cannons complete in a pretty safe way. And then the game kind of devolves into this madness with spine crawlers and cannons and all that tomfoolery. But instead, just a laser able to clean it up right from the get-go. That was cool.
Yeah, that was really well done. At first, I was a little bit worried for a laser that he wasn't pulling enough drones to actually deal with it. But Stats didn't have like this huge swell of cannons. Like it wasn't like 4 or 5 cannons. It was only the 2. And as long as you get 3 workers on top of a cannon as it starts up, or 4 just after it starts up, that's enough to shut it down. And a laser, like you said, he had enough surface area to knock those cannons out. Particularly, I mean, yeah, getting the scout as early as he did, it's just very well handled from a laser, and that puts him right back in the series.
Yeah, 1-1 now. Best of 5 whittled down to a best of 3. And I do admire that from Stats coming in with a cannon rush there on that gold base. I was a little surprised to see post youth, because even though I understand the value of getting a gold base there as a laser or a Zerg in general on that map, it's just kind of funky the way it plays out. But that certainly went into a laser's favor in that game. As we get ready to go into game number 3 here in a hurry, spawning in the bottom left. Now 1-1 with his opponent. It is Stats.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Team Liquid. Is he going to go for the gold base again? I certainly hope so. It's a laser.
I think he might be.
Now,
I see that sneaky drone.
I do hope that if Stats scouts it this time, I actually hope that he goes for the cannon rush, because this is a much better map to cannon rush than post youth in terms of the gold base. Okay, never mind. I was like, is he going to take the opponent's gold? Like, no, that'd be way too late, but he bluffed me for just a second.
He did that just to make us look like fools.
Yeah, I love when pro gamers do that. They're so good at that.
Oh, round 2. We gonna have that forge thrown down?
No, it's looking like maybe.
He's checking where the Overlord is. That's a very smart move by Stats.
Oh,
And
yes,
there will be the
he
forge.
is. Oh, my God. That was a brilliant call from you there, State. That's exactly what... I was, like, confused as to why he sent the probe away. That's exactly what he was doing. He's going to need to start
the first one.
the pylon pretty soon.
I wonder how often Stats gets in this position, because it seems like he's a little hesitant about where to put his pylons in situations like this one. I also don't have Stats really pegged down as much of a cannon rusher, but in this kind of situation, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, and just as you said, Steadfast, look, there's a perfect slot right there for the cannon that he could wall in with another pylon, and there is no way it's getting taken out. That's why a laser is not pulling more than one drone in this situation.
Yeah,
that cannon is basically guaranteed to get up.
It's so difficult to deal with this particular cannon rush. And there we go. Forces the cancel. Now we have Stats who's able to cancel his buildings. That is really nice for the Protoss player. And at this point, I mean, this is pretty awkward for a laser. This is pretty awkward for a laser.
Yeah, I certainly give the advantage to Stats in this regard. The larva coming in is just going to be a little bit slow here for a laser because his second and third hatch are so delayed. And also there's the adept you got to think about. Speed has started now for a laser.
A laser's still mining on gas. I wonder if that's just because he's...
Oh, he is.
I wonder if that's just because he, you know, is already saturated in the main. Or if it's that he actually has some intention to be aggressive.
I think it doesn't really make sense to try and go from 17 to 18 too much. The drones tend to bounce around a little bit more. So instead of laser doing the really smart thing, just sending those extra drones on a gas and then pulling them.
Yeah,
that's a very smart play. That didn't occur to me until you started working through those gears.
Yeah, you could probably hear them through the call as they make a lot of noise when I'm thinking. It's a whole lot of grinding.
Well, Stargate now coming in for Stats, as I think things are going to normalize with a little bit of an advantage here for Protoss. As these adepts just confirming that more drones are in production. For a second I thought he might allow that to finish. As this is one of those situations where oftentimes Zergs will play a little bit more greedy to try and get back into it. Usually it swings either one of two ways. They're either going to make a lot more lings with speed to try and catch the adepts and kill them, or they'll only make a couple of lings and try and get away with as many drones as possible. But Laser just playing nice and standard instead. Stat's not going to commit in with those 2 adepts. Instead, just going to opt for the Oracle. And that third base should be getting thrown down any second here for Stats.
Yeah, if he doesn't get it soon, that's going to be a problem. We do see Mapu pointing out that yes, that will in fact be a supply block as the pylon goes down. Here is an unintended factor of this build is that Stats was obviously not, thinking about the loss of that pylon, and he didn't preemptively build an extra one, so he actually gets supply block for quite a while. That's going to block a lot of probe production. That was a painful little supply block right there.
Yeah, nice move by Laser, just moving out as soon as he can to take that thing down.
More than anything, I feel like that's just that's a lack of foresight from Stats a little bit, and does show the pressure of the situation. This is their, before they've even gotten there, before they've even made $1 from the tournament, this is the Esports World Championship life on the line. Like, they are in the loser bracket, in elimination situation.
Yeah. Stats also with this Oracle. A little bit shaken up, it seems.
We
Taking
are
some unneeded damage.
Resonating glaives coming in from Stats. This is it's quite an intriguing.
This is reminiscent. Yeah. This is reminiscent of the way that Hero's been playing PvZ quite a bit recently. He's a big fan of this kind of delayed glaives push off of 3 bases just because it usually catches a lot of Zergs unprepared. Now, if you see glaives normally, really nice stasis ward, by the way, that gets a lot of drones. A lot of Zergs will skip out on the Roach Warren, or if they build it, they will delay the Roach production for quite a bit in ZVP if they feel like they can get away with it, just because it's a little bit more greedy. And this build is basically designed to try and trade out these adepts with lings and with drones as cost efficiently as possible, and then you get Blink right behind it, and it can snowball pretty heavily. Usually it's about 8 or 9 adepts that are going to move out. Or, no, wait, 11 or 12, I think, is usually what Hero would go for. I wonder how many we have here.
Yeah, it's going to be like 12.
I think 11.
11, good call.
And this is a good chance for Stats to get some damage done. There are only lings right now. He's going to allow this shade to complete. Actually, a very good surround of those bottom depths. Of course, they are going to be able to trade out pretty effectively here with glaives, but a little bit of miss micro, I have to say here from Stats, is this is not going exactly his way right from the beginning. And a Laser with no ling upgrades, just with speed, is going to be able to clean this up, sustaining almost no damage. That was a very awkward shade into the natural expansion, I must say.
Yeah, right into a full surround is very, very clunky. Now, it's not completely cleaned up yet, but there we go. The lings get on top of the next wave. This is where things can really snowball against the Zerg, is when, it's not necessarily the first wave, although that can be really troublesome to deal with.
Oh,
that's a great stasis ward.
Yeah,
but
are going back Stats' way a little.
It's also about the... Oh, can he get that stasis ward before it finishes? No. He's going to elect to just pull away. It's not just about the glaive adepts, though. It is about, the next set of glaive adepts, because you can continue to reinforce across the map with 4, then another 4, then another 4, and things can get really uncomfortable. But, yeah, I think you said it best. Stats shaded forward into that very awkward surround and didn't even actually attack with the adepts right away. It just was a very kind of clunky situation, and a Laser's able to get away with the incredible greed of not building that Roach Warren. Now he's set up for a big Hydraling Bane type of attack off of an incredible economy, and I'm pretty worried about Stats. He doesn't have a Storm set up on the way yet. A Laser is going to be able to take advantage of this gold base. This is looking very worrisome for the Protoss.
Yeah, and he is going for the triangle third here, Stats, so it should be a little bit more easy for him to defend this push as opposed to if he took the 9 o'clock position, but still, he is once more going into double Robo, this time with the Templar Archives and Charge. So I don't think this is going to be for Storm. I think this is more likely to be for Archons, kind of a throwback Zealot Archon Immortal mix in this game, but against a very large number of Hydras, I'm a little bit worried about how that's going to fare, just because the Adept damage, while it did do a little bit, it wasn't really enough to justify slowing down the rest of the Protoss tech and upgrades.
No,
so Stats, he's just a beat behind a Laser in this moment, and if he can navigate himself to 4 bases safely and just sustain and survive against this push, then I think he'll be in a very good position, but it's going to be hard to do that, and in fact, it will be Storm, but that is a long ways away, Steadfast. He needs to buy some time with his Prism.
Yeah. Oh my God. Look. That was cute. That was cute as hell. That was
That is so cool.
very nifty little maneuver.
I actually did not know that 4 Adepts one-shot a Hydralisk, but now I do.
Hydras, they are light units, and Adepts are very good at killing light units. Oh, this Oracle. Okay, does manage to wander itself away. I will say that a laser likely going to wait for Bane speed means that the Storm should complete just in time. It is going to be very close, though. There is no Hydra speed. And if Hydras end up fighting against Storm without speed, oh baby, that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, Storm is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Right now, Stats throwing down these force fields, trying to buy time both for Storm and for all of the static defense to finish up on this 4th base. It is so important that he's able to maintain this. Those Banelings, while they do connect with the cannons, they do survive. That is very important here for Stats as he warps in more Templar, more Zealots, 2 more Immortals in production. Those are the last 2 force fields that Stats has, but most of the Ling Bane is completely out, and now it's just going to be slow Hydras against these Storms.
Okay, those were like very ineffective Storms considering the setup. I feel like those were a big waste.
I feel like it's all right here for Stats anyway. I'm not sure how many more Templar he has in the back, but the pure Hydralisk alone is not that scary. It's just when it's mixed in with a Ling Baneling, but this second wave coming in of reinforcements, those Banelings should be able to take out pretty much all the static defense. Yeah. Shield batteries go down, and now Stats. Oh, this might be a little bit too much.
Yeah, he really messed up there. That was, those Storms were so unnecessary and did basically nothing. This counterattack on the other side of the map, I don't even know where this came from, but this is at least disrupting the momentum of a laser. He's still on 94 drones, but a laser does not want to stop attacking for sure. He wants to keep going with this. He's got Stats very much on the ropes, but if he lets Stats stabilize, get out some more High Templar, get out static defense around that 4th base once again, then this will be kind of fine. War Prism, oh my God, it barely survives on 3 HP. You've got to be kidding me on that one.
More Templar warping in now for Stats. He needs Storm if he wants to survive this next push. It is so essential to stopping this push, especially now that the Hydras have speed. It's probably going to take more Storms to actually bring them down. As Elaser is already maxed again. The upgrades coming in for Stats. It's 2-1 against the +1 melee and ranged attack of Elaser. As these lasers recharge once more. Stasis Trap only getting a couple of Lings. That Storm is very good. Gets a lot of damage on those Hydras. Next Storm gets dodged really well there by Elaser. Only a couple more Storms left. Those 2 are very good. Is this going to be enough for Stats? That battery overcharge doing a lot of the heavy lifting on these Immortals. One more Storm. That's the last one he's got. And there might be just enough Hydras. Yeah, the Nexus goes down. There is another run by in a Laser's natural expansion, but with Stats losing his 4th base, I'm not sure if this is going to be enough. It is a big one, but still a Laser with 2.4k minerals in the bank and Stats reset down to 3 expansions. There's a lot of economic damage, but let's not forget that the Laser is already on, what, 90 plus drones? So this is sending him only down to 72.
Yeah, exactly. He loses 16 drones and is still on a solid, like, 3.5 base economy at this point. Stats, for his part, knocked down to 51 probes in just 3 bases. And if we look at his natural, look at his 3rd, we're going to see that those bases are getting very low on minerals indeed. Yeah, natural down to just 5 mineral patches, main down to 4. I think the 3rd base had already mined out 1 of the mineral patches. Yeah, down to 7 of 8. And Stats is... I mean, the Zealot counterattacks have been great for him, but they are a small beacon of hope in a pretty bleak situation.
I think the best thing going for Stats right now is not just the run buys, it's also the fact that Elaser has not had a lot of gas for a very long time. So he's basically only been able to remax on Lings with a small trickle of Banelings and Hydras. And, oh wait, does Elaser not realize that he already has 2 Evos? Or at least 1 Evo? Is he going triple Evo? I know he has 1-1, but he just threw down 2 more Evolution Chambers, Steadfast.
I think he might have lost his Evo Chamber.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
probably
he lost the
Evo
Chamber.
Took that out. Yeah,
so he's going for the double attack upgrades, but I think if he doesn't end the game, well, no, it's fine. He's so far ahead in army supply and economy at this point. He does still have to be a little bit careful about not being overly wasteful. Oh, that
Oh,
stasis
what a
ward
good
saving the high
stasis trap on
bar.
all those banelings. There is a world where Stats is able to hold on just because the Hydra count isn't that extreme here for a laser, but it's going to need to be some really clutch storms, and I'm not sure Stats has enough in the tank. Once
Yeah, I
these
don't think
banelings
so.
pop,
That battery overcharge is getting insane value on that one Archon, but it's still just a matter of numbers right now. Like, a laser's on double the economy and then some versus Stats. And Stats has been... He's been kind of dead on his feet for several minutes at this point. There we go. GG gets called. A laser will go up 2-1 and puts himself one map away from, well, making it to the next round and staying alive.
yes, Stats now on elimination point. He needs to win these next 2 maps or he is out of the EWC closed qualifier. That means he is out of the running to play at the Esports World Cup. And man, a laser, you were talking about him having a 6-1 series lead against Stats historically coming into this. I was a doubter, but he's playing really well these last couple of games.
Yeah, he's playing quite solid. The defense against the Cannon Rush was obviously very good in game number 2. Game 3, I kind of have to agree with you a little bit. I feel like Stats is not as confident in his like Cannon Rush usage.
Yeah.
It worked out for him for sure in game 3, but someone like Classic, for example, seems to have a really good grasp on it, or like a Max Pax, or trying to think of like I can't think of any of like
Parting
the
or
old school.
Haas, yeah.
Parting's a great one. Parting's a great one.
Parting
Yeah.
would be a great one.
Yeah, because Haas definitely very good at cannon rushing, but he's like the cannon rush shield battery rush, you know, like the shield battery immortal, blah blah blah, or like 5 pylons in the natural, and yeah, stuff like that. But as far as the macro cannon rushes, I think of like a player like Classic or Max Pax or someone who's a little bit more confident in that kind of thing. Regardless, though, well handled by a laser in this game number 3, and he's very close to making it through.
Yeah, these cannon rushing builds have not really been working for Stats at all in this series, and I would be surprised if we saw anything like that from him over the course of these next couple of games. I think here, if you're Stats, you got to just iron out the defense and try and survive 2 more games, because it is elimination point. It's do or die right now for this guy. Spawning in the bottom right, the red Protoss. It is Stats.
And his opponent with the relentless aggression with the Hydraling Bane. It is Team Liquid's a laser. I really feel like the turning point of that game was those 3 storms out front of the 4th base. Right after, it felt like Stats did such a good job of holding. Like, it was such a good job from Stats to hold up to that point. By the way, a laser has done the math, and he says, yeah, you weren't here in time. I can get this hatchery down. Stats was close in game 1. A laser said, I'm not going to risk it. But in this one, he does the math correctly, gets that hatchery down to the natural. But yeah, no, I feel like up until those 3 storms that kind of landed on, like, I don't know, a total of 3 Zerg units across all 3 of them, Stats was doing such a good job. And then he found himself without any storms, and there were still so many Hydras left over, and just kind of everything fell apart from that position.
Yeah, he maybe was a little bit overconfident with those storms. Perhaps didn't expect a laser to commit quite as hard as he did to that push. And when I saw Stats throwing down those storms, I thought that without a doubt he was going to have more Templar either coming down from the 3rd base or in the back of the 4th base that were slowly loading up on energy, and he was buying himself time to muster up a little bit more army on the ground. And so I didn't mind it in the moment, but then just as you said, Steadfast, the follow-up attack from there, Stats was completely dry on the storms in a moment where he desperately needed them to handle the situation. As a result, a laser with that timing attack on 90-something drones,
Yeah.
just able to barrel through Stats. I mean, that is not an all-in. That is 90-plus drones there for a laser. That was really well played.
Yeah.
I really think, though, going back to these past couple of games, that Stats is... I don't even know if it's a lack of confidence in the cannon rush, because he's, at least in the last game, he executed it quite well. I actually put him as ahead of a laser after he was able to deny the gold base, and a laser was so slow on the natural and the 3rd base getting set up. But it seems like it's the kind of thing that even though he's able to execute it correctly in a situation like that one, it's hard for Stats to completely get back on the rails in terms of his build. It seems like he's a little bit jumbled up. And sometimes this occurs to a player who is very good on defense, where they're used to basically parrying all the attacks and dealing with any crazy situations quite well. And so the game usually doesn't go off plan that often, or if it does, it's a small adjustment. But when you're throwing down that forge and then you're building 250 minerals worth of buildings and that cannon and the pylon in the middle of the map, even if you cancel it, it just throws such a wrench into your build order that it almost becomes like freestyling again. Instead of having set times or set ideas of exactly when to throw things down, it's much more about the flow chart of your build. And I feel like while Stats absolutely can execute that in a more flow chart-esque way, he is clean enough with his economy management, and he's smart enough with his build order that he basically has everything down to a T. And if he can basically lab out the build and play it as it is labbed out, he does very well. But I feel like he might be throwing himself off a little bit with these cannon rushes in the last 2 games.
Yeah, and I feel like certain players are super good at adaptation. We obviously talked about Dark in game 1, I think. He is so good at playing the game in front of him. Hero, another player that is so good at kind of playing situationally. But I feel like Stats does kind of fall victim to that a little bit. We are going to see a couple drones getting picked off by the first Oracle. That's obviously a nice little find, as long as you keep that Oracle alive, and he's done a great job of doing so. A laser, once again, with a very quick Evo chamber, will be heading in towards that. And, I mean, his Stats is not getting aggressive with Adepts. A laser is just hammering that drone count to start things off.
Oh, no queen here, though, so the Oracle should be able to trade a little bit of HP for a good number of drones, actually even catching the reinforcing ones. Not the reinforcing, the ones going to saturate the third base. And, yeah, 6 drones in total. That is pretty good here for Protoss. I think Stats is going to be feeling quite fine with this.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. That's a really nice little find. It is just a cut at 2 Oracles and a rather... Wait, no, is that a 3rd Oracle? Did he just build that? Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, that
He
is
did
the
build
third
a 3rd
Oracle.
Okay, yeah, but it is going to be a very quick forge to start things up out of here for Stats going into the next stage of the game. Interestingly, not starting the +1 right away. 6 Adepts trying to find their way across the map and get something done. A laser will get them cornered, but the position is pretty good for Stats, and those Adepts are going to be able to trade out at least quite cost efficiently.
Yeah, going into the natural expansion, should be able to pick off at least 1 or 2 drones. And this is going to set up another huge stasis in the main base. Oh my goodness, show me the income graph after that in a minute.
That's nasty right there out of Stats. A great find, even setting up for another couple of Oracles in the 3rd. Behind us, there it is, the charge, the +1 weapons, and a Templar Archives. I wonder if a laser's just saying, or rather, if Stats is just saying, you know what, a laser, you've been playing real greedy in these games. I have myself a great start. I'm just going to try and walk it in with a Charge Lot Archon push. But this big lane counterattack will kill the Adepts. Going to be able to force a cancel on the shield battery.
Ooh,
and a lot of lanes, or rather, a lot of probes do go down. Good positioning on the probes at the end, but that was a lot of damage that the laser just did.
Yeah, Stats a little bit greedy there, not going for that shield batteries. You see the big income swing from that stasis ward, plus those drones going down in the 3rd base, but a laser doing a very good job of equalizing with that run by. And you made the Lings, might as well use them, and he was able to catch Stats in a position where Stats really was not set up to deal with that defense at all.
Yeah, no, certainly not. It's a real tricky setup. We are going to be seeing, once again, the lack of a Roach Warren out of a laser. And, oh my god, these stasis wards are insane. Stats is doing such a good job with this multi-prong harass. I guess in this case, it's just kind of single prong, but, you know, before that, it's really just keeping the pressure up, and it's so difficult to, you know, avoid taking damage from absolutely everything when you have so much being thrown at you the way that a laser has.
Yeah, it feels like these stasis traps are catching like 8+ drones so many times. It's pretty fantastic here for Stats as he's going to be taking this 4th base. No storm getting started just yet, but 2-1 is underway here for the Protoss player as a laser once again going into a relatively high drone count and Hydra Ling Bane.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by the concept of what Stats is doing here.
Oh
no, the High Templar. There's a shield battery. They
it's a
should
battery.
be fine. Battery overcharge. Okay, no, it is still going to be a dead High Templar. Yeah, those are +1 melee lanes.
Wow.
So they're able to get enough surface area there. Going for the 2-1 upgrades, going for the 4th base, and not getting Storm, yeah, as Mapu points out, is so strange to me. Oh my god, if he's forgotten Storm. Okay, thank god he
it's getting
starts it
started
up.
now.
But
Yeah.
Bane speed is nearly done. I am very worried about Stats in the next 30, 40 seconds.
Yeah,
That's a
he
good
might have
find,
just
though.
gone to Chrono Boost Storm and then realized that it wasn't actually getting researched. That is possible.
Oh no.
All right, well, Laser, he's starting to assemble his army. Once again, the same situation. It's going to be Hydras without speed for quite a while, perhaps during the first wave of the attack even. But Storm is so far away, not even halfway done yet, just about to eclipse that mark. Stats is frantically chrono boosting that in and trying with these Zealots to buy a lot of time, and he's actually succeeding.
Yeah, he's doing
So
a
kind of
great
similar
job.
to the previous game with these Zealot run-bys and these Oracles just causing issues for a Laser and slowing him down a little. Will buy Stats the time to get Storm done.
Oh man, this timing
And
is insane for Stats. +2 weapons, +1 armor, and Storm all finishing up. And those Zealots, the way that Stats just bought time was incredible. But the army supply, he is going to have a lot of power to deal with to be able to hold here.
These Storms need to be really clutch from Stats. He cannot whiff the same way they did in the previous game, or it's basically game over. Same as if the Banelings connect with these Templar, it's basically done.
Oh,
That's a really good Storm to start
juicy
things
storm.
out. That's max damage on those Hydras.
Man, that Archon getting a huge volley on the Banelings, trying to sneak their way into the 3rd mineral line. And Stats, with some great stasis wards, a monster Storm, is putting up a hell of a fight here in game number 4. He's still way down in army supply, but the power of his army is gigantic. However, there's no High Templar in position. They do come in from the bottom side, and they will land some big Storm stasis wards, helping out a lot as well.
Stasis is actually saving the Banelings from the last tick of Storm damage there coming in. Keep in mind, Stats only has 1 or 2 more Storms left with this army. Besides that, it's just the gateway units. Well, you gotta be really careful here as Stats. Reinforcements even getting caught coming in from the natural expansion. Will be able to retreat to the safely of battery overcharge. But that means there's no overcharge here at the 3rd to help protect these Archons. A Laser instead gonna set his sights on that. Morlings flooding in, but it seems like Stats is gonna have barely enough to hold on. Talk about walking a fine line on defense. That was so close, Steadfast.
What a clutch hold from the Shield of Ire, though, living up to his name. I do think he should, start probing back up, add on some more workers, and definitely make sure he doesn't overextend with a counterattack. But what a clutch hold from him. We are going to be seeing that Laser is not teching out of this. He's just added a couple drones, and he's on a good worker count now, but we don't have a hive. We don't have even an infestation pit. There is no additional upgrades. This is a Laser going for broke with this attack. And once again, the Zealots finding the Morphing Banes. This has happened now twice. Super clutch finds with those. Really keeping Stats.
Hydras.
Oh, sorry,
These
go ahead.
Hydras aren't going to be able to escape from these Zealots. That's a lot chasing them down. There aren't a lot of reinforcements either. At least half of them should get shaved off as they retreat to the safety of the creep. I guess not half. Man, Hydras are faster than I thought. That's crazy how they slither like that. They don't even have legs, Steadfast. How do they do it?
I think you're the first person to call Hydras fast in a while that I can remember. I've never
You can
heard
tell
them.
I'm really a Protoss player.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about
All
how
the Zergs
stupid
are
the
raging
idiot
right
Hydras
now.
are.
Like, what did this guy say?
We're gonna see a Laser saving this base on the top side, but I mean, if a Laser doesn't find critical damage very soon, Stats' army is just gonna be so much stronger, and a Laser just won't be able to compete with it.
Yeah, think of how well Stats was able to take the fight on defense back at home with a huge army supply disadvantage, whereas a Laser was very close to being maxed. And so now Stats is about to reach the peak power of this army composition with a ton of Archons, with a ton of Storms. That may only be 5 or 6 High Templar, but they are juiced up. At least 2 Storms apiece. A Laser with just this pure Hydra. Oh, money Storms again. Coming in, pairing up so well with those Archons on the Banelings. And these trades have been so cost efficient for Stats over the past couple of minutes. a laser, even with his superior economy, look at the resource loss differential, almost twice as efficient as his opponent, as his income advantage. I don't want to say it's getting thrown away because a laser, he is committing to this push, but you need so much economic power as the Zerg to try and take this fight against Protoss, and even in this situation, it still might not be enough. Stats has barely threaded the needle in terms of defense, and he has reached that stage where his army composition is just straight up superior against what a laser has on the ground, and there is still no transition from the Zerg. A laser needs to find some opening, some damage, catch stats out of position somehow, or we're going to go into a game 5 steadfast.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking team game 5 at this point. This is looking very good. That is enough Archons and Zealots with the help of the Immortals to deal with this push. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we've got Stats moving forward. Now, a laser, if he can get the correct Baneling connections on the High Templar, there's still a chance. Nice Archon morph after he drops those storms. And as the, what is this, the 5th base gets cleared out, we've got a Stats that just has a beefy army. 3-2-1 upgrade, soon to be +2 shields joining up. A laser, his army just can't compete with the power that Stats can bring. And there it is, GG gets called. We are going to game number 5 of our penultimate series of the day.
That was a close one again on the defense there for Stats as a laser dips back into the well for that Ling Hydra Baneling timing attack. And that time he was a little bit more committed than previously. I think that commenced at about 80 something drones as opposed to the 90 plus that he had on Alcyone. So not as much potential to transition out of it, but as a result of that, it felt like it was going to pack more of a punch. And still, Stats was barely able to hold on, and it can show what a difference it makes having those storms actually deliver maximum value as opposed to using them a little bit more sporadically as he did in the previous map. Stats very clutch on the control, very clutch on the defense. It is a fine line to walk, but he did it there in game number 4, and now it's game 5, and this is such a close series. I really don't know what to expect coming in.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend a ton on the map. What is the map for game number 5? Do we have that one handy? Ghost River
again.
All right.
We're settling a lot of scores on Ghost River.
That we are, and it is I mean, what was the map? It was Trigger versus Lambo on Ghost River. That we had that double probe pull from Trigger. That was cool. I don't think we're going to see something like that out of Stats, but I wonder if he'll bring anything special to the table.
Yeah, I highly doubt we're going to see a double probe pull, but certainly a lot of potential for shenanigans here on Ghost River as we have spawning the top left, one map away from advancing to the next round. It is Stats.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Team Liquid. His aggression panned out in the previous game, but not the last one. It is a laser in the blue.
For a second, I thought you were going to call him Cyril, and I was like, oh my goodness.
Oh, wow, here he is. Pulls off the mask. It's always been me.
Yeah, laser going to go once again for that hatch at the third base.
Yeah, I wonder if Stats saw the game from Trigger and was like, that's a cool move, or if he was like, oh no, don't ever do that. Like, that's like, no, I don't like that. Because it is a move that didn't work out for Trigger, but it very, very well could have. Very well could have worked out for him. Now...
It doesn't... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, that's... go for it.
I was just going to say, yeah, it doesn't seem like the kind of tactic that Stats would really use in a lot of situations like this one. It's not really his forte. He's much more of a defensive macro toss that's going to, at least in PvZ, build up this army that you cannot contest with and play from there, as I think was evident from his failed transitions and failed cannon rushes earlier on, trying to shut down the gold bases of a laser during the middle of the series. And so here for game number 5, I wouldn't expect Stats to go into any of the insane tactics that we saw Trigger do. He certainly didn't go for the 2 probe pull to try and block the hatcheries and cause some complete chaos on the laser side of the map. And I also don't think we're going to see him go into some kind of like plus one ground attack, a blink stalker mass. on 3 bases, which is effectively an all-in. Something that Trigger would love to do, something that Hero would love to do, these very flashy players with their micro. I think for Stats, it's going to be much more about just anchoring the defense back at home. I think he's probably going to play to the same script. I'm more curious in what a Laser is going to do, because he's been very good with a Hydraling Baneling so far. I know it failed in the previous map, but it was very close to winning, and it already took 1 game off of Stats. Do you go back to that strategy again here in game number 5, or do you try something completely fresh out of the box?
That is a good question, because, yeah, it's very clear to me that a Laser wants to end the game in the mid game. That should come as no surprise to anyone. Stats knows it, a Laser knows it, everyone watching knows it. But if you go for the exact same thing again, it feels like, I mean, we already saw a pretty decent adjustment from Stats, just making sure that those storms were more effective in game number 4 than game number 3. Everything else was already good in game 3. All he needed to do was just make sure that the storms either A, prevented a big commitment from a Laser, or B, got big connections. And in game 4, they did both. But in game 5, like, if we don't see a Laser going for some kind of ultra aggressive play that's a little different, I would almost be disappointed. Like, I feel like we need to see something like maybe a Roach Ravager Queen Walk or something like that. But I don't know. Time will tell.
I could see that being effective here on Ghost River. A lot of Zergs have been taking advantage of the close air distance with those queen drops, or, you know, really any sort of early game timing attack.
Yeah. Now, a Laser's not the kind of player I think of when I think of the Roach Ravager Queen Walk. It's always Dark. Dark is definitely the player, but the natural to natural third base to third base positioning is pretty close. Oracle does get into the main base, grabs a drone, but a Laser able to save the second one, and a nice Evo Chamber morph at the natural makes him save another. Oh, that Oracle did go too far. That's
a little bit too close to the sun.
disaster.
That's a painful loss here for Stats. You never want to lose the Oracles in these situations.
No, you certainly do not. And
no,
a nice
the Adept's
jump
also
on the
getting caught here in
Adepts.
the middle. Yeah,
Very nice jump from a Laser.
Stats taking a little bit of damage early on right now, losing that Oracle and also losing a couple of Adepts. These are units that he's going to try and eke value out of over the course of the next couple of minutes here in this game, but the Laser just absolutely on point with the defense, barely getting that Oracle. Those Adepts, for a moment there, I was worried they might actually complete the shade.
Yeah.
Feels like one bad thing after another going Stats' way right now. But of course, only losing one Oracle and a couple of Adepts for some Lings. It's not the worst thing in the world.
But we don't have a shield battery at the third, and these Oracles missed the Lings getting it on top of that third base. There is a shield battery being built, but a Laser committed to quite a few of these units. There is good positioning on the Adepts, but I think there might just barely be enough Lings. Probes are going to pull into the fight. That might change the math. And indeed it does.
Wow.
Nice defense from Stats.
Yeah, for a moment, I thought almost no Adepts would go down, as the Probes certainly sharing the burden there a little bit. I was looking at that on the minimap when we moved in, and we saw the shield battery not being able to get up there because of the Lings, and I thought for sure Stats was going to lose at least a couple of Probes, but some nice defense there. That one Adept with 11 kills? Are you kidding me?
Oh my god.
That's an Executor Adept in a moment.
Yeah, no kidding. That's the Battle Adept there. We are going to be seeing Stats once again opening up with the Templar Archives. And I mean, Storms have been the name of the game for him in this series. And they're obviously an extremely powerful setup. A Laser just pumping out a significant number of Roaches. Is he thinking about being aggressive with this? Stats, yeah, hasn't seen the Roach Warren yet. And I mean, a Laser has been skipping Roaches, but as I say that, he gets the scout on this one Roach. That is the most adventurous little guy you've ever seen. He just on his own crossing the map like, I'm going to come get you, Stats. You better watch yourself. Like, okay.
Yeah, Laser's going to cut on this 3-base economy and go for it. He's got an Overlord morphing as well, a drop Overlord for these Queens. But Stats back at home, he is not playing greedy. He's not taking a 4th base. He's going up to some obscene gateway count as 2 more of them morph in. With charge, he's going to have a lot of army on the ground. And it seems like he is getting ready to brace for impact. Even with the Oracles confirming there are no drones at the 4th, he knows that the laser is on max 66 drones right now.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait, there's no Overlord speed? Oh, no, this is a disaster for a laser.
Well, this is...
the Ravagers have nothing to protect them now against the Oracles. Oh, your heart has to sink in a moment like this one. That's going to buy Stats so much more time in a critical moment in this game.
Yeah, he might get like 2 extra warpins as a result that he wouldn't have otherwise been able to get. Now, Overlord speed is a pretty quick upgrade, but still, this is quite painful for a laser. Fortunately for a laser, Stats did not try and move forward and snipe any of the Ravagers, because obviously he didn't know what the situation was. Creep is being dropped on this ramp to try and let the Queens transfuse. We're going to see a good concave. Stats actually stepped into him away from a shield battery. And I do not think that was it for Stats. That was not the fight.
Yeah, not a really good opening engagement here for Stats, and it's also kind of tough for him having warped in a ton of Zealots to deal with this. Those Zealots not really able to get the surface area they need on the Roach Ravager, and oh, this is a little bit of a better angle right now. Those Queens exposed. If the Queens go down, the Oracles can get a lot of damage done on these Ravagers. Still 3 Queens surviving. I think even one of them might have lifted up into that Overlord as the laser's microing his heart out right now. Ravager count is starting to thin. Stats gaining momentum. One more round of Zealot Warpins. If he's able to take down these Queens, that might just barely be enough. That shield battery, by the way, so well placed with the overcharge. Just barely out of reach of a laser, and I think Stats might barely be able to do it. These 4 Immortals are getting so much damage done, Steadfast.
Yeah, they are, and the double Immortal production during all this is going to be enough to drive this back, even as 2 Immortals get sniped and Stats' supply looks not so pretty. We got to remember that this is Roach Ravager out of a laser, so the supply difference, unlike what Todd would say, the soup is in fact a lie. This is not a lead for a laser right now, and he is still continuing to commit. He is looking to end this game. It is 0-0 versus +2 weapon. Stats is going to be able to make the hold. He will lose that 1 Stalker, but I mean, this is looking increasingly difficult for a laser and increasingly desperate as that Immortal count but continues to rise.
Yeah, once those 2 more Immortals pop and another Archon joins the fray, it's going to be hard for a laser to break this position, and he might actually be abandoning the game plan a little bit. Drone production has begun again. Double Evolution Chambers started, so a laser realizing he cannot make this work, but all Stats needs to do after these next 2 Immortals, after he realizes this transition is coming, and it seems like he already has, is build a Warp Prism and just go for the throat, because a laser is going to be hard-pressed to defend this attack if he starts droning up heavily.
I don't even think droning up would make a difference. I just think that he's going to be hard-pressed to defend his attack regardless. I think best case scenario is that Stats attacks into a laser, but this looks like an army that Stats just cannot, or pardon me, a laser cannot really compete with. Nice little find on the bottom side. But with the, weapons upgrade advantage, those Lings are still going to take a while to kill the Zealots. Where is that Prism, by the way? Okay, it's in production now. There we go. Lings did get the kill. This is kind of awkward for Stats because, yes, the army is very powerful, but you do need those Zealots to make the Archons and Immortals, able to get their value.
Yeah, no 4th base setup either means that Stats is going to really start slowing down in terms of economy here against the laser. He really needed those Zealots to secure the 4th base at the 9 o'clock position. Instead, Stats also going for a transition, adding in Storm at halfway down. These Banelings going to try and find their way into the 3rd base. We'll be able to take down that pylon, but not enough Banelings to really connect with the probes. And a laser's going to try and use this to catch Stats out of position, but he is well prepared to deflect the attack coming up the ramp at the 3rd base. 4th Nexus has started now for Stats. A laser continuing to add on Roach, Ling, and Baneling to his army composition. Really not droning. It was just a couple more drones. And then 1-1 getting started here for a laser as he's trying to capitalize instead on the better mining availability here with that 4th and 5th base getting set up, whereas Stats is still only mining from 3. And Stats has to be very careful not to overextend here. Actually, on move command with those Immortals for a moment. The Bile's raiding down. They snipe one of the Archons. Storm just finished those Steadfast. Really big storms on those retreating Ravagers.
Yeah, and that is exactly what Stats was looking for. Where is the Prism right now? Is it with the army? Is it coming in from the top? Corrosive Biles are actually landing pretty well on the chasing army. And a laser has managed this Ravager force very effectively. finally the Prism shows up about 2.5 minutes later than it needed to be there. But is it too late at this point? Like, the army of stats is still so much stronger, especially with those 2-1 upgrades, especially with the power of the storm. But like, Lasers had a chance to remax at this point and finish up Baneling speed and his +1 attacks.
Yeah, this is going to be the best fight a Laser could possibly take as he gets us around. The Archon's on the left side. Only a little bit of splash damage here on the right as more Biles connect with the Immortals, but still, I mean, it's pure Immortal basically against the Roaches and Ravagers. Are there going to be Lings coming here to clean it up? The Immortals sandwiched by Ravagers on both sides, but they don't care with +2 ground weapons and +1 armor. They do not mind at all, as there's very little Ling accompaniment to the rest of the Roaches and Ravagers here for a Laser, and Stats with sheer power of these Immortals might be able to advance and survive. He was down 3-1, but GG is called. He makes the comeback happen. And a Laser, he put up a hell of a fight, but Stats in the very end able to close it out after a very close series. Wow.
Yeah.
What a game.
That was, I can't believe that was as close as it was, because the army power of Stats was so much higher than a Laser's army. Like, so much stronger, and he almost let that one slip through his fingers. Ultimately does take it down at the end of the day. The Big Daddy Immortals really won out hard. But if you're a Laser right there, you're like, you got to be feeling real bad about that one. Stats barely got through by the skin of his teeth. A well-fought series, but that has got to be frustrating for a Laser.
Yeah, especially coming so close. I mean, that Hydraling Baneling attack on Site Delta it felt like inches away from securing the series win for Laser, and to have Stats fight back after that moment, it felt like he really didn't lose that much momentum at all. And just by the skin of his teeth in many games, surviving the onslaught of attacks coming in from the Zerg, it was very impressive. He's going to live on to fight in the lower bracket quarterfinals against Lambo. That will be tomorrow as we're getting closer and closer to rounding out the day. Oh, man. I got a little bit of adrenaline pumping after that series, Steadfast.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be super interesting to see. We are going to head to a little break, our final break of the day, before the final series of the day, which is going to be Trigger versus Firefly, the Canadian Protoss up against the Chinese Protoss in our first mirror match of the day. Don't go anywhere. This is the EWC closed qualifier. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, everyone, for our final series of the day. We are going to have a PvP to close things out. And State, let me know before we go to break. Like, well, actually, as cosplaying as Twitch chatter, actually, it was not our first mirror matchup of the day. We did have Lambo versus Shin. That was just such a quick one. I completely forgot about it. But it is our second mirror match, our first PvP of the day. And I think it's going to be a bit of a firecracker as these two players are both very young, very fast, and with a lot to prove.
Yeah, I mean, Firefly seemed really tricky, and I like the hype that you were building up for him earlier on in the series or earlier on the day, because he almost took Shin to elimination. That best of 3 went all the way to match point, and Firefly was playing from some tough positions, but his mid game was really solid. His control looked fantastic. And I know that it was a PvZ, not a PvP, but I'm really excited to see what he brings to the table in this PvP versus Trigger. I think we're going to see some pretty crazy builds, I would imagine. A best of 5 in PvP is room for a lot of chaos.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a wild setup just in general. PvP can really get weird. I don't think either of these players is going to be a one gate expand enthusiast, but there are so many different openers you can do off the 2 gate. Obviously, proxy robo, proxy stargate, proxy third gateway. Mass sentry expands, quick robo sentry pushes. There's so many things you can do in PvP.
Yeah, I even like the changes that have been made to the PvP matchup a little bit, especially given the last patch. I know that it's been some time since then, but things like the sentries getting a small buff in PvP makes the game a lot more dynamic. And I'm interested in seeing how both these guys decide to approach this matchup. Are we going to have one-base proxies? Are we going to be having these expands? We're going to Blink Wars. I cannot wait to get started as we begin game number 1 with the red Protoss spawning in the top left on Ghost River. It is Firefly.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Basilisk. It is Trigger. This is an opportunity for Trigger to make it a clean sweep of the team, making it all the way to EWC. We've already got Reyna. We've already got Serral. If Trigger can make it through, Basilisk would be able to get through. Yeah, I guess no Roddy. Roddy is a part of Basilisk, but I don't think, even though he's been fielded in the WTL in those ace matches versus Crank, I think that there's a divide. Like, technically, I'm on Storm Gaming, but I don't consider myself to be a part of the roster in that regard.
I could see Roddy doing it. I'm a Roddy believer. He is one of my favorite streamers to watch when he plays. I love the Phoenix styles. I wonder how heavily we're going to be seeing Phoenixes in this best of 5 series, because there was a while, especially in the European scene. I know we don't have a European playing right now, but just talking about the PvP meta globally, where it felt like almost every single game I was watching would devolve into Phoenix Wars. And I know that was some time ago, but I am always interested in these kind of niche situations, especially because, PvPs in Korea, not quite as common as they used to be. And me primarily watching things like the Korean StarCraft League or the GSL. I'm not as clued in on how players like Trigger or Firefly will be playing in terms of their general approach. We do have Firefly going for a fast expansion, Trigger opening with 2 Adepts into a Stargate, and then I'm imagining a expansion follow-up behind this. But PvP is one of these matchups that over the course of StarCraft 2 history, it has almost always had kind of a range in terms of the different theory crafting and builds, more so than I think basically any other mirror matchup. You have a lot of players that will just really love to go for the Phoenix, or really love to go for proxy robos or proxy 3-gate robos with stalkers. You'll get players like Max Packs that will go for a fast expand basically every single time, even though other players think it's basically impossible to defend timing attacks.
Yeah.
And even all the way back in Wings of Liberty, you would have players like Adele Scott with just completely unique approaches to the game. And even today in Legacy of the Void, it still is true. There still are a lot of competing philosophies about what the best way to approach this matchup is we have Firefly opting for Sentries and Hallucination Scout very early on with this expansion. Trigger opting for this Stargate, and I'm just eager to see exactly how both the Chinese scene and the North American scene have really been developing in PvP, because this is their best and brightest in this EWC qualifier right now with everything on the line.
Firefly, off the back of that hallucination scout, scouting his opponent's Stargate, says, oh, I can go for the Twilight Council here. Awesome. Cool. And he's going to be able to get that down. We do see Trigger threatening to put on a little bit of pressure with the double stalker, double sentry. And will he shade forward? I think he should. Yeah, he needs to find some damage to equalize the fact that his opponent got away with such a fast expansion. But I don't actually think 3 probes is enough, because the Nexus of Trigger is not quite done. Stasis Ward potentially to come on in. Yeah, but it's a little bit clunky. They are playing on the EU server, I should mention, in order to make sure that the ping is the most even. Both players going to be taking a hit on that ping, but it means it's the most fair situation. So we could see both players who are, you know, pretty good micro players, potentially maybe having a couple missteps that they normally wouldn't have as frequently. They are used to it with the weekly setups, but you got to be very mindful. Trigger, he's got to be putting this Oracle on hold position. He's got to make sure that he doesn't get pushed into his opponent's waiting arms, the tarantula-like web that is sitting at the natural with those stalkers and sentries.
Yeah, while it was jostling around, I could just hear your anxiety level.
Yeah, my heart rate was going through the mic, yeah.
Uh-huh. Robo now getting thrown down for Firefly. Trigger opting for one more gateway. We'll see how much damage he's going to try and get done with these Blink Stalkers. Trigger reminds me a little bit of a young Huck in terms of the way that he likes to approach the game. He's very micro-oriented, and he loves his Blink Stalkers more than pretty much anybody in the world. And this is the kind of guy that even off of 3 gateways, the delayed third, would love to exert a lot of pressure on his opponent in this situation. Firefly now planting that third Nexus down. Stasis attempt here in the main base will pop on only 1 probe here of Firefly. Nice response there from our Chinese Protoss player. And Trigger, he does have that third base, and I'm imagining him to move out pretty soon here with these Stalkers. Been credit boosting Blink a ton, at least once or twice more than Firefly, as another Stasis Trap comes in and once again gets defused, this time catching at least 1 more probe. And this is a big chance for Trigger if he blinks on top of this.
He did have
Could have been close.
Yeah, he had a couple more stalkers. It might have had an opportunity, but he realizes it's a dangerous move. Guardian Shield was available. He's going to go for it now as he's on the flat ground, and he's sniping down the stalkers just before Blink kicked in. Finally, that Blink kicks in, but every single sentry goes down. You talked about it. That was a decisive move from Trigger, and a great one to boot. Oh, and he goes for it again.
Yeah. Oh, and this is especially smart by Trigger playing this because there's a little bit more ping, right? So you're playing into that advantage. You're blinking forward and just putting all of your firepower on the front line and saying, okay, Firefly, you try to micro against this. I'm going to put the onus on you to try and have the better control in the situation. I love that adjustment coming in from Trigger. Just these small little changes in the way that he would approach a fight like that one are so cool to see. And that's a pretty good win overall. Trigger shaved off a lot of Firefly's stalkers, actually creating a bit more chaos as this Stasis Trap almost triggered there in the main base of Firefly on a lot of probes. Another snipe coming in there, gets a structure building in Firefly's third base, and this damage is starting to really pile up. Trigger's taking a pretty sizable supply lead.
Yeah, Trigger's doing a great job. I mentioned in the previous series that he is an ultra-fast player, but we didn't really get to see it displayed as much in that series. But he is showcasing it very nicely. And a great start in this game. It's not just about the units lost resources difference. It's the fact that Trigger has actually been able to just find lots of little pickoffs pretty much everywhere. And he is, at least for the early game, solidly outplaying Firefly to start this one off.
Yeah, I love the build order selection. I love the Oracle coming in for the Stasis Traps and even catching those 2 probes in the natural expansion. And Trigger's been able to find himself into a position where he's traded twice as efficiently as his opponent. And he's already caught up on workers too, whereas Firefly, basically this entire game, he was building up to having an economic lead. Now instead it's Trigger who is taking the 4th base more quickly, is going to have his upgrades a step ahead of Firefly, actually more than a step. His plus one's almost finishing the same time as a Forge of Firefly, excuse me. And really the ball is in Firefly's court to try and have some kind of response to this, because Trigger is about to move across the map with this Warp Prism with a ton of charged zealots and a 1 upgrade advantage, and that is pretty sizable. these Zealots, after a couple of Warpins, are going to negate a lot of the DPS of the Immortals. And Trigger, with his overwhelming army supply, 66 to 43 in this kind of mirrored situation, has a lot of potential to get damage done.
Yeah, we do see that the Archons are going to be hitting the field, or at least an Archon for Firefly will be available to help him try and defend. But this is just such an advantage for Trigger in terms of the initiative. He's got a lot of potential to pick where the fights take place. He's going to set up with a Zealot run by in the natural. I like that quite a bit. Observer will see it, but this is already tricky to deal with. Firefly's doing a pretty good job to start things off, but there's the aggressive blink forward. Battery overcharge. Trying to save a pylon of all things. Archon is getting some good value here. The Guardian Shield helping out for Trigger, and he will be pushed back. Good defense from Firefly to start things off, but this is far from defended.
Yeah, especially with Trigger coming in with another round of Warpins. That Warp Prism should get picked off there by the Blink Stalkers of Firefly. Indeed, it does there on the minimap, but that means that the rest of the army is exposed. Trigger might pounce on this position. Remember, no battery overcharge. It is on cooldown. Firefly doing a great job of actually staying alive in this situation. It is so tough. The stasis trap, not going to get spotted, basically catching the entire main base mineral line, and Firefly a little bit ambitious moving down that ramp into a concave. Loses a couple of units. Upgrades now have equalized as Firefly is doing a very good job of fighting his way back into this one, but still Trigger putting on a lot of pressure with that fourth base already mining.
Yeah, this is a really great defense here from Firefly. He could very easily be dead by this point in the game, but the fact that he is not only alive, but is actually keeping pace in terms of supply is very impressive. We do see a Warpin in the natural to deal with the Oracle, but it is still going to be able to grab 6 probes. There's no shield battery at this base for Firefly, so if Trigger can get the Warp Prism across the map once again and time it out with his +2 weapons, I mean, he's going to be in a similar situation that he was in before, where it's Firefly kind of hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, Warp Prism going to Trigger's or Firefly's natural expansion right now with a big Zealot Warpin as Trigger sets his eyes on the fourth base, trying to pull his opponent out of position. Those Zealots have potential to get so much done. There's nothing protecting. There's still no shield battery here in the natural expansion. That's going to force a recall, which means Trigger can just pounce on the army here at the fourth base. Sniping Immortals there with the Blink Stalkers. A great trade for the Protoss player from North America as the Warp Prism works its way into the main base. Another round of Warpin, Steadfast, and this damage is piling on.
It certainly is. Would love to have seen a snipe on that pylon to prevent a warp-in of reinforcements for Firefly, but Trigger, he's still just got too much. He's going to be able to overwhelm this game number 1. Outstanding moves from Trigger. Firefly did a lot right from a very bad position to stay alive as long as he did, but Trigger never let his foot kind of off the throat of his opponent.
Yeah, that was a lot of pressure coming in on just 3 gases there for Trigger. And Firefly, he did make a pretty good show of it there in the mid-game. I thought he was going to die after the first initial attack there on the third base. Went so well, sniping so many Blink Stalkers, and Trigger was able to get the economic advantage with that fourth base set up. And Firefly kind of showing the same resilience that he did in his winners bracket series as well. But now coming up here into the lower bracket, I feel like he's got to make something work a little bit better. You got to tighten up that defense here against a player like Trigger, who is going to try his darndest not to play a passive game, but to play an active game and bring the fight to you.
Yeah, and that was just a really great early game out of Trigger, and I feel like that was the name of the game in that first one, is Trigger's early game was very strong, and he didn't miss a beat on the macro behind it. The +1 advantage, even though it didn't end the game, I mean, it snowballed obviously into a +2 advantage as well. And Firefly is going to have to go back to the drawing board and tighten up that early game. But I don't know if he's going to necessarily have the easiest time doing so.
I like the expansion build he went for there, though, with the 3 sentries into the really fast Nexus. It seemed like a pretty solid opening so far, but in terms of the defense there, taking the third base, it was just a little bit tough, even with the Hallucination Scout and knowing exactly what Trigger kind of has up his sleeve in terms of the skeleton of a build, the skeleton of an army. It wasn't really enough to clue Firefly in on exactly how to position himself or how to set up for that mid game. And if Trigger can get the ball rolling, it's going to be tough for this guy right here. Spawning in the top right corner, the red Protoss. It is Firefly.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for Basilisk. It is the blue Canadian Protoss Trigger. Yeah, just a really great game from Trigger to start things out. Firefly, I do wonder if he's going to try and go for this one-gate expansion once again. I was talking about how he's not really a one-gate expansion enjoyer and one-gate expansion enthusiast, but he's very clearly willing to go for it here. And I like that. So I watch a lot of StarCraft games, so I feel like I have a pretty good scouting report on the players. So if I'm not expecting it out of Firefly, there's a good chance that Trigger may not be expecting it either. I do wonder, though, if we're going to see more of it in this series, or if Firefly is just going to say, okay, it didn't, it started out okay, but it didn't work out amazingly for me. I'm just going to go back to the drawing board and play 2-gate for the rest of the series. I'm very curious to see if we'll see that at all out of Firefly once again.
Yeah, he's going into the 2-gate this time around, so certainly be slowing things down a touch in terms of expansions. Might even have some tech before expand here for Firefly, as he's matching Trigger mostly. Trigger focusing a little bit more on the gas here, whereas Firefly focusing a little bit more on the minerals in terms of economy, or... Well, perhaps, wait, Trigger didn't go for a probe scout. That's where the economic difference is coming in.
Oh.
Greedy build.
He didn't do that in game 1, did he? I feel like he didn't probe scout in game 1 either.
Yeah, he might not have. That's the kind of thing that over the course of best of 5, if Trigger doesn't mix it up a little bit, Firefly might try to exploit with some kind of proxy.
I kind of hope that he does, if that's the case. But now it all depends on this series, or this game number 2, because if Firefly loses this game 2, I think going for a proxy down 0-2 or even down 1-2 would be extremely bold. But if he wins this game, and, there's no probe scout in game number 3, and Firefly elects to go for that, then that becomes a very different scenario with a lot more potential. Trigger, by the way, does go for a Sentry Nexus into double Stalker. So speaking of greedy plays, that is quite a quick Nexus out of Trigger, and Firefly, for his part, is going to expand and drops a Robo after his first 2 units. Very interesting.
Oh, yeah, the Robo follow-up here for Firefly. I wonder if this is going to lean into some kind of 3-base pressure, or if Firefly is mostly just going to be playing safe from this position. Trigger now with his Stalkers finishing up and with that Sentry should be able to prevent this from getting out of hand. Just basically trading shields. A little bit of hull damage there on that first Stalker of Firefly, but he will retreat back to safety. Trigger opting to go for the Twilight Council again here in this game. As I said, he loves his Blink Stalkers. And with this nice hallucination scout, going to be able to spot both the expansion and the robo timing here from his opponent.
This is such a great build order from Trigger for a couple reasons, because, you get that early Sentry. It gives you that hallucination scout, as you just alluded to. Then the second and third units coming out of your gateways are 2 Stalkers. That gives you enough firepower to contest a double Stalker push from an opponent. You get that Nexus super fast. This is just a really great game plan out of Trigger, and I like the way that his build order has kind of worked out. Now, obviously, every build order in PvP, if you do it every single game, you're going to get exploited by someone metagaming you. But doing it in a best of 5, I'm a huge fan of something that maybe might have a hole or 2 in it that can be exploited in a I see this every time I come up with a snipe build for it type of scenario.
Yeah, but it seems pretty solid overall too, just as you said. Against everything except maybe some kind of 1-base proxy. It seems very tight on the defense with that hallucination scout. As we now have Firefly getting set up to go for a double adept drop here into the main base. And Trigger, I think his spider senses are tingling a little bit because he did scout that robo earlier with the hallucination. His Stalkers are in position to basically force these adepts back home, and Firefly was hoping to get a little bit of probe damage leading up to a potential timing attack with this Immortal that just popped at his side of the map. But I'm not sure he's able to really get the momentum going so much. Now, these adepts are going to shade into the natural expansion. Looks like he will allow that to finish. Should be able to save these with the Prism. And this is the kind of chip damage that Firefly needs to get if he wants to make this timing attack work, because he's not yet going for the 3rd base. Instead, it seems like he's really gunning to go for... Oh, finally, now he's expanding to the 3rd. I was really thinking this might be building up to some kind of pressure on Trigger's 3rd expansion, but that is not going to be the case. Oh, look at these Stalkers zoning away the Warp Prism. Nice movement by Trigger.
I actually think I would have liked to have seen Trigger stick around and wait for that Prism with his blink completing. He could have sniped that with the Stalkers, but instead he wants to move across the map. It did leave him exposed, and he loses 6 probes in total to this. We do have the Guardian Shield available for Firefly, as well as that Warp Prism, so the blink Stalker pressure is not going to be able to find much value. I kind of would have liked to have seen Trigger maybe play into his opponent's tendencies a little bit more, which is Firefly being very aggressive with his units and maybe try and set a little ambush. But, you know, it's little things. It's okay. Just one of those things I would love to have seen maybe an adjustment on the fly. But they're both ultra aggressive players, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, Trigger once again poking forward. I think he would love to section off one of these Immortals with a force field and wasn't actually able to connect with that one right there. So went fishing a little bit, wasn't quite able to get the catch. Both players now developing up with charge at pretty much mirror timings in Firefly. Notably keeping this Immortal right here, the ramp. That is not a forgotten Immortal. That Immortal is there in case Trigger blinks into the main base to try and keep that situation under control.
That is a great observer placement, by the way, for Firefly. It sees Trigger's army just kind of moving around, and Firefly is able to easily, you know, respond to his opponent's army movement. We do see the Forge is a little bit faster for Firefly, and he's into a big explosion of gateways. He did skip Blink and has instead gone straight for Charge, as well as a very fast addition of multiple extra gateways. Trigger, he does have his +1 weapons just now started up, literally, as we look at it. But there is going to be a small timing that Firefly could potentially exploit. However, I think he wants to get aggressive maybe even before that, as his gateways are very quick here.
Yeah, Gateway is about to finish up. 4 more coming online here in a moment as Trigger once again pokes forward, trying to find some damage. Able to whittle away at the shields of that Immortal, but not find anything more than that. And Firefly, 4 Zealots coming into the main base. He also has a lot of minerals banked. Keep in mind, those warp gates, they just finished up, so this could be a really big warp in the main base of Trigger. Firefly trying to cause a diversion outside of his main base. This should force a recall. That's a lot of Zealots. And this is going to mean that Firefly can actually move out with his main army and go for that either that 3rd or that 4th base.
Oh, that Pylon trying to go for it and depower the Forge, but not going to be able to do so. Trigger is going to have a very difficult time defending. Beautiful recall. I love that decision. And now force fields. Oh, the probes are actually able to mostly escape out. Does catch a couple of them. But Trigger is so far down in army supply right now. Now, a lot of those Zealots are on the other side of the map. Force Field's got that one Zealot doing a little Mamba in the middle. Blink forward into 3 Immortals. Ay. No, that was not it.
A nice focus fire here by Firefly on those Immortals, just really whittling down these Stalkers. And with more Zealots streaming in, keep in mind, those recalled Zealots could also join the fray at any moment. These Immortals are standing strong. This trade going so well for Firefly. What a cool play. The Warp Gates finishing up, going for that huge warp in the main base with the Prism. And then following up with this timing attack on the 3rd. Talk about picking your opponent apart. That was a really beautiful maneuver, playing recall so perfectly there, both forcing it out from his opponent to get map control against the Blink Stalkers and then using it to save the Zealots that he warped into the main base. That was well executed. These are the kind of cool tactics that Firefly has been showing a lot today. He also did one of these against Shin when he was defending against Roach Ravager. Roach Ravager play earlier on in the winners bracket, and I'm really liking the kind of game style that he is bringing to the table here. This has been fun.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. He's such an inventive player, and he has such a unique approach to the game. I'm a big Firefly enjoyer. Like, I really love watching him play. Now, Trigger, he made the right response, I think, with the recall, but that was such a trap. It was such a trap for him. Like, even with him going for that recall, Firefly was like, okay, this is exactly what I needed to do. I don't need it to win the game. I needed to pull your army out of position. And like you said, just a great maneuver overall. As we get into game 3, Trigger, I do wonder, it's going to come back to that thing we were talking about earlier. Will he try and go for a scoutless play once again? Because if he does, it would leave him very much open and very much exposed to potentially getting proxied by, 2 gates and a forge, or, I mean, the Cocoa Power Flower, the 4 gates. Like, there's a lot of things that can be done to punish a no-scout opponent.
Yeah, we could see some kind of robo play. We could see some proxy Stargate play coming out. There's a lot of dangerous builds Firefly can bring to the table here, as spawning on the bottom right, equalizing the series up at 1-1, representing Offside Esports. It is Firefly.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Basilisk. It is Trigger. Yeah, that was just a great little maneuver from Firefly overall. Trigger once again seemingly skipping the probe scout. That is honestly kind of wild to me to do 3 games consecutively in a best of 5, but maybe he's inviting his opponent to go for this attack. I don't know. Some kind of crazy aggression.
Yeah, it could just be that he's been getting proxied in practice games and he can defend it going for this kind of greedy no-scout play. You do get a little bit more money because you have that 1 extra probe mining for the duration. And it seems like for Trigger, he is making an adjustment here in game number 3. He's going for a scout after the second gateway, and that's totally fine because for any proxy really to come online, you have to wait for the cybernetics core to be done in terms of tech. And actually, hold the phone.
Oh.
Trigger might be going for a proxy of his own as opposed to a scout.
And Firefly
Indeed.
is going to be going for a Gate Nexus Cybernetics core. So he is trying to punish the no scout of Trigger in his own way. But Firefly might end up getting maybe nipped on the nose here a little bit. Now, at the absolute top level, players will do stuff like counting their opponent's probes and saying like, hey, you're supposed to have a probe here. It is missing. But I do wonder if Firefly is going to be able to figure that out. That is obviously a more advanced thing to do, especially when it's as late at night as it is, and you know your third game into an elimination series.
Yeah, we're pushing 6 a.m. in Korea right now, and I know Firefly is not too far away. And it's going to be a proxy Stargate now coming in from Trigger. And for Firefly, it seems like he does have an idea that something's going on. You can see these 2 probes kind of running a grid search around the map, looking for this proxy tech, and this probe barely going to spot it.
Oh, that
and just
is
in the nick of
so
time,
huge.
too. And notably as well, Trigger, with the limited vision as the Stargate is warping in, does not know this got spotted. So, I mean, the Oracle's speedy. It probably should be able to get away from any kind of danger regardless, but Trigger does not yet know that he's been found out.
This is quite interesting out of Firefly as well. He is chronoing Warp Gate. He's getting 2 more gateways, and he's putting a probe on the other side of the map. I think we might see a proxied 4th gateway coming out from Firefly and a basically fake expand. He's not building probes at the moment. Yeah, this is something Hero has done once or twice to try and punish max packs. This looks like a wild build to me out of Firefly.
Yeah, I was not expecting this. Oracle going to work its way into the main base right before the shield battery finishes. Already 3 probes going down. At least 1 or 2 more should fall. Yeah, that's going to be 5 in total. And for Firefly, who cut probes, this is a huge economic hit, as he needs to make this pressure work right now. There is no time to warp in an additional gateway. It has to be this 3-gate pressure. Keep in mind, Trigger, he doesn't have a defensive tech back at home. It is just these Oracles proxied on the map. And that adept has fallen. Another gateway's coming in here for Trigger, but does Trigger even have a shield battery in the natural expansion or the main base? Only just now is he building one in the main.
Yeah, it is
This
2-gate.
could be dangerous.
It is
But
2-gate
keep in mind,
versus
those 2
3.
Oracles.
Sorry, go on ahead.
No, I was just going to say, those 2 Oracles do have the potential to get even more probe damage done. And Trigger's got to be careful not to overextend here on the defense.
Yeah, Firefly is going to be keeping a couple of stalkers at home. He actually took a couple of probes off of gas mining, which I do think is a wise choice while going for something like this. Firefly, if he can get the kill on this Nexus, he will be in such a good position, even with the probe damage he took earlier. We are going to see Trigger going for the fight now. Guardian Shield getting popped, but the Concave, oh, that was a brutal setup there for Trigger. Lost a lot of firepower on that, having his units getting caught on the ramp. Now he's going to take the fight again, but after the Nexus has already gone down, I think Firefly is in an amazing spot now at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting game, the way that it's developed. Trigger getting a ton of probe damage done earlier on, but maybe a little bit too ambitious on the defense. I think maybe if he had that shield battery back at home, there might have been a way to hold the natural expansion, but you don't want to try and make a bad situation worse by trying to defend with those stalkers coming down the ramp into a concave of stalkers like that. Is Trigger now will try to scramble and re-expand to his natural, but this is going to be a tricky situation because Firefly's Twilight Tech, once it comes online, is going to cause so many potential problems here for Trigger. It's going to be, if he chrono boosts it consistently, it could be as many as maybe 30 or 40 seconds ahead. Because keep in mind, he does have those 2 Nexus with extra energy as opposed to just the 1 Nexus of Trigger for now. As it looks like the Canadian Protoss is going to try and find some window to get damage done. Firefly back at home, he has been cutting a lot of stalkers to get this tech online. Both the Twilight Council, the Robo, another shield battery, and Blink. Oh, and the Oracle is actually pulling away the stalkers so that Trigger can come in and shave off a couple of probes here in the front line. I like that move.
Oh,
Any kind of chip damage you can do to get back into the game is so key here for Trigger.
Yeah, but he lost one of the oracles to do it, and that is very, very expensive. Trigger's going to try and add an additional oracle on to get back up to that 3 oracle count. But this is just brutal right now for the Canadian Protoss. Firefly is... I mean, he's getting up to that robotics facility. He's going to have to wait until Blink is done before I think he can move out. And he could find himself in a situation where maybe Firefly doesn't realize that Trigger built that 3rd oracle. And maybe he moves out in an awkward moment and Trigger's able to get a bunch of damage in the natural while barely holding at home. That's, I think, the best route back into this. But showing both oracles again, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that right away. However, he is going to get in here and he will find a lot of damage. 8
Yeah, he's
probes.
just going to trade him out there for 8 probes.
Yeah, that at least
Trigger
equalizes the worker count.
Yeah, if Trigger can manage to defend this timing attack coming across the map, then he will be in a fantastic position. His 3rd base is already coming online, and the worker count is equalized. So those oracles got a lot done, but it only matters if Trigger can hold on against his attack with less stalkers than his opponent.
And
with 4 by Firefly.
With no shield battery done at the 3rd, the one that was in production getting targeted down, I think Firefly is just going to have too much to handle here. He's got the War Prism to reinforce directly into the fight. The concave is interrupted a little bit by the pylon, but a quick blink forward from Firefly takes down Trigger, and Firefly will put himself within 1 map of advancing to the next round. Trigger is now on elimination point.
Yeah, and what a crazy game right there. Game number 3, going for basically the fake Nexus. I mean, he, of course, did expand to his natural expansion, but did not probe at all, adding in 2 additional gateways, and then that clashing with the oracles. I thought there were moments where Trigger was in a pretty good position, especially after he was able to get, 5 probes in the main base of Firefly before that shield battery was done. But then just the damage coming in from those 3 gateways, a little bit too much for the Canadian Protoss to handle, and even though he made a valiant effort to dive in again with those oracles and get even more economic damage done, at the end of the day, that's a little bit too much of an advantage going in the favor of Firefly with that blink timing. And now it's match point. Now Trigger really needs to anchor the defense back at home or turn the aggression back on if he wants to try and survive to fight tomorrow as the close qualifier continues on. It's really coming down to the wire right now. And these games have been close so far.
They have been very close. In the most standard game, Trigger looked fantastic. He looked stronger. But when the games got a little weird, it was Firefly who kind of took over. And that has definitely been his comfort zone traditionally, is Firefly is a player that will embrace the madness, the chaos that PvP can ensue. And we're going to see if he can close this out here or if his opponent will send it to another one. Spawning up at the top left for Offside Gaming. It is Firefly.
Spawning in the bottom right, fighting for his life in EWC, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger.
Yeah, this was kind of wild. This was kind of a wild start here for this series. Very cool build order from Firefly. I've always been a fan of his general trickery. He's got a lot of weapons in his toolkit, particularly in the PvP matchup. And I gotta say, it feels like Trigger has struggled a little bit to adjust to the overall madness of his opponent. And it does feel like after those first 5 probes went down, it was going to be, you know, not necessarily smooth sailing for Firefly or for Trigger, but definitely it was a good situation and a good start. But, you know, Firefly was able to get the damage done. I wonder if Trigger had, instead of kind of letting himself get bottlenecked, had moved all the way down the ramp when he had that Guardian Shield, if things could have gone a little bit differently for him. I don't know. It's too late to rewind and talk about it. Well, not even talk about it, but to you know, see what would happen. But I think that might have been where his biggest mistake was in that game.
It's just a tough position to be in there. Trigger again with his tournament life on the line going for a proxy. I like this ambition. This is the kind of move that you got to make if you want to win.
Yeah,
a series like this one, you cannot be predictable here as Trigger. We'll see what the tech is going to be.
Ooh.
A Robo, but Firefly seems to have some kind of idea this is coming. He already has 1 Zealot out on the map, and it is looking for proxy steadfast.
Yeah, and that if you can find that proxy Robo while you're going 1 gate Stargate, I mean, that is a dream scenario. Trigger finally going into the main base of his opponent. Firefly actually, okay, this is not a max pack type play at all. This is a second gateway being built. So Firefly really thinks that something is up here. He is not believing that Trigger is just playing standard. And I'm assuming it's because there's no second pylon in the main base. And I'm guessing
there's no Nexus.
well, I know Nexus as well, but you know, it's that lack of a second pylon that feels like it is the big tell that unless you're a player like Hearthstone, who proxies that second pylon fakely all the time, you're going to know. You're going to know Trigger doesn't do this as a fake. So Firefly now scouts this, and great read from him. He already started building a Phoenix. That is going to be very good against this. Phoenix or Void Ray would do the trick. This is bad news bears for Trigger in a big way.
Yeah, but Trigger isn't going to be going for the Immortal. Instead, it's just to get a Warp Prism out to assist these Stalkers with a pressure. And against that, Phoenix doesn't always do the best. But of course, this is 1 base versus 1 base. And so things can spiral out of control pretty quickly in either direction, excuse me. As Trigger is getting ready to move across the map yet again. Firefly with this shield battery on the low ground, or on the high ground, excuse me. Seems like he's getting set up to try and expand. We'll have to wait and see. 400 minerals in the bank as Warp Gate finishes up. Surely has to defend this first, but it's going to be a little bit tricky. Again, with Phoenixes, it's not completely cut and dry defending like this, unless he's able to catch Trigger before he's able to come in with more Stalkers. There's only 4 Stalkers here for Trigger. Hold on a second. There's supposed to be way more on the board. This is a disaster.
It is a total disaster, and this is exactly what Firefly was looking for with that second gateway. He was looking to ambush his opponent, and Trigger was not expecting that number of units to show up when they did. And instead of 7 Stalkers and a Prism to micro with, Trigger got kind of jumped and ends up losing so much. The resources lost telling the tale here. And now Firefly is looking to flip the script on his opponent and says, I'm going to be the one who proxies now. You are in big trouble. And Trigger expanding during all this. That feels so risky to me right now.
Yeah, this is a very tough position right now for Trigger. But really, what other play do you have? You have to defend back at home.
Yes.
If you can defend the expansion, there is a chance for him to come back in this one. But moving up that ramp against a Stargate where you haven't scouted whether it's going to be an Oracle or whether it's going to be a Void Ray, without your reinforcing Stalkers coming onto your opponent's side of the map just yet, is just such a tough moment in the game for Trigger. And now Firefly, while he's expanding, adding in the Robo, surely 4 Warp Prism. And with that Proxy Gateway, he does have a lot of potential to get more damage done. Keep in mind, every single Phoenix in the sky is basically a Stalker of Trigger that can get lifted in the main fight, should Firefly decide to commit to an attack. But we'll have to wait and see. It seems like instead, Firefly is just going to be posturing with this gateway to go instead for some kind of adept counterattack and this could give Trigger a chance to actually fight his way back into this game, Steadfast.
Yeah, Trigger is behind in probes, but he's got the quicker Nexus. Now, it seems like Firefly is actually trying to bait with the Phoenixes so that his Adepts can get in here, but a great wall. Oh, man, he needed that. If those Adepts had gotten in, they were going to get like 6 or 7 probes. That would have been potentially unrecoverable damage, but instead, Trigger now is able to get a handle on them and will survive. He's not able to get the kill on both, but preventing the damage is the most important thing for sure.
Yeah, now we're going into 2-base versus 2-base with the worker counts mostly equalizing. 31 to 28, an advantage of Firefly right now, as Trigger has been able to navigate this game after a bit of a fumble there at the start, about as well as you could possibly hope for, being able to deflect that Adept attack and also having enough presence on the map to really shoo Firefly away from committing to some kind of timing attack with those Phoenixes. And in retrospect, throwing down that Nexus in the natural expansion, a very smart move by Trigger. He knew this is kind of the one path forward to victory, is being able to get that expansion up faster than his opponent and defend it. And so far, it has been working out. Soon he's going to be online with Blink. And I feel like from this position, there are winning plays here for Trigger. He's even taking the third faster than his opponent. I mean, what a comeback story it would be here in this game if Trigger is somehow able to salvage this situation back at home.
It would be a really nice comeback. I do have to mention, though, he just got brutally supply blocked at 62. And it was a pretty late build on the pylon to get out of it. Blocking probe production, blocking a lot of production right there. That one really hurts. But he still has made a good recovery overall in this game. And Firefly, once again, did skip Blink. Feels like he might be thinking about a similar attack timing to what we saw in game number 2 on Crimson Court, with that big immortal focused charge lot +1 attack. Now, I doubt we'll see necessarily the same way that he went about it, with the big warping of Zealots in the main base, but it's not off the table either. He could potentially do something similar.
Yeah, Trigger with his third expansion finishing up a little bit faster than his opponent. Should try to close the gap there on the worker counts. Is the upgraded advantage here for Firefly might start to pile on if Trigger does not throw down that Forge soon. And in fact, the fact that we don't have any upgrades coming in for Trigger except Charge at this point makes me think that he might actually be gearing up for some kind of battle of his own. If he's trying to settle this on the field before +2 is done, that is a little bit playable here. And you're playing +1 against +0 here as Trigger is... There is a chance you can still win the game, even with that upgrade disadvantage. But if the game goes to +2 versus +0, it's a really scary position here for the Canadian Protoss. And finally now he is throwing down the Forge, but it is just so late here, Steadfast.
Yeah, it is a really late Forge, and even just one upgrade advantage can be quite difficult. Not something you're going to be too happy about. Oh, we do see a second shield battery being built at Firefly's third base. I wonder, is he thinking that Trigger is going to attack him? Because Firefly is quicker into the big gateway explosion. He has to know that he's been ahead in this game overall. This is kind of a weird decision, in my opinion, out of Firefly.
I think it can be easy in a situation like this one with so much on the line to kind of lose the thread of exactly where you are relative to your opponent, especially with what a peculiar start this game was. And so Firefly playing conservatively like this here at the third base, I like the move quite a bit.
You know what?
Trigger's getting set up for the fourth, but I mean, at the same time, Trigger is really starting to expose or take advantage of this a little bit with this rapid expansion that he's going for on the fourth.
I think I realized what it was. Trigger didn't build his gases at the natural. He built them at the third. And I think Firefly might have looked at that and said, oh, you're going for a huge charge lot all in off of this. Oh my God, speaking of charge lots, we are going to see them jumping on top of the army of Trigger. Trigger's going to try and blink into the corner and recall, but this is going to be a lot of losses before he can get out of here. Or not? Okay.
Yeah, blink suckers are quick.
There was the opportunity for Firefly to warp in behind us with the pylon and the gateway, and I think chase down maybe every stalker. That
that is
that
could
have
have been
wild.
a good play. Well, This Robo now finally getting taken out as Firefly starting to gear up the aggression on the 4th base of Trigger. Supplies relatively even. +2 about to finish up for our red Protoss player. And Trigger's been able to work himself into a position where he actually has a chance against this attack, but Firefly not going to commit up that ramp. Instead, deciding to section off the Zealots, go for the 3rd base while the rest of the army hits the 4th. And with such a high Zealot count here for Firefly, it's kind of tough for Trigger to defend from this position on both sides, but so far doing a really good job of balancing his army out.
Yeah, he cannot get caught out of position once, or that is his tournament life over. Now, I will say, with Trigger going very heavily into Archons against an opponent that is, you know, really Zealot heavy, he will have a much stronger army for a while. However, Firefly preempting that and saying, you know what is a great counter to Archons? Disruptors. And with double Robo Disruptor potentially coming in behind this, this could be very difficult to deal with. Oh, and the battery overcharge is not going to be able to keep the Nexus alive. Firefly finding his opponent out of position and just guns down the 4th. A great little move from the Chinese Protoss, and now will take a significant economic advantage and also supply blocks Trigger to boot.
Yeah, that was a killer move there by Firefly, going for the Archon drop at the 3rd base of Trigger while also setting up for that attack on the 4th, just coming in from this angle that Trigger didn't quite expect, and that's going to be the 4th base going down, and Trigger's income deficit is going to be mounting now. Firefly very close to getting maxed. You see that income advantage spiking up to 750 minerals a minute in the advantage of Firefly. And with the upgrade advantage kind of compounding that, you know, once +3 finishes here for Firefly, if it does finish before the next big fight, that's going to be a very big boon for the Chinese Protoss player. And do we have any disruptors on the field just yet? Or is Firefly, up until now, just committing to the Gateway Army? Yeah, no disruptors on the field just yet.
Very kind of strange to do that, and in fact is adding a ton of additional gateways. Playing that new style PvT, but in PvP here, we're going to have a lot of army getting caught out in the middle. Fortunately, the War Prism Micro was good, but this is a very stumbling, awkward retreat. Nice War Prism Micro saving that one Immortal. Trigger getting a big jump on his opponent's army, though, and is going to try and continue moving forward.
That was a dangerous position right there. And now Trigger's actually going to attack in with this huge arc of Archons. They're getting so much splash damage on the Zealots of Firefly as Trigger's continuing to push forward. Battery overcharge doing a lot of heavy lifting though on that top side, assisting the Archons, assisting the Immortals. The Archons for Trigger still standing strong, but the Zealot front line is weakening, and this is a pretty even fight. But I think on the defense, Firefly should have just barely enough. Some probes even getting pulled to help assist in the defenses. That was about as even a trade as you could possibly get with two armies like that clashing in the middle of the map. The +3 army upgrade advantage really working into Firefly's favor.
Yeah, that was, it did finish up in the middle of the fight, but that looked so good for Trigger. I actually am surprised at how well it went for Firefly. And I think you said it best, the battery overcharge was a huge star of that fight. Battery overcharge, the War Prism Micro was able to shuffle those units around for both sides, but it was there for a little bit longer for Firefly. Firefly is going to get in here on the other side of the map. He thinks that he's got enough of an advantage to try and push this one home. Both players are going to take damage, but with no War Prism, with no Archons at home, or at least those two Archons not at home, this is going to be a big advantage for Firefly. He will blast through on his opponent's 4th base and can turn around and kill the 5th as well.
Oh, that's so many Archons here in the main army of Firefly. He's just going to recall and try and save the situation back at home. And Trigger once again is getting reset down to 3 bases, as even the 3 clock expansion taking a lot of damage from these Zealots. A recall is going to come in, but Firefly looks at that. He's like, hey, that's not too much. I'm not going to take the fight. But he thought about it there for a moment, and Trigger at last finally +3 ground weapons is going to finish up, but he is in such an economic deficit again. This 3rd base just keeps getting sniped.
Yeah.
And Firefly, with so many Archons out here on the board, and Trigger really not being able to evolve past this mostly Zealot Archon army. I mean, it's not by any fault of his own. That's just kind of the army composition that he has been stuck into in this position. I don't see anything breaking these Archons. We have so many Archons on the board right now for Firefly, and 2 more morphing in. This is just an insane army.
It is such a powerful army right there. Feedback on the sentry is such a funny little move, but the Archons are going to reign supreme. And Firefly, he made it through the open qualifier on the backs of PvP, and he survives the first round of the lower bracket off the back of another PvP as well. Great showing from Firefly, and he survives to face off against Bunny tomorrow.
Yeah, and that was a great series. Firefly really riding the PvP momentum. As you were saying, in the Asia region, he qualified on 4 PvP series in a row, including wins against Nice and Lancer, who got second overall. And now coming in, that PvP saving him once again against Trigger was a pretty excellent PvP series. Honestly, I love the different ideas that they were playing with. At the end, Firefly really showing up today. He had a very close series against Shin and living the fight on in the lower bracket quarterfinal.
Yeah, really impressive stuff out of Firefly. I think both of these players obviously put some good moves forward, but it was Firefly who won the day, and seemingly it was right after I was like, oh, you know, Trigger's kind of solidly outplaying Firefly. From that moment on, it felt like Firefly got the absolute blessing and just turned on the Jets, even though he ultimately lost that game number 1. Just played such a great series from that point on. Now let's take a look at the brackets for today, and we can summarize what happened.
Yeah, well, a lot of best of 3s, a lot of best of 5s, as many players, or 2 players already have been eliminated, and we're looking at the schedule for tomorrow. We have the upper bracket finals, Showtime versus Shin. The winner of that series is going to advance to the EWC. And on the lower bracket side, we have a lot of gamers fighting to fight whoever it is that falls from the upper bracket finals. Lambo, Stats, Firefly, and Bunny going to be your matchups there in the bottom half. It's going to be a really epic day. I think basically all best of 5s and best of 7s. So expect some really fun matches. I can't wait. Looking at this one, I just got to ask you, who do you think, Showtime or Shin for the upper bracket finals? Because Showtime looked so good in his series so far today. I think that he won me over, Steadfast.
Oh yeah, I'm going Showtime all the way to the bank on that one. Shin looked good, but his PVZ, I don't know. I'm feeling really confident in Showtime right now. He looked so strong. That series against Bunny was stunning out of Showtime. He played his heart out. Shin obviously had a really great series versus Lambo, but ZVZ and ZVP are 2 completely different beasts, especially with this current patch and meta.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really fun. Regardless, whoever advances from the upper bracket finals going to absolutely deserve their qualification spot in the EWC. And the loser, as you said, it was an important semifinal match for both of them because they're going to fall to the lower bracket finals where they have one more shot to qualify, just 1 series away, both those guys.
Yeah. Meanwhile, only one of Lambo, Stats, Bunny, and Firefly will have a chance to qualify through. They're going to have to play a best of 5 and then another best of 5 and then a best of 7 against a player that's probably going to be pretty well rested. And it's going to be a gauntlet for those whoever makes it through of those bottom 4 players. Looking at that, who do you have making it through? Lambo, Stats, Bunny, or Firefly out of the 4?
I'm really a big fan of Stats' PVZ at this moment. I feel like he can probably take it against Lambo. And Bunny, even though he did lose to Showtime, I think that his TVP looked really good, especially in his opening series against Stats. I would expect to see both of the Koreans advance to the losers bracket semifinals, but from there, I really don't have much of an idea because, you know, Bunny did defeat Stats today, but Stats' PVT is not that bad, and I could see him in a longer series actually coming back against Bunny.
I could definitely see that. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, but I do think Bunny looked a little bit too sharp in the open qualifier and in the his series versus Stats, and even in the loss versus Showtime, he just looked so strong. So my pick is Bunny to make it through. But once it gets to the loser bracket finals, I mean, it's anybody's game. For now, though, I think that's going to wrap things up for us, unless I'm mistaken. We'll have 5 more series today. What is that? Yeah, 3 in the lower bracket, the 1 qualifying match in the upper bracket, and then the last qualifying match So 3 best of 5s, 2 best of 7s tomorrow. It's only 5 series, but it is potentially going to be a hell of a lot of games. I don't know about you, State, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely stoked. I think it's going to be a really fun day of StarCraft.
Me too. And for now, that's going to do... Well, that's gonna bring us to an end on the day. And we'll be back same time tomorrow. That'll be 10 a.m. EDT, 4 p.m. CEST. What is that? 11 p.m. KST? Korean
11
Korean
p.m.
time?
for me.
Yeah.
We actually carried all the way through 6:30 a.m. KST. So my goodness, it's been a gauntlet.
No kidding. And well, State deserves his rest, so we won't drag this one out any longer than we need to. Thank you to everyone tuning in. Thank you to the production behind the scenes, Mapu for the observing, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Walk through flames, feel fury in the fire, feel fury in the fire. So get out of my way, 'cause I'm a natural born fighter, I'm a natural born fighter. You calling out my name, take fire and take aim, get on your knees and pray. I am the lightning in the storm, the dark before the dawn, the devil you call on. Flames are getting higher, and it's hard to see the light inside you. Just remember you're a fighter. Chains are getting tighter, and it's hard to see the light inside you. Just remember you're a fighter. When the lights go out, my light will only shine brighter. My light will only shine brighter. So get out of my way, 'cause I'm a natural born fighter.